Hello, 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 and happy National Good Vibes Day, and welcome to the first National Good Vibes Day Summit. I'm your host, Leslie Klein, here to help you celebrate this day of high vibrations. And I want to welcome everyone as you're coming on board and watching this event. We are going to stream until 5 o'clock today Eastern Time, and I am so excited to be here on this National Good Vibes Day. Now, I want to give you a little history as to how we got here and what's going on, and get you set up for the day so you get the most of today. So the history of the summit is that I attended an event earlier this year in January. And this was inspired by Jill Lublin, who is one of our speakers today. She's an expert in publicity. And in this class that I took with her, she talked about a calendar of national days, the best cookie day and different things. Well, I did some research and I found that there is such a thing as a National Good Vibes Day, and it's celebrated on October 30th. So when I found this out, I said, oh, I have to do something, right? I have to do something to celebrate this special day and make it special for everyone. And so what I did, I was able to curate, to pull together 20 speakers and partner with the Heart Math Institute, um, where we're going to do a group meditation using the Heart Math Institute's Global Coherence app. So, why is this important? Why is it so important to, you know, focus on good vibes? Well, it's because there is so much negativity in the world, right? We're watching our social media, we're watching our computers, we're watching maybe the news, but at least on, Facebook and the social media, we still get bombarded with all kinds of negativity of things happening in the world. And yes, things are happening in the world, but I feel that the majority of people are really doing well, and there's a lot more good happening in the world. The thing is, I don't think we focus on it. So that's what this day is all about, to focus on good vibrations. Now, I do want to, talk about the intention for today. So, my intention for today is that as you watch, you will be inspired and you will naturally raise your vibration. Now, why is raising your vibration important? Well, if you're familiar with me, I do host a YouTube show called Good Vibes TV. And this is where I interview different experts about ways we can raise our vibration. And basically, the way we can tell where we're vibrating at is by our emotions. Emotions are energy in motion. So this is how we're vibrating at. And I love to refer to Dr. David R. Hawkins' scale, his map of consciousness scale, which has the lower vibrations at fear and the higher vibrations at love. And so there's a whole realm of types of vibrations in between, but the lower vibrations of fear, hate, uh, uh, um, guilt, shame, all the lower vibrations. That is not where we want to live. We want to live in the higher vibrations of love, peace, joy, happiness, all the good vibes. This is what I call the good vibes. And this is kind of the term that I've come up with because, we are entering the age of Aquarius. We're going to be more and more aware of our energy and how we are co creators in this world. We're not victims, and it's about taking back our power and our sovereignty and knowing that we are captains of our own ship. You are captains of your own ship. So, the way we create our reality based on the law of attraction is by what we focus on. Where we focus, we are putting energy, and whatever we focus on grows. So, if we're focusing on lower vibrating thoughts or things or issues or things like the news, we're going to be emoting in those lower vibrations. So, we have to consciously be aware of where we're vibrating and then make, conscious effort to do something to shift our vibration, to raise our vibration. And there are many, many different ways to do that. And that's what my shows are all about. But today we're going to be hearing from all kinds of different speakers. And I want to give you some tips today on how to get the most out of today's event. Now, you may be here just for the whole thing, which is awesome. That's a big time commitment and a commitment of your energy and attention. And I thank you for that. but kind of don't expect everyone to be in that situation where they can't. Now, there will be a replay. So, people, if you miss some parts, you can catch it on the replay. But if you're here, come in and out as you're able to based on your schedule. I know today's the middle of the week and people have commitments and things. But do what you can and watch it on your phone. You can watch this if you're not on, if you're on the webinar, you're in the front row seats. Of the event, and you can actually comment. So, but let me get back to the tips. So, first thing, take notes. Have some paper or a scribe tablet or something where you take notes, because when we take notes, we process the information, we remember the information better. And this is a scientific fact that the neuroscientists tell us. The other thing is hydrate. You want to drink your water. Oops, as I spill it all over me. Trying to be a good example. Water is so important, and our brains work better when they're hydrated. Our whole body does, but when you're focusing on something, it's really important to do that. The other thing is download this app that I'm going to be letting you know about, and actually Annette Diley, who is the scientist from the Heart Math Institute, she's going to be speaking next, and she's going to talk about the Heart Math Institute's Global Coherence app. It's a free app you use on your phone that measures how much coherence you're putting out to the planetary field when you're meditating. And this is what we're going to do at 4:45 today: is have a guided group meditation using the app, so we can measure how much of our energy uh, we have as an impact on the world. So, and the other thing is comments. If you're in the on air webinar, or you're on Facebook or some of the other platforms, comment, because I can see your comments. And I've actually got a few comments today. And let me go ahead and put these up. So let's see here. So Rahul Maharaj says, "Go, Susie. I love you." Susie Finley is one of our speakers. She is a sound therapist. And we've got Roberto Verde. May we all be blessed. Yes, it's so important to not curse things in life when things go bad, but bless them. And we'll be learning more about that as the day goes on. Ren Pro, not sure how to say your last name, Ren. I'm so sorry. But you say that good vibes are so needed right now. Yes, to my point about the world and what media is out there, and that was one of my reasons for doing the summit and being a content creator of good vibes, a content creator of positive energy, is to counteract that negative stuff that's out there. So, and I guess Rahul, you're saying yay that we're starting, so that's so good. And oh gosh, Etienne Laberting. I apologize for not pronouncing your name right. She's saying feeling the good vibes. And also Rahul again, positive vibes. Okay, yes, there is a speaker lineup. And let's see. I have it. If you go to www.nationalgoodvibesday.com, the speaker lineup is right there. I don't have it in front of me right now to share, but I will let you know who's coming up within each hour. Susie, I believe, is at 2:30 if you're looking for her. And Barbara Johnson says, "Hello, I am at work, but will be here as long as I can." Thank you so much, Barbara. And thank you, everybody, for watching. And Rahul is also saying how drinking water is golden. There's actually ways you can charge your water, even just swirling your water before you drink it structures it. So that's even better for you. And then Wendy saying, "Good morning, everyone." So thank you so much, everybody, for your comments. This is an interactive event. So as the speakers talk at any time, go ahead and put your comments on there. Like I said, not just if you're on the webinar, but if you're streaming, watching it from a stream anywhere. Okay. All right. So, all right. I'm trying to get Wendy's. There we go. All right. So, and the last part after commenting is have fun. Just enjoy the day. When we're having fun, we're experiencing good vibes. We're in a good vibes zone. So that's so important. All right. And if you're registered for the event, you will get um, an email tomorrow or within the next 48 hours that has a list of all of the speakers, their contact information, and their special offers. And many of them have some free complimentary offers as well. So look for that email. It'll also be listed on the Good Vibes TV YouTube channel under this event. So you'll be able to get the links for all of the speakers and get their information. All right. And I think that's all the housekeeping I have for today. And it's 11:11. So awesome, awesome, awesome. Time to bring on my first guest of the day. So Dr. Annette Diley, who is from Germany, has degrees in the earth sciences. And actually, let me make sure that she is here. Yes, she is. Um, the earth sciences, geology, paleontology, hydrogeology, and she has a PhD in marine geochemistry and natural sciences. Her career led her to research at the Scripps Institute of Oceanography in La Jolla. It's part of the University of California for numerous years. And let's see here. For numerous years. And she joined the HeartMath research team in Boulder Creek, California, as a research coordinator and global coherence initiative scientist in 2008, and she's been there through today. She's going to talk to us about the Global Coherence app by the HeartMath. It's a free app on your phone, and this is used to measure group coherence and its impact on the global field environment. So please welcome to the stage, Annette Diley.
Hello, good morning, and welcome. Thank you very much for joining me today for a demonstration of the Global Coherence app that we'll be using later in the meditation. And I'll briefly explain how you can download the Global Coherence app, but also a little bit of background on HeartMath and the Global Coherence Initiative. While I'm from Germany, and right now I am in Germany, usually I live in California, and HeartMath is located in the US in California. So I'll be sharing my screen. Okay. So as I already mentioned, today we will be using the Global Coherence app by HeartMath to measure the group coherence and its impact on the global field environment, to awaken the heart of humanity, and also to raise global consciousness. And you can find out more information on the Global Coherence Initiative if you go on the website www.heartmath.org/GCI.
Annette, I'm going to stop you for a minute. We don't see your screen yet. I don't.
I'm so sorry. Share. That worked yesterday.
Yes, I know.
I'm being blocked, so I'm not sure what's going on. Let me try this again. Share. I'm very sorry. You see it now? Oh, yes. Thank you. Okay. I'll start up again. I'm very sorry for that.
Trying to upload.
So yes. So using the Global Coherence app is okay. So using the Global Coherence app is what this is about today. It's being created by HeartMath to measure group coherence, individual coherence, and also global coherence. And the Global Coherence Initiative has also been founded by HeartMath in about 16 years ago, when I joined HeartMath as an earth scientist. And you can find the information on the Global Coherence Initiative under www.heartmath.org/GC. Coherence Initiative works on many different projects, but largely on the science of interconnectivity. I wrote an ebook with my boss and director of research, Dr. Roland McCready. That's called The Science of Interconnectivity. You can find it on the HeartMath Research Library, but also if you sign up to participate in GCI, you can also get the ebook for free. And I just very briefly mention some of the projects before I dive into the Global Coherence app. One of the newer projects is the treerhythms.net. It's tree research, and it's a citizen science project. The objective of this research is to monitor tree electrical activity globally. It's a very new endeavor that has never been attempted before. So there's a lot of things we do not know yet, and we hope to learn. And the citizen scientists that already have signed up to participate and already have tree devices on their trees, we have about 65. They're participating globally in this project. We have tree devices in India, and all over the US, and in different countries. The only places where we have issues right now is in the colder areas of this globe, because we can't use solar panels. And we are
Annette, we're still on the first slide. So
I've been
there we
moving
go.
along, so I'm
Okay,
very.
there we go.
Yeah,
There we go. Okay.
you can see that. I don't know what's
Now we're on tree rhythms.
Yeah, I don't know what the holdup is. I'm at slide number 4. I'm just going to keep it in this view. Maybe it's going to help. Anyway, so tree rhythms is all about tree research. Of course, we also want to research the interconnectedness between human emotions and tree electrical signals. So there's much to learn, and we're still allowing a few participants to apply. If you're interested, you can go on the website treerhythms.net and apply to be part of the Citizen Science Project. The next project is also the Global Consciousness Project, which has been taken over by HeartMath from Professor Roger Nelson, who ran this project for over 30 years. And he's retiring. And it's called GCP2.net, and we are wanting to have 4,000 random number generators. We are currently having, I believe, 380. And the random number generators basically produce zeros and ones, like flipping a coin head and tail, which is about 50% of the time, head or tail. And if there's a global event, 9/11 is a famous one, but even as an example, the upcoming US elections, we can usually see if the random number generators are not random anymore, we see an impact of human emotions on the random number generator network. And we have a wonderful data scientist who's looking into our data. Focus on is the HeartMath Global Coherence app. The HeartMath Global Coherence app also endeavors to measure consciousness, if you will. Like Leslie talked about, that certain emotions are higher frequency, and the goal is to have a higher frequency as much as possible. And that energy we put into our local environment and into our circle of friends and family, but also in the global field environment. So it's really important what we think and feel and put into the field with all the stress that we have. So I'd like to encourage all of you to now download the Global Coherence app if you don't already have it on your phones. So the Global Coherence app works on Android, most of the models, and on the iPhones. Again, most of the newer models, some really, really old models might not work, but most of the smartphones, you can download the Global Coherence app. And you will see when you type in the Global Coherence app in your app store, you will find like a blue little box with a plus heart in it, Global Coherence, health and fitness underneath. So please go to your phones and download the app now. Once you downloaded the app and you open it, you need to register your account. Usually your username is your email, and then you can create any password you would like. I prefer to click on the box that says remember password, so I don't have to remember it every time. So please go ahead and do this so we can use it later for the meditation. The Global Coherence app can be used with sensors. One is called the Inner Balance Sensor, Inner Balance Coherence Plus with the HeartMath app. So when you buy that sensor, it comes with an app that you can use for daily coherence practice with a lot of guidance and tracking your progress and everything. You can use that for your Global Coherence app as well. It's clipped on your earlobe. If it's a Bluetooth device, if you do not like that, you can get a Lightning USB-C sensor that you can plug in. But today I will focus on the camera sensor. The camera sensor is using the camera on your phone, and it is for free. So you do not have to buy a sensor. So I want to encourage all of you, I hope you have downloaded the app already, to click, once you open that screen, you see on the top, Join Global Group. On the bottom, you see Join New Group. Normally, I meditate in the Join Global Group and the Global Group, but for today, we want to practice in the National Good Vibes Day group. So in order to join the National Good Vibes Day group, please click on Join New Group on the bottom left hand of the screen. Then you will see like a new screen with a gray text box, and enter in that gray text box orange fire 66. Orange with a capital, fire with a capital, 66. There are no spaces. So again, enter orange fire 66 and click on submit code. If for whatever reason you have a problem joining that group, you can always use the global group. It's very easy to get in, but for today, would like to use the National Good Vibes Day group that Leslie generated for us. So now I'd like to talk a little bit about the camera-based coherence sensor. Like I said, there are sensors you can buy, which are very convenient, but if you don't want to spend money or you don't have the money to spend, you can use your camera off your phone. Once you click on the group you want to join, you'll get a screen like the second picture here on that slide, where you want to click on Join a Session on the top. And you'll get a prompt whether you want to use your wired connection, Bluetooth, or camera. If you're using the camera, you would click on Camera. Of course, it's possible to click on to continue without a sensor, but then your coherence data would not be gathered. So in order to measure your coherence, you're going to place your finger on the camera of your phone. If your phone has several cameras, usually it's the upper camera on the very top. but there's a very easy way to find out if you have the right camera. And the way it is you find out is if you place your finger on the camera, you will see like the picture little square turning red, which is basically the blood in your finger that the camera sees. So you lightly place that finger on that camera and comfortably. The Global Coherence app will start calibrating. There's a pink box coming up that says calibrating. So you're going to let it calibrate. When you continue scrolling down that same screen, you can see your own coherence score, the global coherence score, if you coherence score. But it's not really important to look at all the scores for now. Really important is that you download the program and that you can join the group. Mention that there are free offers. Leslie will be posting those. HeartMath offers what's called the HeartMath Experience, which is a great way of learning the basics about HeartMath, heart coherence. Heart coherence being the state where our nervous system is in balance. The heart and the brain are in balance. And it's the perfect state for good functioning, good performance, but also better health and more resilience. And you can also, if you choose to join GCI as an emissary, and there are benefits such as synchronized care focuses that HeartMath hosts every month. We usually have a full moon care focus, and we send energy to places in need, whether it is, for example, places with conflict and war, or places where there were like natural catastrophes or any other situations where we feel that heart intentions are needed. You can always choose to send heart intentions to areas that are more important to you. Also, you will get free ebooks, The Energetic Heart and the Science of Interconnectivity. We will inform you about projects that will be happening, results of research studies, and sometimes we invite participants to participate in research or citizen scientists to participate in research. And once you're all signed up for this Global Coherence app, I will be leading a guided heart meditation later today or at the end of this day. And I hope we can see all of your coherence scores going into the field. So thank you very much for joining me here today. I'm very sorry that my slides did not come through. I'm not sure what's going on, but I hope you were able to see it. If you have any questions, please feel free to contact me, Annette@heartmath.org. Leslie also has that information. So thank you very much, Leslie, for putting on the National Good Vibes Day. It's very needed. And I hope you all have a wonderful day, and I'm looking forward to seeing you later.
Okay. Well, don't go just yet. I do have the Heart Math Experience, and here's a tiny URL that people can use to get to that experience. This is the videos that you're talking about that's on the Heart Math Institute's website. So if you go to tinyurl.com/capital GVD and then Heart Math in small letters, that'll get you to the Heart Math Experience. And also to make it a little easier for some people to get to the app, on their phones, they can go to this tinyurl.com/capital GVD and then meditation, and then that should take them to the place on the app where they can download the app and then hopefully get on the particular summit group that we have locked in. Now, let me see if we have any comments. Let's see here. So some people are having some issues in figuring out the app. So I would suggest that they do try this website here or email you at, you said it was Annette at the heartmath.org, right? I guess you're frozen. Oh, there you go. So they
Yes,
can.
I seem to have lost the. So what are the issues with the app?
Some people were just a little confused or having some issues with it. Um, so hopefully they'll be able to do that. Um, yeah, so we'll put that link up throughout the day. And I want to thank you, Annette, so much for your presentation. And oh, she wants the tiny URL in the chat. Sean, if you could do that, put the tiny
I
URL in the
will
chat.
post a link also to tutorials that.
Okay. Yes. So we'll talk more about it then. All right. Thank you so much. Um, thank you so
Thank you,
much,
Leslie.
Annette.
See you
Appreciate
later.
it so much, and we will see you a little bit later
Mhm.
today. Thank you. All right. Okay, so that was Annette Diley from the HeartMath Institute. And our next speaker is not behind the in the backstage just yet. So I'm not sure what happened because we just had her here. Uh let's see. I don't see any messages from her. So I think what we will do is the speaker after that is Linda Sunshine West. And Linda is here and ready. And Michelle gets logged on before then. We'll get to her. So let me get ready for Linda. So let me tell you about Linda Sunshine West. She is a bestseller book publishing expert, a motivational speaker, a 43-time #1 international best-selling author. She is an executive film producer of The Wish Man, a contributing writer at Entrepreneur Magazine and Brains Magazine. She's also a red carpet interviewer, a philanthropist, and the founder and CEO of Action Takers Publishing. Coming to us from California, please welcome Linda Sunshine West.
Hi, it's so good to be here today. And I'm going to start off, first of all, with Happy Good Vibes Day. You know, this is awesome. I love how Leslie put this together. And I know it started during the pandemic when there was just so much negativity going on. And she decided to, start this movement, make a National Good Vibes Day. And I'm honored to be one of the speakers today. I'm going to be talking about a topic that all of us face at some point in our lives. We either have had this thing happen to us, we are having it happen to us right in this moment, or we're about to have it happen at some point in our near future, and that is fear. Before I actually get into talk, I want to share with Leslie. I know that the schedule's switched around a little bit, Leslie. So when I have like a minute left in my time, if you could just come up on the screen, I'll see that you're there and I'll know that I need to wrap it up in that last minute. That would be awesome. And then also, somebody was supposed to be on the top of the hour, they didn't show up. So they might show up during my talk here today, and my dog is going to go crazy. So just know that there might be some things going on behind me during the talk today that were not planned. That shouldn't happen that way. I'm excited to be here today because I spent so many years of my life as a very negative person. I had negative thoughts. I actually had thoughts of, not being here anymore. And when I was 13 years old, and that didn't work out well. So, which is good because here I am today to be able to talk to you. But the thing is, that no matter what thoughts that we have, no matter what's going on in our lives, we always, 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 100% of the time, because it's our choice, we can choose to live with good vibes. It's a choice that we make. Now, I go through ups and downs. I have swings. I have mood swings. I sometimes feel angry, sometimes feel sad, sometimes feel, just like things are out of control. But how do I tap back into those good vibes? Well, everything starts with awareness. And it's through our awareness that we get to decide, how am I feeling right now? Like, I'm not feeling very good. I don't like feeling this way. I would rather feel good. So how am I going to move into that? So having that awareness of how we're feeling. And so I'll share my little ditty with you that I created related to awareness, because this for me helps me to boom, move into a different energetic state. And here's my little ditty. It's called I Have Awareness. I have awareness. I have awareness now. I have awareness. Now, brown cow. I have awareness. I have awareness now. It's time for me to move on like Donkey Kong. I created that little ditty one day. I was doing a live video and I said something about, having awareness is what affects change. And then I just came up with that little ditty off the top of my head, which was kind of fun. I was like, wow, that was fun. That was funny. And it brought me into a different state of mind. And it's through that state of mind change that I realized how powerful for me music is to bring me into a different state of mind. And that person just showed up. So I'm just gonna mute myself real quick. They just had someone come in. And so one thing I want to share with you right now is if you could, um, Leslie, put up the thing that's in my screen share thing. If you could put that up on the screen, that would be awesome. This right here, this is called I wrote it down because I want to make sure I didn't forget. It's called the emotional vibration scale. And the emotional vibration scale, if you look at that, the numbers on the bottom, this is how our energy is. How something is really, really exciting and your energy is like, well, think back when you were a kid and maybe it was Christmas time, or I live in San Diego. We're really close to Disneyland, and we went to Disneyland anywhere from 2 to 4 times a year, and the night before going to Disneyland, I was just so excited, I couldn't wait to go, that I couldn't sleep. That was like a peaceful, like, I was at number 600 for joy, number 540, that's where my energy level was. It was, like, way high, right? So think about your own life now, is how do you get those vibrations at the higher vibration, the lower vibration that we are, this is when we're feeling sad, we're feeling shame, we're feeling guilt. If you see on that scale right there, I put, I'm sharing this because fear is something I'm gonna talk about today is how do we move out of fear into a state of being able to take the action that is scaring us? How do we do this? Well, fear is of low vibration. So first of all, we have to recognize or acknowledge or have awareness that I'm experiencing fear. Have awareness that, oh man, I'm feeling really down right now. Am I feeling shame or guilt? Where am I feeling? Like, what am I feeling right now on that scale? And how do I move out of that level that I'm at into a higher level? Well, it's again through that awareness that, okay, I'm feeling like this. I wanna stay there. I'm okay. I'm okay feeling, shame, guilt, fear. I'm okay with that. Or I'm not okay with that, and I wanna move out of it. And sometimes we can only move to the next level. So if I was feeling fear, I might just be able to move to that state of desire, which has raised my vibration to just a slightly higher vibration from 100 to 125. And so when I can do that, I'm like, okay, I can change what I'm experiencing, what I'm feeling right now, and I can change it to the next level. But what about changing it lots of levels? Going from fear all the way up to, let's say, willingness. Let's say willingness. Now we've gone from 100 on this scale all the way up to 350. That's like halfway to enlightenment, which is like the ultimate. This is the ultimate state. It might be harder for some of us to get to that enlightenment. It took me many, many years to understand what enlightenment was, what it felt like, so I could know if I was there. It's been through my journey of breaking through fears that has gotten me to that point. So I'm going to share with you. First of all, I wrote this book. It's called "Do It Because You're Scared." Do it because you're scared. And I realized that in 2015, I was age 51. You can do the math. I was breaking through one fear every single day for a year. And I decided to do this because I realized that fear was controlling my life. rephrase that. I was allowing my fears to control my life, take full responsibility for my own life. I was allowing that to happen. So if something scary was about to embark on me, or like there was something was somebody showed me something that I could do and I was scared, I wouldn't do it. I would let fear control me. So in 2015, when I decided to break through a fear every day that year, it was for a reason. And the reason was because I'm letting my fear control my life, and I don't want to do that anymore. I want to take control over my fears. So that year, had so many different realizations and just epiphanies that happened. And one of those was that 99% of the time, when I broke through my fears, I was proud of myself. I was glad I did it. I met somebody I wouldn't have met. A door was opened and I didn't even know was closed. And so I started asking myself, well, shoot, if these are the results 99% of the time, I have to break through my fears because I'm scared. And that right there, my friends, just saying that one phrase, wow, this is fear. I have to do this because I'm scared. This put me into a place of empowerment. This put me into a place where my fear was no longer controlling me. I was controlling my fear. So I was stepping into this place of like, what's going to happen? I don't know. And I'm excited to see what happens. And what ended up happening during that year, oh my gosh, it was astronomical. My changes in who I am, like, I shifted from this negative person that was, like, deep core, I had all this negativity. I grew up in a very volatile, abusive, alcoholic household, and a lot of my friends were negative as well. You hang out with the people that you're like. I was negative, they were negative, and it just perpetuated more negativity. But once I started breaking through those fears, I started becoming positive. It was a shift that was happening slowly. It did take, probably a good 6 months. The first 6 months was spent just kinda, like, examining things, trying to figure things out, breaking through those fears, not really having much awareness about it. But 6 months into it, I was like, "Oh my god, this is amazing. I'm so glad I did this. It has changed my whole life. It's changed my being. It's changed who I am. It's changed who I show up as." It was about 2 years after I broke through those fears that people started randomly calling me Sunshine. Sunshine's not my given name. It was a name that was given to me because of who I had become. See, they never called me Sunshine the first 53 years of my life, not until I became Sunshine. And so I remember when that first happened and this, person I'd known for years, and, they never called me Sunshine. But one day, I was at a bar, my husband and I, we went to this bar 'cause, there was a band playing, and we and our friends were in the band, and so we were at the bar just hanging out and watching them get themselves set up and everything, the band, and the guy, he's in the band, he walks over to me, he points at me like this, "Hey, Sunshine, how you doing?" And I looked behind me to see who's he talking to. He never called me Sunshine before, and I looked around, there was nobody back there, and I was like, "Oh, you're talking to me?" He said, "Yeah, hey, Sunshine." And then the same thing happened 4 times in a 2-week period of time, 4 different people who didn't know each other. This is where my awareness kicked in. It's like, "Wow, there must be something here. I must be Sunshine because they're calling me Sunshine." It wasn't something that I ever heard before, so I'm going to adopt the name, and maybe I'll believe it too. So here's one thing that I realized too is that we have people in our lives who see us as these amazing people, but oftentimes we discount that and we say, "Well, I'm not that good. I'm not that amazing. I'm not that awesome. I'm not that brilliant," whatever it is that they're saying about you. And so we tend to not believe them because we have these negative beliefs. People in our lives that have said, "You're stupid, you're dumb, you're ugly, you're fat, you're whatever." Like, all these negative things that people have said to us, we've adopted those as our beliefs. What if we instead adopted the positive things that people say about us and adopt those as our beliefs? So that was when I started doing that. When they called me Sunshine, I was like, "I'm gonna adopt this and see if I start to believe it." And I did start to believe it, and I started to show up as more sunshine because now I have awareness that I'm sunshine, and so I started showing up that way. It's so amazing how we can shift our mindset from negativity. You know, I didn't know that I was in the dark until I was in the light. I lived that first 51 years in the darkness. And come in. Sorry. They're still waiting there, waiting to come in. And so it's been an amazing, amazing shift. I see Wendy has one of her nicknames is Sunshine too. That's awesome. And stepping into it, right? It's such a fun thing to do. So what I ask for you today is to think about what's something that scares you. What's something that scares you? Go out and do it because you're scared. See what the result is on the other side. See who you meet. See what door is opened. See what happens. See how your life shifts because you made a decision to do something, to step through that fear. See how your life changes. It has been amazing, just an amazing journey for me. Everything I'm doing today is based on breaking through those fears that year. Everything. My whole entire life has shifted, with the exception of my birth family and my husband. Like, I'm still married to the same man. We've been together for 36 years, but my whole entire life has shifted. I never did a video prior to that. I was terrified to do a video. Now I've done thousands. I've been interviewed hundreds and hundreds of times. I've done over 7,000 live videos. I actually did count them, yes, to find out, like, what is the number? And I just have stepped into all this amazingness that's been out there, and it's because I broke through those fears every day for a year. You don't have to break through fears every day for a year. You just have to decide to break through that first and then that next one, that next one. So I want you to think about what's something that's holding me back? Is my fear holding me back from living a different life? And if it is, what do I need to do? What's that first step I need to do? I need to acknowledge, I need to have awareness that it's just fear. It's just fear. There's a saying that fear is false evidence appearing real. Well, the reality, and that is not true at all, as I was brushing my teeth during that year, I was like, false evidence appearing real. There's nothing false about this. My fears don't appear real. They are real. They are real as real can be to me. My fears may not be fears for you. Your fears may not be fears for me. Sometimes we might say something like, well, yeah, I'm scared to do that. And somebody goes, why are you scared? That's dumb to be scared. Why are you scared of that? You know what? There's no judgment here. The reality is that you're scared. But what are you going to do about it? What are you going to do about it? You're going to let the fear control your life? Or are you going to say, I'm going to do this because I'm scared? You're going to become empowered with that decision to break through that fear. So on that scale, I don't remember if faith was on that scale or not, but if you think about faith and fear can't exist together. Faith isn't on there. I'm just gonna put it on there. We're gonna put faith at number 700. Why not? Maybe that's enlightenment. So faith and fear, they can't exist together. As you can see right on this scale, fear is down at 100, and say faith is enlightenment is up at 700. They don't exist together emotionally, mentally, physically, energetically. They don't work together. And so you think about this is if your fear is strong, this means your faith is weak. What do you need to do if you're experiencing fear? You need to tap into your faith. This is your faith in yourself, your faith in your mentors, your coaches, those people who support and uplift you, and your faith in your higher power. Mine is God. I believe in God. And so you tap into all of those. And then you say, this is just fear. I'm going to do this because I'm scared. One last thing before I end for today. And thank you, Leslie, so much for having me. And I came up with this acronym, and I would love for you guys to think about this acronym and for fear. And that is faith erases anxious reactions. Faith erases anxious reactions. Remember, when your fear is strong, this means your faith is weak. It's time to tap into that faith and go do it because you're scared. Thanks so much for having me. I truly appreciate y'all. Have a good vibes day.
Thank you so much, Linda. And don't leave just yet. I want to make sure people see your website, actiontakerspublishing.com. And also, you have a free download, a free gift for us, which is how to become an Amazon bestseller, the top strategies revealed. And here is the link for that, tinyurl.com/capital GVD bestseller. So that'll go directly to that download. Do you have anything to share about that download?
Oh, just if you're thinking about writing a book, or if you've already written a book and you want to become a bestseller, that is going to give you the step-by-step tips on how to do that. It's so amazing. We laid it out, made sure that we've laid it out so it's easy to understand. So go ahead and download that today. And I want to thank those who are attending live and also those who are watching the replay. Hit that hashtag replay. Let us know that you watched the replay. If you're watching live, go ahead and put hashtag live in the comments so we can know who's here. I see we've got Roberto, MK, Tammy, and Wendy. Thanks for being here. Karina and Annette as well. So thank you everybody for being here and supporting Leslie and the Good Vibes Day Summit. This is an incredible day, opportunity for us to move into that higher vibration. If anything I've said has resonated with you, just go out there and do it because you're scared. Everybody have an amazing, amazing day. Thanks so much, Leslie.
Thank you. Thank you, Linda, so much. You're so awesome. And I love your message. It's so perfect.
Thank
So
you.
again, we'll see you soon. Thank you. All right. So that was Linda. What a wonderful lady. And, so true. We have to kind of step through our fears. And that's where we go beyond our comfort zone, is when we're breaking through those fears. And what she did was a wonderful thing. So let's acknowledge some of the people that are in our group. We got Susan, who's live for now. And Roberto Verdes has sent Linda several different emojis, and MK is saying face everything and recover. And so, yeah, we've got some great people meeting with us today, and I'm so appreciative for everybody that's shown up and that's here and that's raising their vibration and making the world a better place. All right, so next up, I have a very special person. Kristen Gieslin is a highly regarded coach and mentoring solopreneur, specializing in frequency fine tuning for conscious creation. She energetically supports women through the dark night of the soul healing. And in healing crises or life transitions. She helps them rediscover meaning and joy. Kristen's approach draws on a long term mindfulness practice, metaphysical understanding, knowledge from a 30-year nonprofit career, and mediumship. So please welcome to the stage Kristen Gieslin.
Hi, Leslie, and everyone that's come to join us today on Good Vibes. I'm so happy to be here, and I really appreciate all the work you've done, Leslie, to pull this together. Yes, my name is Kristen Gieslin. I've been going by the Mindful Seer, but everyone is a mindful seer and can create and co-create with others through accessing their intuitive abilities. And so I've kind of put together a lot of different things that I've learned and integrated over many years into a system that I call the B'ism Intuitive Development and Mindfulness Method. And this is something that I use both in intuitive readings, I use it in coaching sessions, and it's a structure that anybody can learn and use on their own on a day-to-day basis. And I just want to thank Linda Sunshine for, addressing the whole idea of dealing with our fears, because a lot of people do have intuitive abilities, but they're a little nervous or afraid of really going in that direction because they're not sure how that will impact or affect their lives. So I'm really all about encouraging you to feel safe exploring all the intuitive mojo that's just waiting inside of you. And what happens with a lot of women is that around the time of menopause, when we go into our crone phase, our wisdom woman, our priestess, our truly, full on goddess phase, is that our intuitive abilities expand. But at the same time, many of us find ourselves displaced from, our prior work careers. Sometimes people are leaving unhealthy or long-term marriages or relationships. And there's a lot of change and transition at that time. I've even worked with one person over, a couple of years who had a near-death experience that really blew open her psychic gifts, but was also kind of destabilizing. So what I do is help people really tap into their intuitive abilities, but also feel comfortable about managing their day-to-day lives. So now what I'm starting to say is you can go way into the woo and still get your laundry done. All right, so today I want to give you a little demonstration of how this works. When the way Bism came into effect is that I was doing readings with a lot of people, and it was sort of verging into theta healing and coaching. And I was like, I wish there was something that I had that would make it easier for people to remember what happens during a reading, because it can be a lot of information coming in fast. And then after the reading, people are, including me, you forget, because during a reading, we're actually stepping out of the normal time space continuum. And so while any reader, me or anyone else who's a psychic medium, is tapping into the great beyond, we are not registering everything that we're saying. We are an open channel perceiving and sharing that information with our client. So afterwards, we're probably, within hours going to forget what was said or what came through in that reading. And sometimes that even happens, for people that are the clients, because I've been on the client side too. And I thought, that's not so nice. I want to be able to remember and act on the information that comes through during a reading. So that's part of how this Bism system came to be. Was I was kind of brainstorming that. And then also, I've really focused since adulthood on living a body, mind, spirit balanced life. And so the Bism kind of starts with those three areas, but also expands it. And so now that's what we have. We have the body. The B includes your physical body, your cash flow, and where you live. That's all the physical stuff. So that's down at the lower chakra levels. Then we have your emotions. So we're going to be going up the chakra levels as we do the letters. We have your emotions. Then we have your intellectual life, then your spirit soul journey, and then your relationship with higher power. So when I'm doing a reading, I call this a 5-frequency wellness check. We are checking in to see what's happening at all those levels. And 9 times out of 10, when I finish up a reading, people are pretty clear on what's going on. And then they have a few questions, to ask, okay, what about this? What about that? But by the time we get through these 5 areas, most things have revealed themselves. So I'm going to give you a little demonstration of that right now. And this is a reading for the collective in this now moment. Now, of course, there's so many variations on what's happening with each one of us individually in this now moment. However, there's also a lot of things that we're sharing. We've just come through some crazy weather as a collective. We have things happening. Solar flares are going on right now. We have certain astrological transits that are affecting all of us. So there are elements of what we're experiencing that we are sharing. Okay, so that's why, a reading for the collective can have value. And particularly for those of us that are sensitive or psychic or intuitive, we are often aware of a lot of these subtle energies. And sometimes it's stressful for us because we have a challenge sorting out those larger energy flows from what's happening inside of us at a given moment. So that's when doing like a Bism reading for yourself, once you learn the system, can help you sort that out. So you're not being, as an empath, sensitive or intuitive, bumped around by what's not even yours to be responsible for or worry about. Okay, here we go with the B for the collective. What does Spirit want? I'm going to just open my channel a bit here. Okay, I don't leave my third eye wide open all the time because that would be too much. But now at a time like this, I'm opening up to all that is. Okay, for the benefit of everyone listening. Okay, here we go. We are getting, oh, cute. Oh, this is so funny. Okay, so I have 3 different decks. I'm getting, this says to brand. All right, so this is a message to all of us. We need to put out who we are and what we have to offer in our own unique and special way, especially now, because we've got some shifts in the astrology that can really make the most of this. This is called the White Squirrel deck. This is by James Wanless, which all of the decks I read with are, and I'm going to read the card. Represent yourself, look good, attract, and make bounty. Take a selfie. Okay, so, a lot of us are trained not to boast and not to be proud and not to, talk about ourselves favorably, but really in this world at this time, if you have something to offer that's, is valuable, please do the things that are necessary to get it out there. Just like Leslie's giving us this platform to speak whatever it is that we have to offer. And Leslie is doing what she is good at by creating the interface for us. Okay, that's what this card is talking about. That's saying, yes, do it. Okay, now let's go to the E. Okay, the E card. Wow. Okay, so I'm getting, these little cards don't pop out all the time. Okay, so I'm getting another white squirrel card. These cards are very clear and very directive. These are not cards that require interpretation. They are specific and concrete. Okay, which means, Spirit wants the people who are watching this. My guess is we're a certain type of person, and Spirit has clear messages for us. Trust your keen sense of touch. Okay, hands have eyes. Okay, that's exactly what I'm doing when I'm reaching in this bowl. That there is a lesson for people who are using their intuitive abilities. Trust where your hands go. Okay, hands have eyes and are highly skilled. Your hands are highly skilled. Manipulate and make magic. Okay, so that can be creative expression on so many different levels. Okay, we think of the hands, our hands are where the healing happens a lot of times. The hands are where we create, they're a symbolic representation of making magic happen in the world. When we do that, our emotions will take care of themselves. When we are focused on offering whatever it is that we have to offer, that gives us a steadying energy, okay, for our emotional well-being that is sustainable. Okay, not like, oh, I'm a little happy or a little sad. Not that. I'm talking about direct, current, sustainable wellness for our emotions, when we are tapping into our gifts, whatever they may be, whether they're intuitive, creative, hands-on, construction, art, it doesn't matter. That is an important piece of wellness for everyone, which is always something I knew all my life. That's why my master's degree is not in a psychotherapeutic area, but is in adult education with a focus in human resource development, because I knew if people could express their gifts, they would feel better. Okay, now we're going for intellectual life. Let's see what comes out here. Okay, intellectual life. We're getting provide. Okay, this is the sustain yourself deck, also from James Wanless. Okay, so this is provide, grasslands, intellectual life. Okay, so the thing with the intellect is that it likes to be busy. And if we leave it too much free time, it can get into trouble. It can go straight to what Linda was talking about: fear, worry, anxiety. So if we're busy providing, okay, using our creative abilities in an expressive way, we're not going to, it won't be like idle hands or the devil's helper. Okay. If our brain doesn't have constructive things to do, our intellect, it can get into trouble. And that's when it goes down the path of fear, worry, and anxiety. So if you find yourself worrying about or thinking about things that are outside your control, you got to get off of that and think about what you can do to earn, okay, provide, okay, for yourself, for your family, for society. And that's the green path. Okay, then you end up in the grasslands. Okay, that's where the animals go to graze. You end up in the grasslands. So in Buddhism, we treat the intellect more like a sense. Okay, so like your eyes can want too much beauty, or your mouth can want too much sugar, your intellect can want too much information. That's when we have too many meetings and we do too much research and we're, over analyzing, and that stuff is nowheresville. That just kind of clogs your head up and gives you a migraine. Okay, so we have to monitor our intellect, just like we have to pay attention to, how much sugar and carbs are going in, buying that overly expensive purse or whatever when we really don't need it. So the intellect can have some similar kinds of like over information seeking habits that we have to just kind of keep it in check a bit. Okay, now we're going to go for spirit soul. Okay, so the spirit soul, in the way this reading works, if you're a person who believes in multiple lifetimes, then you know that each lifetime has a soul journey. If you don't believe in that, we all know that sometimes, inside of us, we have joie de vivre. We have joy of life. We have esprit de corps. Okay. Something inside of us feels alive and activated and engaged. That is critical. That is, that energy source is fueling your every aspect of your wellness. And so when we are lined up with our soul journey, and our soul purpose of the moment, that is a natural flow. And that there's nothing better. There's no medicine on the planet that's better than when we feel connected to our source and when we feel like we're doing our life purpose mission. All right, so let's see what Spirit has for us for the collective in that area. Okay. Oh, wow. Okay, so yes, interesting that fear should come out. Okay, so apparently Spirit really wants us to get the fear lessons today. Okay, because Linda was talking about it. And what does that mean? Of course, Spirit doesn't want us to be stuck in fear. Of course, Spirit wants us to face our fears. Okay. That we can't allow fear to stop us from doing our soul purpose. And sometimes, our soul purpose we knew when we were 8 or 7 or 10 or something. And then we went to middle school and we went to high school and we had life and that thing went to the back burner. And I find with a lot of the people that I work with, especially, women in transition, they have passions. They have things that they like, but they've been afraid, okay, to pursue those things for one reason or another. Mostly because somebody put beliefs in their head that they were not possible or they weren't okay. And so we really have to. And what's so interesting, okay, about this card, there's this thing, that pink thing that looks like a tentacle sea monster. What that really, really is a tiny flower that grows in the Alps. So fear is all about perspective. Okay, when we get too close to things, we can't see them for what they are. So one of the ways to deal with fear also is to take some steps back and get a different perspective on the situation. Okay, so Linda said a lot of things about how to deal with fear, so we don't need to go too far into that. But so interesting, okay, that we're lined up near each other in the presentation today. And Spirit wants us to know, don't let fear be in the driver's seat when it comes to your soul mission. Okay, and now let's go for the last card is going to be Mastermind. Okay, so Mastermind is about your relationship with higher power, okay, with all that is. And everybody likes this. Okay, Joseph Campbell did amazing work, and he did the hero's journey work, and he visited all the different, peoples all over the whole planet, anthropologists. And what it came down to was that humans want to feel engaged. We want to feel alive. We want to feel connected to all that is, no matter, what religion, what spirituality. If we connect by nature, however we connect, there's something important to us, okay, about that sense of connection, no matter how we feel it. Some people are nature people. They feel connected to all that is through nature. Some people like extant traditions. Some people do spiritual practices. Some people are doing intuitive things. It's how it happens is not nearly as important as that it happens. Some people like to practice on their own. Some people like to do their practices in groups or be in communities. So, there's lots of freedom in terms of how it happens. It's just good to be aware of how yours is doing. Is it going well for you, or could you use some more, attention in that area? All right, so let's see what Spirit wants the collective to know about this. Oh, wow, this is really beautiful. Okay, so we're getting one of the Sustain Yourself cards. Okay, this is a nature card. And it says foundation and roots, foundation and roots. And what I will say for myself, as a long-term practitioner of a, extant tradition, Ati Yoga, Vajrayana Buddhism, the roots that I have in that have helped me through a lot of situations. They've gotten me through thick and thin. And because we truly are connected to everything. Okay. And interesting that I was saying, some people connect through nature and then we get a nature card with roots in it. We are all connected. You know, we are all interconnected energetically. But we also have to ground in our own personal reality and find a way to translate spirit through the way we are living our lives. So being grounded in terms of having, you know, meditation practices or some way that we connect on the regular is very wise. Okay. It's something that can build a sort of like reservoir of resource to draw from over time. Hi, Leslie. I see you back.
Hi there. Well, I didn't want to cut you off.
No,
but were you almost complete?
Well, yeah, that's the end of the reading for the collective. I know you asked me to do a reading. I felt like it would be more fun to do that since you have so many speakers, and I would just say a few things. Do you have any questions for me or want to add anything, Leslie?
Well, I've been putting your website on there for people to reach you, how they can reach you, but also you have a special offer of a mini session.
I do actually have an offer. I have a mini session. I will pick that up and put it in the chat so people can find it. It's a $75 session. You get to have a Biism reading and a theta healing experience with me. And that also opens a door to a discounted 1-hour session if you feel like you'd like to explore working with me, you know, to, you know, in a deeper way.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Kristen. I know I could listen to you forever, and I know it's a real challenge for me to try to keep everyone to 15 minutes. So, but you had such great information there, and I'll be needing to watch the replay because I'm kind of distracted coordinating everything. But yes, thank you so much for being here. I really love your message. And, you know, you were interviewed on Good Vibes TV. Many of the people on this, the speakers in the summit have been interviewed fully, you know, so check out Good Vibes TV where you can actually watch the whole interview with Kristen.
Yes,
so,
it's also, I also have a link to that on my personal webpage on mindfulseer.com.
Okay, great. Oh, okay, good. Great. Yes, perfect.
So I'll put a link. I'll put a link in the chat for the event.
Okay, perfect.
Okay, all right, very well for the event.
Thank you.
My
Thank
pleasure.
You so much,
Thank
Kristen.
you, Leslie. Okay, peace and happy.
Peace and happy. So that was Kristen Giesland, the Mindful Seer. All right, so we are moving right along here. Let me see, we have a comment. So Tammy says, thank you. And Wendy said, that feeling is amazing. So yeah, thank you everybody for commenting. I'll try to get your comments on there. Just keep commenting and I will eventually see it if I miss it. All right, so I want to introduce our next speaker. She's very special to me. I've known her all my life. Her name is Bridget Riggs, and she is on a mission to inspire true transformation in the realm of energy and wellness. Her personal odyssey began when she was diagnosed with Hashimoto's disease, which is a challenging autoimmune condition that affects the thyroid. Faced with a lifetime of prescriptions and unanswered questions from the medical establishment, she chose a less traveled path, a path of empowerment, exploration, and healing. Coming to us from Florida, please welcome Bridget Riggs.
Woohoo! Thank you, Leslie. Such an honor to be here and to share again my story and my experience. And my gosh, what a great lineup. We are so aligned because a lot of things that I was going to say have already been said. So we are definitely in alignment. So today's talk is going to be about finding coherence in your mental, emotional, and physical bodies. Yes, we have more than just this one body. We actually have more than 3, but I'm just going to talk about 3. And this is actually, I'm writing a book. So this is the 2nd chapter called the MEP method. And I discovered this method after I healed my body. And I didn't like the diagnosis that the doctors told me, that once you have one autoimmune disease, you will more than likely have 2 to 3 others. And that to me was not an option that I wanted to have. So I just said, you know what, we need to do something different. And I also wanted to just break out of the norm. To be on a lifelong drug was not something I wanted. Our mother, who was 90 years old, was on 16 different medications before she passed. And again, that was not a path I wanted to be on. So I wanted to bring awareness to autoimmune diseases because they are rising. And it is scary because it's even happening younger and younger. I had someone call me that their 13-year-old daughter was diagnosed with Hashimoto's. And I just shook my head thinking, oh my goodness, it's just creeping into society more and more. So I am a scientist. I have a master's degree in molecular biology, did cancer research for 10 and a half years, colon and cervical. And I was on 13 different publications, scientific publications. And I thought, you know what? I know how to do experiments. So why not take my wisdom, my knowledge and experience and see what I can figure out? So it took me 18 months of really researching it, going deep in. I tried everything. You name it, I've tried it. And I still today continue to bring, the research into my life because things are just evolving and changing like crazy. So my toolbox and the knowledge that I have is so big that I can really talk to a lot of clients and know which area we need to focus on because it's never one thing. Let's get that out of the way. One size fits all? Nope, not. I'm here to tell you that's not true. That's why there's so many different diets out there because it's not for everyone. And I truly believe that your greatest gift is to know thyself. And when you know yourself, oh my gosh, everything opens up. And unfortunately, I gave my power to the doctors for a good 10 years, well, 8 years. And I wanted to take that power back because I would go to the doctors every 6 months to get my blood work because I was a good patient. And they would tell me, oh, you're fine. Everything looks good. You're in the numbers, this is good. This is good. You're all normal. You're fine. And I would look at them and say, no, I'm not fine. I don't even want to get out of bed in the morning. I don't even want to go to my dream job anymore. I have brain fog. I can't even remember what I did 2 minutes ago. And the emotions going from, mediocre, feeling okay to rage, that was scary. And I thought, you know what? I need to take control and figure out what's going on. So a couple of things I'd like to mention was that it's never one thing that you do because I was exercising. I was doing that P90X with Tony Horton. I was eating healthy foods. I was doing the meditations. I was doing affirmations. I still felt terrible. I didn't have the energy that I have today. So I knew something was up with that. We are a very complex system, and the doctors want to just talk about this physical body, and we really need to go outwards and talk about the emotional and mental bodies as well. So another thing, being a scientist, I know that environment is everything. And the environment for a particular person is what you put in your body, food and water, what you put on your body, makeup, deodorant, lotions, and who you surround yourself with. And we've heard the old saying, the 5 people you hang around the most matters because everybody's energy. So what are you doing? You're absorbing that energy of other people. And even though I thought I was a happy person most days, I would go to work. By the time I got home, I was a different person. And unfortunately, I took it out of my family, yelling and projecting and just being in an anger state. So it wasn't a happy time for me. And I knew that this is not how I want to live the rest of my life. So know too that I believe most people are empathic. So when you go out in town or go to work or wherever, you can absorb other people's energies. And I teach you how to kind of disentangle from that and become your oneness again, which is a beautiful thing. And it takes practice. So I went to a Tony Robbins event, Unleash the Power Within, UPW. And he said, knowledge is power. And I thought, well, I'm full of knowledge. I've got a lot of information. I research all the time. I think he's wrong. I think knowledge is potential power. Because if you don't implement what you learned, what knowledge you've gained, it's just knowledge is nothing. So you really have to be aware of that simple point. And that can open up a lot, like Linda said, awareness. Because really, I believe awareness is when the transformation happens within. And Tony also said, suffering's a choice. And boy, did that trigger me. I was so angry. I said, no, it's not. I don't choose to be sick and diseased. I don't choose to be so blah all the time and angry and frustrated. But I took back some time and reflected. And I realized it's all perspective. So I can honestly say today, I love the fact that I experienced Hashi's, because that made this whole healing journey happen. And I became the woman today that I am, that I love. I love my body. I love my life. I have the energy of a 21-year-old again. I'm actually at my high school weight. So your body keeps score. And I am loving who I am right now. And I am always learning more and more things, because that's part of living, I believe. And just know too, it's not your fault. It's not your fault that you don't understand the systems and the confusions out there, because it took me as a scientist 18 months to figure out how to heal my body. So just know that you need to just know now, here and now, with all of this delicious talk and transformational information here, that you can actually change your life. It's your responsibility now. So just be open to come from a curiosity mindset, because when you ask the right questions, you change your perspective. You change your perspective on your belief systems, your identity, your disease, and all the different labels that the doctors and other people classify you with. Menopause is a beautiful journey. It really can be. And I'm here to kind of transition that into just a different vibration so you can actually love yourself again. So we're going to talk about the mental, and just know, looking around, the computer, your phone, the building, everything starts with a thought. And when I was sick and diseased, my thoughts were all over the place. It was in this lower area here with the red, the monkey mind, constantly talk. Even though I meditated, I was still talk in my head. And it was just a horrible place to be. It was not peaceful. And eventually I worked my way up, so that way I had no thoughts and there was quietness. So I invite you to kind of look at this chart and even take a screenshot of it, because having this posted around my house, it really made me think a lot differently. And when I was sick and diseased, I had very non-loving thoughts. I had a very busy mind, like I said earlier, and I was always ruminating. Whatever happened at work, I'm driving home ruminating, not on the celebrations, not on the success of my experiments and how good everything was. I was focused on, oh, she did this to me. Said this to me, and this happened, and ruminating. No wonder I was so sick. And also, this makes your mind into a sympathetic state where you're in that fight, flight, or freeze. And if you're in that position, that mode for a long period of time, that is a perfect breeding ground for disease and disharmony. So I invite you to kind of be aware of that, because that's where the transition starts, with the awareness. So the next slide, okay, here we go, is emotional. And the emotional, this is basically the map of consciousness, which was used earlier, and Leslie's talked about this too with Dr. Hawkins, and it's the map of consciousness. And what I realized when I first saw this chart is I lived in the red. in fear, in guilt, in shame. I thought that was normal. That is by far not normal. Again, a breeding ground for disease, disharmony, just not goodness at all. So I invite you to kind of look at where you're at. And here's a tip for you, because I just think it's so easy to do. Gratitude is the fastest way to get up there with the love and joy and peace. And all you have to do is think of 3 things that you're grateful for. When I was sick in bed, I often thought, oh, this is years ago, of course. God, I hate my body. I just can't stand to open up my eyes to what, go to work and be with the brain fog and confusion and frustration. Ugh. I quickly realized that physically that was bringing me pain. And it was the day that I said, you know what? Every day in every way, I'm getting better and better and better. Even though I wasn't that way in the beginning, I became that person. I became that healthier, happier person. And I'm here as a testimony, as a beacon of light that this is possible. Choosing your words and also your thoughts as well as your emotions. Now, all you have to do is think of it in the morning, because it bookmarks your day. And right before you go to bed, think of 3 things and have it different, because that really changes your mind quite a bit. It makes you look out during the day for the magical moments, for the gratitude that you may have. And it was simple too. When laying in bed, I'm like, I love my bed. My bed is so comfortable. My house, I love my house. It's a beautiful house. My car, my little Fiat, driving to work in my little convertible, so much fun. It can be as simple as that. And that actually raises your vibration. So just know that just a little shift in your thinking is really where the magic will happen. And then finally, the physical body. I was mostly in this achy, heavy pain body constantly. I would wake up with new pains. One day's on my foot, the next day's on my neck, the next day's on my hand. I'm like, what is going on? So when I got into understanding about the mental, emotional, and physical bodies, I realized, wow, they really need to be in coherence and up-leveling the vibration. So just know that this meat suit, as some people say, this vessel of yours, isn't just a container. And you really have to be aware of what you're putting into your body. Sleep is so important. Sleep is where you heal the body. The nutrients, I don't say food, I say nutrients, because in the store, you can go to the store and get a package of food in a box or a bag. There's no life force in that. There's no energy in that. It's processed. So knock that out. You'd be amazing if you start eating food that saw the sun, including legumes and nuts and seeds. That's when you're out of that physical heavy body and you start going into this lightness of this body. Even my posture changed. I would walk and I was all hunched over and just walked really slow. This is after I quit my job because I couldn't stand going to work anymore. I was so physically exhausted. Now I walk around like a ballerina, head up high, posture back. It feels right. Slumped over doesn't feel good anymore. So it's so important to know these few little things, and also what you're cooking. If you're cooking food in Teflon or using the microwave, you're taking all that energy from the food and it's gone. So being aware of this, movement, sitting at a computer for a long period of time, no more. I don't even watch TV anymore because it doesn't serve my body. So always ask the question, does this serve me? Because when you start asking those questions, then the whole awareness opens up and come from a point of curiosity. Because if you do, you can really change your perspective. And that's what it's all about. Being around other people, telling my story really helps transition them to think, oh, well, if she can do it, why can't I? I ask you, why can't you? Because it's not easy. It's simple. Simple little things to be 2% better than you were the day before. That's the only competition that you need in this life here. And we are meant to be joyful, happy, and free. And in that parasympathetic mode most of the day, 95% of the day, not 5% of the day. So I hope these tips and this experience that I've given you here, that you can really take some good information and just try it. And also come back to this event and listen to it again, because every time you listen to it, you are in a different frequency, and that frequency will be lifted every time because of the information that you have. So I would like to thank Leslie. I have a meditation link, I believe. This is one of my later creations of meditations. Please join my YouTube channel, because I'm going to be putting up new information and more meditations that aren't just meditations. It's just different series of things that I've tried. So thank you very much. And it was a true blessing to be back again.
Well, thank you, Bridget, so much for your knowledge. I mean, you're my sister, so I've seen you grow all these years. I'm 61 now, and you're 2 years behind me. So
Yeah.
it's really been wonderful. Let me double check to make sure there are any questions. MK says, thank you, Bridget. And Wendy Gonter says, I'm grateful for your talk. Thank you so much. And again, there's the tiny URL there for everyone to click on and get. So thanks again, Bridget. I really appreciate it. Such good information. Again, I'm going to have to watch replay because I'm so distracted by so many other things going on. Let's see. We have one other comment, and Tammy Forward says, thank you. So thank you, everybody who's still here and watching. And Bridget, we will see you, I guess, later at the meditation.
Yes,
So
I will be there. Thank you so
thanks
much.
again. All right. All right, so it is time for our next speaker. And our next speaker is Tomisa Leiden. She is the international best-selling author of Smart Living for Seniors, How to Make the Best of the Rest. She is the CEO of Leiden Senior Pathways and an award-winning speaker. She's a 71-year-old mother of 2 sons, a great-grandmother of 3, and soon-to-be proud great-grandma. She has good reason to follow her life's motto, keeping it fun until she's done. So maintaining a healthy lifestyle with good nutrition, fitness, laughter, music, dancing, and enjoying friends and family is her best medicine for longevity and well-being. So coming to us from California, please welcome Tomisa Leiden.
Good afternoon, good vibe day for everyone. And I'm actually coming in from Arizona, not California, but we're close enough, and we get all the heat. But thank you for allowing me to come in on Good Vibes Day. I have gone through a lot of changes in the last few years, and a lot of good vibes have come my way. So if I wasn't keeping it fun till I was done, I don't know what I would do. But that started it all. And it kind of, that's been my life motto, but it kind of started it coming to fruition and making sure things happened in that regard after my family had our family crisis. And any of you baby boomers out there that have aging parents that you have to worry about or need to worry about, and have issues to make sure that they live well as best as they can in the next living chapter of their lives, you know that it can be stressful, and getting our parents to listen to us is always tough. So we had our crisis, and we did not have a plan whatsoever. And it became very, very apparent that it was the importance of having a plan for that late in life stage of life is critical. And it was a monumental lesson that my family learned too late. But because I experienced it, I wanted to save other baby boomers from having to go through the worst of the emotions, the physical and the financial drain. And it all starts with a plan. Most of us don't plan except for a weekend or a trip or something like that. But plan. You're going to prepare in advance. You are going to let let everyone know what you want in your next living chapter of life. And you're going to acknowledge the safety concerns around your home and environment. And you're also just never, ever going to give up that youthful heart and mind. So that prompted me to help people live longer and better. But if they didn't have a plan, I wrote a book for them so they can figure out a little step by step of how to have smart living for seniors to make the best of the rest. So that was what I added to my real estate business, is helping people to be in a location, their residence, that was not a large, high maintenance home where they had falling hazards and that type of thing. I also helped them get all their facts, their figures, and their legal documents that they needed to have in place so that next living chapter could be the best that it could be. As we age, we have to worry about, movement, mobility, and that type of thing. So during my 15 years of working with the seniors, in addition to my real estate, I started observing that it's not only their environment they're in, but they're without a social life and without some healthy tips and eating and different things like that, they were kind of declining and more rapidly than we would want to expect. So I thought, I've got to be more tuned in to not just the residential area, but their health, well-being, and social life, because so many are isolated and alone. And I don't know about you, but if I get too much alone time, I'm not so happy. So I decided to figure out what I could do further to help. And it had to start with me. So I think health, well-being has to do with exercise and that type of thing. And the word exercise was never in my vocabulary. And I love food. And I think I loved most of the food that was in that food pyramid that really wasn't so good for me. So what I decided one day was just get serious. And I had one of those in the mirror, eyeball to eyeball self-talks. I know you know what that is all about. You've probably done it before. And it's very, very impactful. So I made a commitment to myself to find out more about health, well-being, nutrition, fitness, and impose that upon myself so then I could impose it on others and they could all live their best life. Because we know that aging is not an option, but getting old is, and we don't have to in our heart and mind. And if we physically work on movement, physicality, eating right, we can have a better best of the rest. So I started eating better. And again, it came down to a plan. So you plan for everything. And this plan, the acronym changed. It became P for patching. I'll tell you more about that. L for listening to the experts, A for acknowledging my weaknesses and my strengths, and N, knowing that nutrition is the biggest part of feeling better and getting better. It's about 80% more necessary than just exercise. So the plan became something I had to follow to move forward. And at the age of 67 is when I decided to do all of this. So I'm a late bloomer, but hey, I did it. And through incremental gains of little tweaks, little gaining on eating properly, I increased my protein. I increased good carbs. I reduced any processed foods or sugary foods that really didn't do me any good. I started moving my body, and it gave me strength, flexibility, and confidence. And I'm going to tell you, and Leslie knows this, but it gave me so much confidence that at the age of 69 and a half, and when we're kids, we want to feel or sound older, so we add a half to our age. So we're not 6.5, we're 7. Well, the same thing happens if you haven't noticed it with older people. They add the half so they can feel younger. So I wasn't quite 70, I was 69 and a half. And I entered an organized body competition. Yeah, it was interesting to say the least. I was by far the oldest competitor. I did have to wear little things like this. That was pleasant. And I strutted across that stage with the most confidence because I felt good inside and out. That was huge for me. But I went through that. It was fantastic experience. And from that point on until now, and I am 71, I'm not near the half yet, but I am 71, and I am still searching, researching, looking for that next good feel, good vibe frequency that will help me so that I can share and help others. And it's really helping the older generation that I work with, as well as myself. I'm that older generation too, but it's really impactful. But I have discovered some of you may have heard of it. It is light therapy technology. It literally is just a tiny little patch. It's a non-transdermal patch that goes on your body. This little tiny Band-Aid looking patch, about quarter size, was invented by David Schmidt. He's an inventor, a biologist, a scientist. And years ago, the government hired him or contracted him to create something that would help the Navy SEALs to have more stamina and energy without having to have caffeine, so that they could perform their missions, the exhausting missions that they typically are on. And that was a phenomenal result he created for the Navy SEALs. So once that endeavor was over, he just couldn't give up the study and the research to find out more about how our bodies can work off of our own body light and body heat to regenerate and prevent. So he invented this little patch. It's basically like a Band-Aid. It has this little tiny nanocrystals on this patch. You put it on your body anywhere. There are some specific places to put it for certain reasons, but you put it on your body, and it has amazing ability to elevate the GHK that's in your body already, which doesn't, it's a GHK copper peptide. We have it in our body, but we don't have a lot of it. And so this elevates that peptide so that then the stem cells are activated to do their work of repair and regeneration. So immediately when you put one of these on, within your first 24 hours, the GHK peptide is going to stimulate the genes in your body, and 3,000 to 4,000 genes are going to reset, and the stem cell activity is going to take hold. So getting this on your body and realizing you may not see something right away, you may be seeing nothing, you feel nothing, nothing's going in your body. But I was a skeptic on this too. And I tell you, I heard testimonies and stories, and I thought, I have to try it out for myself. So I have been on the patches for about 6 months now. I did all this health tracking. I did some blood work, and I'm just so excited about, now I have my own stories. Now I have my own examples and my results, and it's exciting. I mean, look at this hair. These are the things you can see, the hair, the nails. I'm excited. I always thought when you get older, you need to cut your hair and, try not to be like you're 30 years old. But I am rocking this hair, and I am enjoying it. And I tell you, I'm rocking shoes just like this because it is fun. I have balance. I am walking in heels. I love it. I've always kind of kept heels on, but it is just phenomenal. The experience you will have within your own body with the things you can see. But these little nanocrystals that activate the peptide, the GHK peptide, and stimulate the stem cells, literally, they're like an army marching through your body, seeking out tissues and organs that need repair. They are, what's the word for that? It's, they are pluripotent cells. That means they can change. So when they find a damaged or needing regeneration cell, they can change and do that repair. Now, we as humans, as we age, we lose our ability to the stem cell activity is reduced. So we are slower at healing and recovery and that type of thing. But at the age of 35, 50% of your stem cells aren't functioning. At the age of 65, a lot of them are pretty much finished doing their thing. But with this peptide activated and the light of your own body and your body heat activating your stem cells, there's these new baby stem cells coming around, and they are marching like an army doing their thing. Again, you may not see stuff immediate or results immediately, but you will see. My battery is getting ready to die. You will see major results in the long run. So I would just like to say that I'm excited to be here to share this new to me vibration. This company, it is a light technology company that literally has it's just celebrated its 20th anniversary. So thank you, Leslie, for allowing me to share this. If anyone is interested in finding out more about these patches, I am offering a 15-minute consultation for helping you to create a plan for yourself, whether it's eating right, exercising, helping you to live better in your home, or patch. I am here to help you with anything that is in your best interest so you can let there be light, because it's all about light. It's our body light. And let's just go out there and keep it fun till we're done and live healthy. Thank you, Leslie.
Thank you, Tomisa. That is awesome. And Wendy is also saying thank you.
Thank you.
Right. And I know you're losing battery, so I won't keep you on longer. So I'll be calling you because I want to learn more about that. Being 61, you are my inspiration. Oh, there you go. Yeah. so thank you so much, Tomisa, for that. And we will move along to our next. Are you? Let's see. Okay, there we go. We will move on to our next speaker. Okay, so our next speaker is also going to talk about the body. So Michelle Joy is a somatic movement healing teacher, a certified sacred geometry love energy healer, and a money coach. She's the founder of the Wealth Embodiment School. With a bachelor's degree in psychology from Utah State University, Michelle loves learning and teaching about all things mind, body, and soul to help people heal, including spiritual entrepreneurs. So, coming to us from Idaho, here is Michelle Joy.
Hello, I am so excited to be here and to share about somatic movement healing with you all. So this ties in perfectly with what we've been learning about from the other amazing speakers. So I'm excited to share this perspective on raising your vibration. And with somatic, you may see it's kind of a trendy, growing term that we are hearing more of lately, but it is an ancient practice of using the body for healing. Somatic meaning body. And so we will be doing some of this practice after we go through this a little bit. Okay, so the practice is a combination of mindful movement. These are poses inspired by Kundalini Yoga that help to invoke certain emotions. With how you change the state of your body, you can actually change the state of your mood, of your mind, and it's paired with breath work. These certain breath patterns help to relax the body, help to detoxify the body. And then the meditation helps you get into the more relaxed brainwave state, more gentle processing of trauma. So this is really powerful for helping to heal trauma that is in the body. So we will be talking about the connection between mind, body, and energy and experiencing it. And I really love this quote by Albert Einstein: "We cannot solve our problems with the same thinking we used when we created them." So when we are experiencing a problem in our life and we are ruminating and trying to fix with the mind, we are not tapping into the greatest potential, right? You may notice if you go out in nature, if you take a bath, you're able to clear your energy, you're able to listen to your intuition. And so this is related to that when you change your state, when you connect with your body, you can then have new insights and new consciousness. So drop the story, be with the feelings is this very powerful, simple way of looking at this. My mentor of this somatic movement healing method is Sadi Simone, and he really emphasizes how if you notice your mind is spinning, you can drop the story and find where in the body is this coming from. Is there tension in your stomach? Is there a tightness in your chest? Are you clenching your fists? Are you avoiding an emotion and then feel a uncomfortable feeling? And that is creating the mental loop of trying to fix it, but it just keeps you spinning. And so this is so powerful for healing trauma. Trauma doesn't have to be PTSD and severe. It can be micro trauma. It can be trapped emotions from childhood, patterns of your nervous system. If you had a tendency to go into fight or flight or freeze, as you do these somatic healing practices, you retrain your nervous system to when you are triggered, you can go more into the rest and digest and have a more clear mind to make decisions. And like we talked about earlier, some of the speakers spoke on the emotional frequency, the consciousness, the vibration of consciousness. What's really cool with somatic healing is there's actually a movement to help with each of these emotions. So if you have been repressing anger, if you have been repressing shame, we move our body into a certain way to help invoke the emotion. And just like our food, we need to digest and release it fully, come back to homeostasis. It's the same with our emotions. So if there's certain emotions that haven't felt safe to be expressed in somatic healing, we gently connect with feeling those in a safe environment, releasing them, and then infusing in a higher vibration. As you clear out the lower vibration, you want to then bring in light, bring in love, intentionally bring in a higher vibration to feel into that empty space. And that's something I also do with the energy healing when I bring that into class. All right, so The Body Keeps the Score is a great book for if you want to learn more about this, and we will get started with the practice. Okay, so we'll start with some music if we're able to play that, but we'll just go ahead and take some nice, big, deep breaths. Through your nose, and then pause at the top and out through your mouth, like you're pursing your lips, you're blowing out a candle, okay? In through your nose. And just start to take it nice and slow. And start to notice, where do you feel the breath? Is it in your nostrils? As you exhale, do you soften your belly? Do you allow your belly to expand? We want to get back to this diaphragmatic breathing like we see as babies do. And now we'll just breathe your normal pattern, and we'll take a moment to do a quick body scan meditation. So the body scan meditation, we're practicing this interoception, tuning into our inner world, noticing any tension, any tightness in the body. So just close your eyes and start to scan from head into your neck and throat, bringing this curiosity, like you're investigating your inner world and just accepting and allowing any sensations to be witnessed. Down your arms and hands, into your chest. Notice if you can soften and open any tension into your stomach. Down into your hips and pelvis. Breathing. Opening down into your legs. And all the way down into your feet. All right, and now you can open your eyes and we'll do a little stretching. So start with your neck. Take some nice big deep breaths. Exhale with a ha. Roll your shoulders. The shoulders being such a common place for building tension, for holding on to stress. And I really like to lean into opening up the heart. We're opening up the heart chakra. And the more you release the lower density trapped emotions, the more you're able to open up your heart and live more in your heart than your mind. And now we're going to twist side to side. So this is inspired by Qigong, where your hips are forward and you're twisting your torso as you breathe. Again, in through the nose. Exhale out the mouth like a HA. And in this practice, you're allowed to make sounds. You're allowed to sigh, to cry, to yell. It's really your personal healing space. Roll the hips. The hips are super common as well for carrying trapped emotions. And even just a few minutes a day can really help to bring awareness into your body. All right, now we're going to go to the next song and we're going to shake. So just like you see an animal after it gets in a fight, they'll shake their bodies, right? So you can jump up and down if you want it to be a little more intense, or you can keep your feet on the ground and just shake your arms and legs. And keep doing that deep breathing. And a lot of times this feels kind of uncomfortable to be so uninhibited or to feel like it looks kind of strange. And that's what's so powerful with the practice is if you notice self-judgment of the mind, you can notice that and come back to, well, how does my body feel? Where do I feel the release? All right, we'll stop the shake and we'll do one movement. So inhale through the nose, raise your hands to the side like you're gonna give a big hug. Twice, 2 inhales, and then exhale, HA, as you raise your hands up. So again, inhale, inhale, exhale. So as we're doing this, we're changing our state. This can help to release fear, release anxiety, as you're doing the opposite of a constriction and allowing energy to move through you. And then just place your hands on your heart. And check back in with your body. Notice if you're feeling a little more relaxed. And then we can give a quick sending of love to ourselves. Breathe in through your heart and out through your heart. releasing fear, and coming back to the love within your heart. Just feel gratitude for your body, gratitude for your mind. And we'll recite the loving kindness meditation. May I be happy. May I be healthy. May I be peaceful. And may I live with ease. And imagine sending this love now to those around you, to your city, and even across the world. May all be happy. May all be healthy. May all be peaceful. And may they live with ease. Thank you so much.
That was awesome, Michelle. Thank you so much for that. Yeah, I'm glad you came in when you did, because this kind of gives us, it's when we're sitting in front of a computer all the time, it's really important to take that break to move and do those moves. And you just gave us some great little techniques to use at any time. So I love that. Let me turn off that music. All right. So that's wonderful. And let's see, you have this is the website to your school, your wealth school, and you
Yes.
have a free a special gift for everyone. Tell us about that.
Yes. Yes. So I have a free guide. I found that somatic healing is very powerful for releasing money blocks, which is so common. It's often one of the deepest, most emotional topics that can be a big opening to other aspects of healing, it being such a vulnerable topic. And so the guide has a free class in there as well. And the somatic practice, we work through any of those money blocks and also just emotional blocks, repressed shame, repressed any of those things like on the chart. And the Wealth Embodiment School has a library of over 100 of classes and meditations. I've been teaching this for 2 years. And so that's my membership. It's a really affordable membership, wanting to make this accessible to so many people who have trauma, who are unable to do therapy, unable to do, a really deep dive with someone one-on-one. They can join a group class. And so many people have had so many profound experiences healing from grief of loved ones. And so we do the money topic, but it really does encompass all areas of life and healing.
That's awesome. And we've got Roberto Verde. He's saying, thank you, Michelle. And Wendy Gonter, she's saying thank you as well. So thank everyone who's watching. And hopefully you got some good vibes from that exercise, right? When you release the negative emotions and let go of that, then we, like the cork, rise up to the top of the water. So thank you again, Michelle. That was wonderful.
Thank you so much, Leslie. My pleasure.
All right. We'll talk to you soon. Thank you so much. All right. So we are ready for our next experience. So it's not just people talking. These are experiences that were happening. And let me tell you about our next speaker. Diane Alexander is a confidence catalyst and an alchemy crystal singing bowl collaborator. She creates space for transformational experiences through her unique combination of the talents in the musical and energetic arts. So, coming to us from California, please welcome Diane Alexander.
Hello, welcome. Leslie, thank you for that beautiful introduction. And what more perfect than somatic breathing to bring us into sound collaboration? Because our time is short, I'm only going to talk a tiny bit, and we're mostly going to play. Why crystal bowls? I have a suspicion many of you already know, but if you're new, crystal's been used for decades in electronics because it has a very even vibration. We can be counted on to carry the same rhythm all the time. Well, we are also crystalline. They're 99% quartz crystal. We're crystalline. We're mostly water. So when we have a day where we feel a little bit wonky or things are just not right, our energy is a little wonky. And when our body comes into proximity of these beautiful, even crystal bowls, it goes, want to be even. And because of that, it passes the busy mind that thinks too much and is very, very bossy, and can get down to our heart brain and to our gut brain, the other 67% of our senses, right? And collaborate to bring us back online very quickly. The issue with this one and this one is they don't speak in English. They speak in feelings. And what I love about crystal bowls is they can get right underneath all those stories that we tell each other, all those busy yants that we tell each other, and go right to the feeling of the body with no thinking. That's why I don't explain very much. What I will tell you is that I have 2 experiences for you today, very quickly, and I have 3 new members of my orchestra. Yay! Every time that happens, it up levels. It brings another experience for you. This side is the grounding set. And this is one of the very new ones, and this is one of the very new ones on the grounding set. And all I want you to do is to take awareness of how are you? How are you feeling? What's your mood? Do you have something tight somewhere? What's going on with you? And just come on subject, come aware of who you are. And then notice if anything changes. What I'm going to do is just play a minute or 2 here. Then we're going to stop, and I'd love it you put your any comments that you have in the chat, and then I'm going to go over, and I call this side the expansion side because it takes you on a different journey and to see if you feel them differently. Then I'll stop again, and for my last few minutes I'm going to play it all where the mood leads us. And I can't really see the chat, so I'm sure Leslie will let us know. And in this first couple of plays, let me know if the sound is okay. So I'd love you to take that beautiful breath that you just had from the session before with Michelle Joy and bring that into your body from overhead. Just notice how you're feeling and exhale way down into the earth, into Mother Earth. Let her charge it. Bring it up deep again into your creative belly. Let it feel big, let it feel good, and exhale up and overhead. Keep your breathing slow. Closed eyes is fine. Just take note of where you felt that. Did it shift your mood? Did it shift your idea? Did it shift your body? Did you feel nothing, which is okay? It's just a notice of how it made you feel. All right, these are the grounding bowls. And over here, the difference in the side is you just notice what you feel. They like to ring a really long time, which is awesome. Just notice that that felt a little bit different. Yes, 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 yes. Excellent. So I'm going to, when we have more time, we usually talk and say, where did you feel? And I usually have someone pick a bowl to start. Assuming that the sound is okay, I'm just going to see where we go in the next 5 minutes. And invite you just to enjoy, breathe, let all your troubles melt away. Any place that feels tight in your body, breathe into it and let it melt, let it soften, let it discharge down into Mother Earth. All right, taking a nice, beautiful breath in, and let's start here. take a big breath in, overhead deep into your belly. Exhale down into Mother Earth. Inhale back up. Exhale up overhead. And you can lightly touch your palms with the fingers of the other hand. And let me know how that was for you. We truly enjoyed sharing it with you. And thank you, Leslie, for creating this magnificent day.
Thank you, Diane. You've added to it. I guess I'm on your speaker.
Oh, yes.
That's all right. So I don't have any comments right now, except for what I've already put on the screen.
So that's okay. That meant everybody was blissing out, which that's what I was hoping for. Usually they go to no man's land. So I would love to invite you to download a series of 7 short meditations. And if you want to talk to me for any reasons, I love collaborating in events like this, behind yoga things, just for private sound baths, for group things. And my other life is doing confidence and performance in music and energy work. So whatever feels inspiring to you, and I just hope this has blessed your heart.
Yes. And Robert says, I feel your abilities resonating through me.
Wonderful. Thank you, Robert.
Awesome. And I have the tiny URL on the screen.
Excellent.
So again, thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Enjoy, everybody.
Take care. All right. So, well, that was wonderful. Diane's bowls are beautiful. And Robert also says, I love you. And Karina, who's one of our speakers coming up, she says, thank you so much. The bowls are magical. So, Robert, if you could come to the stage, because you are up next, but I don't see your camera on. So, Robert, I want to make sure you're there. There you are. Okay. All right. So let me do the introduction for Robert. Okay. And Jana, I know you're watching, but I don't see you behind the screen in the backstage. So, Jana, I sent you an email with the link. So go ahead and log on so that I can get you set up for after Robert. Okay. So, Robert W. Jones is a 7 times #1 best-selling author. He's a radio and TV host and speaker and founder of the iNetrepreneur Network. He's a thought leader behind the Art of Connection 365 movement, which is a series of books, and he's co-publisher of both the iNetrepreneur and Contemporary Woman magazines. Robert is one of the leading master connectors of entrepreneurs and authors from around the world. He provides space for heart-centered, like-minded entrepreneurs to get on stages, get into pages, and do engagements, which expand brand awareness, personal credibility, and worldwide influence through his Ultrapreneur concept. Please welcome to the stage from Arizona, Robert W. Jones.
Thank you so much for that, Leslie. I appreciate that so much, and I'd love to talk with you on the stage at the end. After listening to Diane Alexander, how can you not feel an expansion of vibration that just moves throughout your being, throughout the room, throughout your community, and certainly throughout the world? And today I want to talk about vibration. I want to talk about that I am vibration, and you are as well. If you are out there, please just say, I am vibration. I just want to feel that. I am vibration. And one more time, just I am vibration. And if you feel that you're vibration, please in the comments, put a 1. put a 1 in there that you feel vibration as well, because that is what life has become in my life, a manifestation of energy that comes within me, and one that I can feel and then expand through my atmosphere. Oh, thank you so much, Kay. Thank you so much, Kathy. I appreciate that so much. I am vibration. And little did I know that in the past several years that the book series, The Art of Connection, would allow me to actually find who I really am in life through the connecting, the gratitude, the inspiration, the abundance, the transformation. It's all been with me, this 60-year-old guy who says I am vibration. But in a way, it's really interesting. And I'm a poet at heart. And so if you were to see me, I'd be, if I could do it, and maybe I still will, I'll grow a Father Time beard and I'll be on the side of a mountain and I'll be selling rocks to people. So I am vibration. And what I wanted to talk about today, what is I, what is am, and what is vibration? For a lot of us who don't study words, I love to know the origin of where words come from. For example, in our 4th book, the 365 Days of Gratitude Quotes by Entrepreneurs, Business Owners, and Influencers, many people didn't realize that the word gratitude, the rasha, actually came from the trade that happened through Europe and Asia. And what it originally meant in that word grasha and gratitude was that you have salt and I have sugar. I give you my salt, you give me your sugar. We do a good trade and we both win. Hence, when I was young, I thought about winning is only, there can be only one. But as I've grown older, when you succeed, you can take everyone. And if you believe that succeeding takes everyone, please put a 2 into the comment area, and that you believe that succeeding can include everyone. So gratitude comes from this feeling of emotional vibration that we are expanding collectively together. And I think it's a beautiful word. Abundance, another word that is our 5th book, and Leslie and others are in this book as well, and they're on this program today. Abundance is all about, expanding in a different way. And what I say is, let's take the word abundance. The first letter is A. And most people don't know that A in any alphabet is the cornerstone letter, or the most important words that were created long ago always started with the letter A. That's how A became its vibrational relevance to the alphabet. And maybe why there's always like AAA or 14 A's landscaping or something like that, because we all want to be the A in what we used to have in the phone book. But A is an incredible part of the word abundance. What are the 5 last letters in the word abundance? D-A-N-C. That's all about the dance. It's all about the top level vibration in abundance that allows us to dance. But then you say, what about, Robert, what about those 3 letters, right in the middle of abundance? And those 3 letters are bun. And sometimes you think maybe like a bun that you create for your hair, which I don't have enough to do that, but if I could, I would. Or bun that you may get out of the oven to consume. But originally what a bun meant was it was a tightly knit community of people that shared in the vibration of dance. I mean, words are beautiful. And that's all I wanted to share today, is how beautiful words are. I am vibration. I am gratitude. I am abundant, sharing the dance of words with you. The words themselves are a beautiful sound. Abundance, vibration. But what about I am vibration? Repeat that again with me. I am vibration. I am vibration. I am vibration. How does that make you feel? I know for me, it makes me feel wonderful. But did you know that even the letter I came from somewhere? The letter I of I am vibration, did you know that it actually is a Semitic word? The origin of I is Semitic. And it originally meant I, as in your hand. I, as I meet you. High five. I is you. And I am vibration. And over time, I meant to be the individual who is a part of the hand that reached out to others. I mean, isn't that beautiful? A symbol of the hand that represented a connection to others in a physical way that turned into the letter I. How beautiful is that when I say I now that I am. Am comes from the Greeks. The Greeks and their word am meaning to exist. So when we are speaking of I, which is actually, if you interpret it to the genesis or the origin of the word, is me reaching my hand out, which is also vibrational. It means I am reaching out in my existence. Are words powerful? I am. I exist. My hand is open, not closed. I. Peace. I don't know. It's Spock. I don't know. But the importance is when we say our words, they come from somewhere and they vibrate continually. Last word, vibration. Vibration comes from Latin. It is a Latin word. And vibration comes from an object, a thing, a place, or a person. So when we say I am vibration, what I'm really saying is I am reaching out. No, what I'm really saying is I, through my hand, through my letter, I am reaching out in my vibrational atmosphere to you because I exist. I am. I exist. I exist. And I reach out to you, and collectively we vibrate. I am vibration. And the beautiful word about vibration is the Latins, the Greeks, the Semites, three distinctive different cultures all coming together to create a unified vibrational phrase. I am vibration. And so when we get down to the word vibration, which is so powerful, I vibrate myself, my existence to you. And that's where we come to the point of the vibration of ourselves, like the objects or a place, like the earth, the universe, the flower, the bee, are vibrational, Our ripples matter because I exist to vibrate, because I am here to share me with you. And how purposeful and beautiful is that? And that is what I wanted to share with you today. So right at the end of my time, I again want to do two things. I want us all to say with conviction, I am vibration. I am vibration. I am vibration. And I exist. In my vibration of emotion that includes you. So in my parting, I want us all to feel vibration. And if you would be so inclined, if you are sitting, please sit. It works out really well. I would like you to take your hands and put them on your knees and sit comfortably. And what I would like you to do is just breathe in through your nose and breathe out. Breathe in through your nose. And breathe out. And breathe in through your nose. And breathe out. And when you think of your vibration, and you think of your I, and you think of your existence, know that you are built in perfection. One more piece of vibration. As you either have your eyes closed or open and your hands are on your knees, I want you to breathe in again and hum out. And I'll do this first so you can see what I'm doing. I'm breathing in, and then I'm going to breathe out with a hum. Okay, it wasn't the best, but I'm not as good as Diane. I'm not as musical. And I would like you to do this 3 times with me. And just breathe in. And breathe out with a hum. And I want you to start feeling your vibration as you do this. Our second one, and I want you to vibrate all the way to the end until you cannot push out that air anymore, because I am vibration. So breathe in. And breathe out your hum. And feel that sound as it starts to work within your atmosphere, with your own ecosystem, with your own existence, with your own I. And now I promise this is our last one. One more time. And just breathe in your greatest breath and let out your greatest life. And so I'm going to breathe in again with you. I'm going to breathe in. And then I'm going to breathe out and hum. And I feel the beauty of being a part of a universal vibration that is today. Thank you so much, Leslie, for letting me have this time today to share on your stage with wonderful people from around the world. And if
Yes, Robert.
your 3 breaths, please let me know. Sharing is caring. Put a 3 in there. I want to know that you did some breaths with me, because I feel funny if I just did it all by myself. So
You did, and I
Leslie,
was doing them.
thank you so much.
Well,
Oh, my
Robert, thank you
goodness.
so much. And our connection was through this book, The Art of Connection. And, the book, the gratitude book that's coming up is the abundance book. Excuse me. I was in the gratitude book.
Thank you, Kathy.
The new book that's coming out that I'm going to be into is the abundance book. And I understand there's only like 20 pages left. And you're doing a special, we're doing a special to get those 20 pages done.
I am. I'm going to put this in the comment in the chat. And this link, and I want everyone to know, a part of the Art of Connection community, and we have over 1,400 authors in our community through the 5 books. There's a beautiful soul within our group, and I'm tearing up a little bit. And Leslie's been so kind that if anyone would like to join us in this presence of the Art of Connection book series, Leslie kindly is giving any proceeds from her part in this book to Howard Brown to help him as he is, once again, if you know him, fighting through cancer. And he hasn't had the energy to set up his GoFundMe link yet. I've been trying to get in contact with him personally for the last 18 hours. And he's a beautiful soul. And if you feel so inclined to be a part of the Art of Connection book number 5, please know that a little over 25% of all proceeds will be going to Howard Brown as he fights the good fight and he keeps his vibration alive. And the rest of the proceeds go to the publishing team who are creating the pages, the formatting, and the marketing for this book for all of us to thrive. And so, so anything that is provided from that is greatly appreciated from Leslie, myself, and certainly Howard, because he is a beautiful soul, isn't he, Leslie?
Oh, yes. Yes, Howard was scheduled to be speaking today, but he only found out on Saturday that I guess the bone cancer that he had survived and, overcome, and wrote a book on it. And this is what he was going to talk about. He found out that he had it come back. And so he went immediately to chemo just on Sunday. And so that is a very difficult process to go through. And he just, had to, wasn't able to make it this week. But this is one way to support him. And that's one of the things with your iNetrepreneur network and being part of the book. Robert, I have opened up my connections to people. This summit today wouldn't have happened. Like Jill, I think I met Jill Lublin through your group, through your summit that you had on the book last year. And many of the other people like Diane Alexander and Marla Press, Susie and Nefertiti that will be speaking today. I all came, or I got to meet and get to and connect with through your book, through your organization. And I just can't say enough about it. If you are, wanting to be in a book and have some thoughts about abundance, this is the book that you want to go in. And the promo code Vibration 180 That means $180 off what it costs to be in the book. And tell us a little
Yep.
bit about that, please.
And so the regular price page is $379, and we had a closeout of $211. But I told Leslie, I said, in honor of being on your show, in honor of Howard Brown, I would bring that down to less than the cost of the production per page, because it cost nearly $70,000 to put this book together, and with if with Vibration 180, it takes you lower than the cost of the page production in the book. And I still want to, like I said, Natalie and Buddy and Lori and Dan, and the publication team, they need, I'm not taking that from them, but whatever Leslie and I would receive from it, we're just passing it forward to Howard, and because we love him and he's amazing. And we both met Howard through this wonderful book collection series, and Diane, you as well. Diane Alexander, you're amazing, and you brought up Marla Press, and Marla, I was just talking to Crystal Turner today, and she said she met you through the book series, and she's so excited because with you, she will be raising her voice in a way that she never has before, and I think that that's what it's about. It's not about the book; it's about the people in the book and the beauty that we bring together collectively. And there's enough places that we can go where we don't feel valued, we don't feel accepted, and we don't feel heard. But this is not one of those communities. This is a community where everyone has a place at the table, everyone provides value, but most importantly, it's a place that we all feel valued. And in my life, there is no better vibration than feeling valued. And I told Leslie this. I said, I honor her because I know how much time, effort, energy, and resources it takes to put on an event. And I told her I'll do everything to help her as well, because it takes a beautiful amount of vibration and it takes a beautiful soul to undertake what you've just did. And I just want to say thank you again for having me a part of this day and a part of the amazing people that are on your summit on National Good Vibes Day. And just thank you so much, Leslie.
Oh, Robert, thank you. You've been a joy in my life. My life has just opened up since I've known you, and it's, I think, only been about a year. So, you are the master connector. I'm learning so much from you about connecting with other people and networking and all the things. And, it's just wonderful. So anyone who wants to reach out to you, I know that you have a LinkedIn. Let's see if I can pull that up. I think that's you didn't want to, wasn't a website. Let me see.
Oh, LinkedIn.
There we go. Your LinkedIn page. People can reach you through that. So
thank you.
There you go.
Thank you.
So thank you so much, Robert, again. And thank you, everyone, in supporting Howard Brown. And when he gets better, we're going to get him back on the stage so he can share his message of shining brightly.
Absolutely. Right. Thank you, Leslie.
Oh, you're welcome, Robert. Thank you. And take care. All right. So that was Robert Brown. Okay. So let us continue with the summit. Okay, next up is Dr. Jana Nirvana, who is an international artist and author residing in Germany. She has a PhD in history, but left academia to create high-energy art that she showcases all over the world. Her mission is to raise the vibration of our planet by creating art and quantum healing. So please welcome to the stage Dr. Jana Nirvana.
Hello. Hi, Leslie. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, and I'm here, but I'm just
wonderful.
letting you have
Hello,
the stage.
everybody. Yeah, my pleasure to be here. Thank you so much for inviting me to participate in the Good Vibes Day. I think this should be a daily program to, yeah, enhance the good vibes on this planet. That's actually my mission. So, yeah, as you announced, I am an international artist and author, and with my art, I create more good vibes and aim to raise the energy of the space. And what I do also is I paint with people in painting sessions. So most people are very stressed. They got the habit to be like in a competitive state of being. And that is actually against our nature. We are creative beings. The universe is a creative space, right? I mean, if you go to a garden, there are many beautiful plants and animals, butterflies or insects or other animals. And I don't think that um, they compete, right? They don't go and think, yeah, that flower is more beautiful than me, or I need to be more beautiful than that butterfly, right? They just exist for themselves and they just are. So what I create with my art is I give you a hand to come back to this original creative state that we are. Because when we grow up, we give more and more energy to the analytical mind, which of course is helpful to survive. But if it takes overhand, it kind of overrolls us. And then we tend to be very stressed and analytical, competitive. So art brings you back, creating art brings you back in this natural state. Actually, you occupy your analytical mind, so it's you silence it and can then finally hear what your soul wants to tell you, which aspects might need healing. And that is the quantum healing aspect of my work, is that you silence the mind and you go to a place where you are already who you want to be, the healed self. So you can see more possibilities and feel what your soul wants to tell you. So what I do is spiritual art. It's a spiritual approach where I meditate with the people, or even when I create art, I meditate before to calm the mind and then just do intuitively what strikes me. So I follow my intuition and put on the canvas the energy that is in that moment there that wants to be expressed, right? And when I write, it's similar. Some people call it like channeling. You need to be in a clear state and you just put out what needs to be expressed without judging it. That's the important part. That's what I do also in my painting sessions. Just without judging, allow a space for creative self-expression. And that is a very powerful process because you allow the subconscious to express itself. We need to realize that our state of being is very it's like an order actually to the universe. You perceive the things around you according to your feelings and thoughts. So we are like broadcasting channels. And of course, everybody knows this. If I'm in a good mood, I will rather notice the good things than if I am like in a not so good mood. I will tend to see then more the problems, right? So that's how we build our reality, with our thoughts and our feelings. And art is a very powerful tool for me. That's what I have discovered, to calibrate, to correct my perception, to go in a higher vibrational state and just relax and not stress so much about things when I paint with others or on my own. I am then automatically broadcasting an information to the quantum field, which is about good vibes, because I do what I love. So that's what's important, for people to realize in their life. What do I love? What do I love to do? And then, just take the steps to go there. And the painting sessions, or just also on yourself, you can make a drawing, and it helps you to see more clear what it is actually that your soul desires. So the question is, what energy are you emitting? And during the state, when you paint, you calm down and get in an elevated state where you stop analyzing. So that's what I love so much. And of course, there are techniques that you can learn with me, and you don't need like to make a painting for a museum, right? For the first time, it's about allowing yourself to have a space to have fun. So release stress and be in a relaxed, chilled state pretty quickly. Like in 1 hour, you can really ground yourself, and you will see the difference by repeating this regularly, of course, because then it's faster to get in that relaxed state, right? And you can create freely, and just allow yourself to have this space, a canvas, where you can express whatever you want. And my art pieces, they enhance also good vibes. I can do on commission. If you have a desire, what you would like to manifest in your life, I will talk with you and find a way to express this energetically. And I think it's very important to create more beauty in this world. Usually, we are taught or even programmed into searching for the problems. That's like a culture of communicating, like, oh, let's complain, together, how bad, I don't know, my colleague is, or how bad my day was, how bad the weather is. And people find like an intersection in this and start dwelling on these things, which is an unhealthy state of being, because you again are broadcasting negativity into the field, which is not helpful. I mean, the major part of the world lives in peace, though when you will switch on the news, you see wars and problems exclusively. So that's an unhealthy state of being, and people are getting more and more aware of how unhealthy that is. So what I prefer and suggest is to focus on the good, right? We have here the Good Vibes Day, so excellent occasion to focus on the good. Like go in a state of gratitude and do more of what you love, right? Sometimes we need to leave behind things slowly, step by step, and yeah, replace them step by step with the good to enhance the vibes. And yeah, I mean, I love meditating and painting and hanging a beautiful painting on your wall that reminds you of who you want to be or in which kind of world you want to live. It's very powerful and bring more beauty into this world and see the world the way you want to leave it for your kids if you have some. Yeah. So that's what I do and that's what I support. And I think we live in a very interesting, challenging time where things are breaking down and the good vibes are taking more and more over. So yeah, let's focus on the good and supercharge it with energy. What you say, Leslie?
Yes. That's a beautiful idea. And painting and expression through painting, even though if you're not an artist, is such a wonderful practice, right? And really a spiritual practice. And I know that you're offering a complimentary 15-minute painting session. And
Yes.
the way people can get that, I have a tiny URL for that that goes to that link. And it's tinyurl.com, capital GVD, and then art. So let's see, we have a comment. And Karina Kollstrom. Karina, come backstage because you're going to be next. Yeah, I'm trying to get back on schedule. But she loves your art. So that's awesome. And Tamisa said she was teaching herself to paint, and she says it's fun. She's the lady that
Yeah, I have
does
a
all
free giveaway on my webpage, 15 minutes, where you can just take a paper and a pen and just go get it out of your head, what is in the way of being in a good vibe.
Mhm, mhm. Awesome. All right. Yeah. Well, this link that I made goes directly to that page. So I'm trying
Yes.
to make it
Okay.
easy because otherwise the websites are too long. So that I'm trying to make it simple for people. So thank you so much. And
Thank you,
yes,
Leslie, for
Karina.
doing this. We should do this more
Oh, you're
often.
welcome. Yeah. Well, it'll at least be maybe once a year, right?
Every day should be a good vibes day.
That's
Yeah.
true. That's true. But we just celebrate at least one time a year. Thank you
Yeah.
so much,
You're
Dr.
welcome.
Yana.
Thank you for having me.
You're welcome. And we will see you soon. Thank you.
Bye.
Okay. Bye-bye. Okay. So, yeah, the schedule's a little bit off, but I'm trying to get back on track here. So at 2:00, we're scheduled to have Karina. We have another little comment. Day Pagano says, love the art concept. Yes. And again, a lot of these speakers I interviewed on Good Vibes TV. So go to the YouTube channel and you can really get to know all of these wonderful speakers. They all are wonderful. And Day Pagano says, to inspire. She loves the art concept, to inspire. Yes, it's very important. Okay, so let me head to our next speaker. And where are you? Oh, there we go. Okay. So, Karina Kollstrom was born in London, England, and after residing in Orlando, Florida for over 20 years, she recently moved back to Europe in Norway. Her journey into feng shui began when she saw Marie Diamond in the movie The Secret, and she was inspired to pursue feng shui. In addition to being a professional red ribbon member of the International Feng Shui Guild, She is certified in biophilic design, which brings nature and the 5 elements into her work. Karina is known as the property whisperer because she communicates intuitively with the property and land to create aligned spaces by clearing and raising the vibration using feng shui, Akashic records, grid work, dowsing, quantum quantum sound therapy, and energetic healing techniques. So please welcome Karina Kollstrom from Norway.
Wow, wow, wow. What an introduction, Leslie. Thank you so much. So excited to be here, and happy National Good Vibe Day. And I'm all about the good vibes. I'm all about raising vibrations and raising the energies and just the energetic frequencies of the world, of Mother Gaia, sorry. And I am just super excited. So thank you so much. And I am the property whisperer, and this is a name that I have basically been given, I guess, because I am an intuitive. I do an intuitive, I channel, and I went ahead and after graduating from my Feng Shui master program that I did, which was from the London School of Feng Shui, I then tapped into my intuitive modality where I do channel writing and automative writing, which is another word for it. And so basically, I tap into the energetics of a property. I do it a little bit of a reverse engineering. So not as your typical Feng Shui consultant, where they work on the actual residents of the house to raise them in the different 9 areas of their life, the energy sectors of a property, which is what they call typically in the Chinese Feng Shui as bagua, the bagua map that we overlay on the floor plan. I go in there and I actually tap in and I listen to the whispers of the property, of the land. It's huge. It's so instrumental that there is so much history that is in the land from, I'm talking from way, way, way back, before even a house was put on there. It could have been a burial site. It could have been a war zone. It could have been a cemetery. It could have been that there are entities there, vortexes there, all sorts of things. So you need to at a quantum level, which is where I partnered up with a quantum healer, a very renowned quantum healer, and we go in there and we clear the land, we clear the property, we raise the vibrations, we raise the frequencies of the land, and it erases like all the past history from what's happened. But it's really interesting to do preliminary work onto a land because this gives you a story. It gives you a story of the land, the history, any energetic blocks that it might have, any, like I said, if there's a war zone or anything that's happened. So I go in there and energetically raise the vibrations of that. So I listen as a property whisperer, and intuitively I get downloads and I channel write. And I go in and I see what I hear and I listen to what the property needs. And it could be things like there's geopathic stress or a ley line that is running underneath the property, that there's a crux right there that is just creating this negative vibe, this that you know when you go into a house and there's that icky feeling, it's that negative, ugh, don't like it. Or you go into someone's house and say, oh my God, this feels just so nice. So it's the chi energy, it's that invisible energy force of the chi energy coming into the house, which is what we learn in this 4,000-year-old Chinese Feng Shui, the art of Feng Shui. And it's bringing in the external or doing an analysis on the external environment and how that invisible chi force energy can come in to the house, basically energize all those energy sectors in the north, the northwest, the south. It could be your fame and recognition area. It could be your love and marriage, prosperity, career, knowledge, creativity, spirituality sector, career, etc. And like I said, I'm at the end of this, I'm going to be gifting everybody the Bagua map that you can go ahead and put over to your floor plan, and you can see the different energy sectors of your house. So what I do now is that I work very closely with the actual land. And like I said, I go back in the history of what's happened, and I go in there remotely and I clear the land. I clear the blocks from the land, and I go ahead and raise the vibrations. Now, I also work with the client who can go in there and they can do their own clearing techniques out on the actual property. And this could be whether it's you're saging the property, you're doing Tibetan bells, you're doing some sort of sound healing. And also, I'm going to be gifting everybody at the end of this. It's going to be a high frequency it's a sound therapy frequency that you can play while you're going around your house, and it will actually clear the environment and raise the energetics and the frequencies of your house. Super exciting, very, very easy to tap into. And I'm going to gift that to all the viewers that are here today. Obviously, National Good Vibe Day. And I want to have you all raise your vibrations and your living space, your environment that you're living in, which will support you in all your areas of your life. So I want to just let you know that I can also do a geopathic stress testing remotely on your property. I can also go ahead and I work with the ley lines. And I'm going to tell you a story. I just came back from England. My father lives 30 minutes away from Glastonbury. Glastonbury is a very sacred site. It's a little bit like the pyramids. It's like the Mayan. It's a very sacred site, Stonehenge. But there are a lot of different ley lines crossing over. There's a lot of geopathic stress lines that are connected. It's like that grid worker. So I am a grid worker. I do tap into those energies. And oh my goodness, I had the most profound experience when I was in Glastonbury, when I went up on the tour, because I was actually with an American friend of mine who I'd never met before. She's part of a mentoring group of mine, but I met her. She does light language. And if you've not heard of light language, the earth, the global, we are going through such a transition at the moment. There's such a big shift, a pivot that's happening. And people are doing this spiritual awakening. You're probably feeling it, but you don't quite know what's going on. And this is on an energy level, on an energetic level. And we are moving into this fifth dimension. We're in this 3D dimension, right, guys? We're moving up into this fifth dimension where we're going from the old earth energies up to the new earth energies. We're creating this new, it's a brand new shift that's coming to everyone. And so I tap into that as well. And I raise the vibrations to go into the frequencies of the fifth dimension. It's huge. It's very, very important. So anyway, going back to Glastonbury, I was on the tour. My friend came up to me and she put her hand on my heart. She said, Karina, I have a transmission that's coming through. And it was a light language transmission. And it was so powerful. And at the end of it, she said, it's coming from Mother Gaia, from the earth. It's coming from the extraterrestrial sort of all these dimensions, and coming in at this trinity, this triangle. And she activated this in me. And she said that this is my mission, that I am going to raise the vibrations of the land globally, the ley lines, the geopathic stress lines, at a level that I can go in on dowsing, on pendulum work, on remote clearing, and it was just profound. I felt like I had just been activated, and this is my mission. And I would love to help every one of you to be in that high vibrational frequency, whether you're living in a house that's it's not your own, you're renting, or whether you're living in an apartment complex. However I can raise the vibration, but I listen to the whispers of the house. I listen to what it needs. I clear the history, and I'm talking the history of thousands of years ago. And it could have been that it could be that it's, like I said, a blood uh, uh, bloodshed or war or a cemetery or a war site, and just think right there how detrimental that is to the energies of that. And especially if you're like in real estate and you're about to build on this land, you want it to be blessed. It's a sacred place. You want it to be blessed, to manifest, to just up level. Okay, so I now am working with huge, big real estate development companies, with real estate investors who are investing in land, or there's been properties that are having difficulty selling. Why is it that a property is not selling? There's probably something energetically not aligned to that, and it needs to be cleared. So I'm going to be offering everybody a land clearing and a property clearing discounted rate for me to do remotely. I would love, as the Property Whisperer, to come into your world and really just add that fifth dimension into you and just go with it. But I do a lot of other offerings. Like I said, I'm a Feng Shui consultant. I am a intuitive. I do channel readings for you. And I can tap into the ancestral line. I can clear your ancestral line. There's a lot of baggage coming from many years of ancestral lines coming through, and I can clear that as well. So the things that you're experiencing at the moment, whether it's scarcity with money, whether it's something with love, this could be coming back from, this could be actually coming back from many years down the ancestral line. I can clear that for you as well. I can take you up to the Akashics, a journey through the Akashics, which is huge. I can also go ahead and clear everything from you, from your ancestral line all the way down to your kids, so they don't continue this cycle. And it's huge. We're in the spiritual awakening, guys. However I can help. I mean, there's a pivotal shift here, and there's modalities that are coming through for people who are spiritually minded. If I can help in any way on that, if I can help on the clearing and the land clearing, the Feng Shui part, anything that I can help with, it's for me to go in, decode, recode, and reset. So as the Property Whisperer, I was going to say, who are you going to call? It's not Ghostbusters. You're going to call the Property Whisperer. I'm here to help this community. Leslie, thank you so much.
Oh, you're welcome, Karina. I have a couple of comments from some people. Rahul said, a floor plan is so important. It helped with my in-person conference I just had on Broadway in a theater in New York City in Times Square. I'm talking about a place of history, right? And older energy. Yes.
And a floor plan is so important. Like, and I've done this with you, Leslie. You know, I go in on the floor plan, and I can actually go ahead and do my dowsing and my pendulum work, and I can locate if there's a geopathic stress line or a ley line, or maybe it's a vortex. Maybe someone hasn't passed correctly over. They passed away in that property, and that needs clearing. So absolutely, the floor plan. And you have you have the website right down here, www.kkdesignfengshui.com. Go on there. I have a slew of offers for all the listeners and the viewers here. So once you put your name on this, at the end of the name, put GVTV offer, okay, which is what Leslie's just put down there. and I will text you or email you all the offers that I have at the moment. I have all sorts of things: Akashic Record certifications, I have decluttering programs, I have property clearing, a 50% discount on that. So however I can help, reach out. However can I can help this community, Leslie. And thank you so much. Good Vibes Day to you.
Thank you. Happy Good Vibes Day to you. I'm going to share some of the comments we have from the people watching. So
Thanks,
Yana
Yana.
Grekas says, sounds fascinating. Thank you, Karina. Rahul says, amazing, Karina. Maria Santos says, beautiful, Karina. And Rahul wants to meet you for sure.
Thank you, Rahul.
And Widya, she says, beautiful, Karina. Dave Pagano, thank you. Oh, that was thank you, Robert and Karina.
Thank you,
And let's
Dave.
see. Oh, we got so many. Fascinating, Karina. Thanks so much. This is your calling. Helen, amazing presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Wow,
yes,
lots of love pouring
Rahul
through.
Feels
Thank you.
Everybody's thanking you. Yes. The good vibes are just, you're putting
Yes.
them out there, they're coming back,
Nope.
whatever we put out there energetically comes back to us threefold or better, right?
Absolutely.
So, yes.
Absolutely.
Yes. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Thank you so much, Karina. That was wonderful. And
No
yes,
problem.
thank you for, clearing my house and giving me some input into the new house that I have, which thankfully didn't have many problems. So that's good.
Perfect.
But I do
And
need
like
to
I
probably
said,
check on it.
yeah, like I said, I'm going to send out the frequency sound therapy for clearing environment for everybody, gifting it to everybody here today. Just go out to my website and I'll reach out to you. So fantastic. Thank you. Namaste.
Still a couple more love, sharing more good
Sonali,
vibes with you. So amazing. You look beautiful, Karina. You are amazing, Karina. So
Thank you.
Awesome.
Oh my gosh. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes. And thank you. You really, today's just coming together so beautifully. All the different people, all the different speakers, just wonderful. So
awesome.
Thank you so much. Again, more thanks.
I love it. Keep it rolling in. Thank you so much, guys. I would love to go further in one of your other TV interviews. I know we've done it before, but this is super cool. So thank you so much. Yes. Thank you.
You're welcome. You take care.
Bye.
And we'll see you soon. All right. So shifting gears, let's see. Our next presenter is also from Europe. So it's been so wonderful to have all these connections. I've never even been to Europe, but now I do have a passport. So I can travel around the world. So we've got people in Europe, we've got people across the United States. It's just been a wonderful day. And let me tell you, let's see, there's one more comment. Yes. Tamisa says let's see if I can get on there. It's a good vibes day. All right. And Day is so thankful for all the love and inspiration. Yes. And this is the whole point of this. It's not just Today Live. I mean, you're getting the first chance to digest all this wonderful information. But we've got the replays will be available. So this will keep going on and on and on till next year when it's National Good Vibes Day. Okay, so let me introduce you to Annette Dernick. She is an expert for peace and love in companies. She combines leadership, teamwork, project management, interculturality, and communication with methods like mindfulness, meditation, and spirituality. Her focus is to support companies, their owners, and leaders to establish an atmosphere of appreciation and peace. So please welcome to the stage, Annette Dernick.
The flight attendant had just brought me some water and some peanuts. I made myself comfortable in the narrow seat in the airplane with the cushion and the blanket that had already been there. I was looking out of the window and I was so grateful. I was on my way back from the United States, where I had visited my youngest son for 10 days around Easter. We had an amazing time, and when he took his classes at college, I was strolling through forests and even shopping malls. Something I hadn't been doing for quite a while because I was so busy with my business. I had been preparing a lot of things like the launch of my book and some speeches and workshops and many other things. And so I was grateful for the things I had experienced, and I was grateful for everything that was waiting me after my return home. 4 days, I was back home. I couldn't walk as to dizziness. Maybe now you will ask yourself, so what does this have to do with good vibes? Because I was really in a very good mood when I was on my way back. And yet I knew for me now in hindsight, it was the time to have a closer look on my history. I've already been in the field of peace and love and appreciation. And at the same time, there was still something inside me that needs to be resolved. And the interesting thing is that when I was resolving it with modern methods, I realized that my interest for peace was originated in some traumatic experiences of my parents during World War II. And so it was necessary for me to follow this path. And yes, as I intuitively knew that I had to do this, I was also in a good mood in those clinics that I had been to really resolve this issue. And now I know for sure that it's so important to be peaceful. And where does peace start? Peace starts inside. When I'm peaceful inside, then it's much easier to be peaceful with everybody around me. And what does this now have to do with companies? I have experienced several situations in companies that were not that peaceful. Maybe you have as well. And most of us spend so many hours in companies. And if there are situations that are not peaceful, so how come we home in the evening to our family and friends? I know it from me. I didn't come home in a very peaceful mood. It was more that I was angry with my coworkers and boss and so on. So can you imagine what impact it has to be peaceful already at the workplace? That's really what I do when I work with companies. I'm a speaker, coach, and author. And in my speeches, I'm inspiring company leaders and other leaders to really be more peaceful inside, and then to bring this peace to the people they are working with, and also to the environment. And I always love to tell them that peace already starts in the morning. So what's the face I'm looking at me in the mirror? Is it a grumpy face thinking, oh, okay, I don't know what's going to happen today? Or is it that I greet me with a smile, already with good vibes in the morning, and tell myself, oh, Annette, it's going to be an amazing new day. And so let's see what we can do to really contribute to more peace. So I am working in the field of resolving conflicts, leading teams to be as successful as sports teams. And if you have a closer look on sports teams, maybe you have realized that those sports teams, they have very different characters. If there's only one kind of player, like, for example, offensive players, they won't be able to win the game. If they have really different characters, then they can win the game. And that's exactly what I do with teams and companies. I really support them to appreciate the variety of characters, the variety of opinions, the varieties of backgrounds, and to thus form a team that is really successful. I love to start working with the company leaders or the owners of the company, because they really have the most impact on the results, how the team is working. And maybe now you're asking yourself also, why should company leaders do so? I do not know how it is in your country. At present in Germany, it is that we have a lack of really very good employees, because employees are leaving the companies when they are not fulfilled, when they are not content with the atmosphere over there. Another thing is sick days. I know it from a very very big producer of automobiles. I do not want to mention the name, and it's not a European one. And this producer at present has a rate of sick days of 15%. Can you imagine how much this costs the company? So if it's possible to turn this around, to have less sick days and less fluctuation, and have instead more satisfied customers, then the benefit for the company, also the employees, will increase. When talking about customers, where do you love to buy? I love to buy in a company where I feel welcomed, where the employees greet me with a real smile like this and not like this. So nice to see you. No, with a real smile and really with open arms. And if they really want to make everything possible to meet my needs. And if a company has such an atmosphere of employees who love their clients who buy there, then this will also benefit the families of the employees, because employees, when they come home in the evening, they are in a completely different mood. And yes, the profit of the company will increase, as well as the amount of customers. In my opinion, that's really the next step. Karina has already been talking about this time of transformation now. And if companies really want to be successful in this time of transformation, it's crucial to really have a closer look on the atmosphere and the culture in the company, and to really support employees with more appreciation and peace. Peace doesn't stop anywhere. Peace is like a seed that we put into the ground. And when I'm peaceful inside, then I can spread this peace to my surrounding, to the people I'm working with. And the third thing that is very important for me is to be peaceful with our environment and our earth as well, and to contribute as much as possible to the well-being of our earth. So in case that you have some questions regarding the atmosphere in your company, if there's something you would like to resolve, I offer you a free call for everybody who's listening, a free call of at least 30 minutes. And then we can talk about what maybe bothers you, or where you are looking for a solution. My fields of expertise are leadership, teamwork, project management, intercultural awareness, and communication, and also a combination of this. So, for example, I love to coach international project teams, because I've been doing an international, working in international contexts for many, many years. And I have working with hundreds of teams and company owners whom are led to another level of understanding and to another atmosphere in their companies. So I'll appreciate when you reach out to me. Leslie has also got the contact details. And if you really reach out to me with the link that you now see on the screen, then you can book your free call, and then we can talk about the things that you really would like to improve in your company to really have more peace inside with the people you're working with, and also with our environment, because each of us, we can always contribute to more peace. We don't have to wait for anybody. I can start every second with my own attitude. And if a lot of people start with this, then we can really make a difference. And I really hope that a lot of people will join me in this work to really make this world a more peaceful and more appreciative place, especially in companies. I'm very grateful, Leslie, that I'm here tonight to share my thoughts and my message with you. And I really would love to connect with as many as possible of you to really, change things and to really have these good vibes every day in the company, because that's what it is about. Being peaceful and appreciative means to be in a good mood, to be grateful for the things that I have, to be grateful for everything that we as teams have already achieved or that we want to achieve. And in this atmosphere, everyone can thrive, everyone can be successful, everyone can be fulfilled, and everyone can return home in the evening being full of good vibes and sharing these good vibes with family, with friends. And imagine how your evenings and your weekends will be if you really start with these good vibes to encourage, empower, inspire every person you get into contact with.
That's awesome, Annette. Thank you so much. It's such important work. And you're in Germany, like you said, and like Karina said, in Europe, there's so much history, of and many, hundreds of years of history. We don't have that in the United States. So it's a totally different vibration and clearing that has to be done.
Yeah, and at the same time, when I really have been working with international companies, it's I think we can all need good vibes, and we all love an atmosphere of peace and appreciation. So in my opinion, that's something that is really needed all over the world. And I think that there are different countries who have different issues. And yes, I think that everyone can benefit from positive vibes. And I'm so grateful for this summit and also for the precious work that you do, bring good vibes to this world. That's exactly what I think that each of us needs at present.
Thank you so much. That's why we're aligned.
Yes, exactly.
Thank you so much, Annette.
Yes, very much as
All
well.
right.
All the best for you and your summit.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for being part of it and adding. It's like creating a beautiful crown of jewels. I don't know, but like every speaker is like a diamond, or a gem in this beautiful crown that we're creating. So thank you so much. And
Thank
we'll
you.
see you soon.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
So that was that was Annette. Sorry. All right. So Doris Akoli says, thank you, Annette. Great content. And Carolyn Dolly is a speaker coming up soon. She's talking about the collective and how we influence it. Okay, so let's get ready for our next speaker. And this speaker, her name is Susie Finley. She is the founder of the Happiness Now Network and Acoustic Therapeutics. She combines her sound therapy and happiness mindset skills to help others find joy within by freeing themselves of stress and encouraging self-expression through art and improv. She's based out of Long Island and she works with clients both locally and virtually. So please welcome to the stage, Susie Finley.
Oh, thank you, Leslie. I love those little stars. There's a quote by Wayne Dyer: "Don't die with your music still left inside," that I didn't like. And I didn't like it because it resonated with me. And I was at a point in my life where I was 55 years old, and I felt like not only was I about to die with my music inside of me, but I also felt like there was nothing left inside of me. Now, I know I'm not alone in this. How many of you people out there, please tell me I'm not the only codependent over here, that have taken care of everybody in your family but yourself? And if that's a problem, I'm here to help, because I made that my mission, that I want us all to express our music. And I decided to name my talk From Chaos to Calm, Find Your Soul Song with Sound Therapy. And that's what we're going to be discussing today. But first, Leslie, I have to thank you for making this amazing community and raising everybody's vibes. And I want to thank everybody for being here and being committed to raising the world's vibration. And so big thank you to everybody. But you guys want to know why I'm super excited about sound therapy and expressing
our songs? Yeah? Okay, good. Before I found sound therapy, I was at a point in my life I was just about to give up. I had taken 4 family members through hospice and gotten myself very sick in the meantime being a caregiver. I was taking care of, like I said, everybody but me. And I ended up with lupus and Sjogren's and became crippled. And I was almost ready to believe the doctors that there was no way back, because I was able to walk again and everything, but I couldn't get my energy back and I had no brain power. And before all this, I was an artist and I had all this creative stuff that I wanted to get out. I felt like everything was dead inside. There was no energy. But my very first sound therapy treatment completely changed all that. And there's so much I want to tell you. So I think how much time we got in here. But I want to start with the most important thing for everybody. And that's everything. You're born with everything you need. So when Wayne Dyer said, don't die with your music left inside, I changed that. And I want everyone to say, and I want you to repeat this with me. All my music is already inside of me. It's always here. All I have to do is hit play. And I want to help you anchor that in. So if you can, I'd like everyone to tap. You're going to tap right here on your thymus gland. It's like right below here and on your breastbone here. Just tap and say, my music is always inside me. All I have to do is just hit play. And imagine that you have this little play button here. And what I want to do, while you're imagining that, I'm going to put my little tuning forks on here. And when you press this button, and I want you to do it again, just hit play. What comes to mind for you? What comes up? Do you want to be an artist? Are you a sculptor? Maybe you always wanted to be a fantastic chef. Maybe you wanted to dance. Just close your eyes, and I want you to imagine again hitting that button. What comes out? And just take a couple of moments to think about this. The reason sound helps so much is that it's information. So these frequencies are going to help you discover more about yourself than a talk therapy would. So let the sound communicate with you. What does your soul want you to express? It may have been something you thought about when you were a little kid. But then when you got older, people told you, oh, that's childish. You shouldn't be doing that. Or maybe you had started on a great career, but you stopped to take care of your family. That music is never forgotten about. It never dies. It's always in you. Imagine what that world would look like for you. If every time you were stressed and thought you didn't have time for yourself, you hit your play button and said, all I have to do is hit play. And that gives you your creativity to do whatever it is that you want to express. Okay, so open your eyes. And I want you just to do some tapping here. It's going to also help continue it. Now, tapping on the thymus gland is one of the best things you can do for your health besides your creativity. It's the master gland of the immune system. So just by tapping on it, as little as 30 seconds, boosts your immunity. It raises your energy. The only thing I would say is don't do this before bed because you get like, you won't be able to sleep. But this is the best thing to do in the morning. So that's why I made this my play button. So just want you to tap and program this in. Keep tapping. And notice any changes. Notice if right away you feel energy. Notice if you feel, a lot of times you feel your sinuses and stuff opening up in your face. And sometimes it goes right to your head and you just get some kind of creative thought. So I'm going to tap a little bit longer. You can switch hands. Close your eyes. Okay, now say it with me again. My music is always within me. All I have to do is hit play. Take a deep breath. You want to know a couple more sound secrets that help me tremendously? Besides being creative with sound and getting that music out, it's also very calming. One of my other favorite things to do is humming. I'm giving you all the things you can do on your own without tools. That's why I love sound therapy. No matter what your budget is, you can go from using all the equipment you're born with. You can get high-tech sound therapy tables and machines. You can get tuning forks. You can get drums. But I'm going to show you everything you can do that you're born with. So I want to show you one of my favorite humming exercise. It's called the humming bee breath. And what's so amazing about humming, just like thymus increases your immune system. Humming creates nitric oxide. And nitric oxide is a vasodilator, which means it relaxes your whole cardiovascular system, which lowers your blood pressure. So it lowers your blood pressure. It actually is antiviral and antibacterial, so it keeps you from getting sick. So it's another immune booster. So I'd love everybody to join me. And we're going to do, like I said, the humming bee breath. So there's a little trick to this. You're going to close off your ears because we want to be in like complete silence. And you're going to cover your eyes. And on the inhale, you can inhale for a count of 5. And on the exhale, you're just going to hum. And we're going to do 5 rounds of this. Ready? This is the third one. And the fourth one. And the fifth one. And notice how calm you feel. You should feel calm and sometimes sleepy, sometimes energized. If you do it too long, it was very funny. The very first time I did this with a class, I was doing a stress relief class, and I wanted to set my timer for a minute. And I had everybody closing off their eyes, and it seemed like the longest minute ever. So I decided to go like this to peek to see if I could see the clock on the computer. And I saw everybody else like this. I'm like, uh-oh. And we went 5 minutes doing this. And after 5 minutes of this, we were giggling so hard. Everyone looked like they were stoned. And the next day, everyone sent me these little bee emojis, and I became the queen of happiness. And that's how I created the Happiness Hive. And I'd love, if anyone wants to join my community, I'd love to have you guys join my community. Because one of the things about sound, everything you do is intensified when you do it together. So when you hum, everything's intensified. So there's a magic formula Jonathan Goldman always talks about. Intention plus vibration equals manifestation. So if you want to help manifest something, if you put it into a vibration, that helps expand it. Just like the meditation everybody's doing today, when you all meditate together, there's so much more power in that. So it's the same with sound. That's why I'd love to have you guys join my Happiness Hive community. And I want to give you all a complimentary music download, because I'd like to take you into a deep sound journey so you could discover that music inside of you, so that not only does it not die, but it just like fills your world and everybody you come into contact with. So thank you so much. And Leslie, thank you. And thank you for everybody being here to help raise everyone survives. Thank you.
You're welcome, Susie. I just, there were a couple of comments I wanted to let you know about, or ask this question. Karina was wondering, what are the frequencies you're using with the 3 tuning forks?
Okay, so I have my favorite ones here. And I always do C and G, actually. C and G are all you need, right? C and G balances everybody. It's the ratio between the C and G. And I added A and F to it because, well, C and G is actually, when you bang these two together, you get like 60 different tones, because these forks ring all the overtones. But these are some of the overtones that come out of it. So this is A and F, and this just makes them sound louder. So you can actually do everything you need. I have, like, to me, a complete set is these tuning forks, the C and G. And then I have what's called an auto, which is a body tuner, which is a C128 that you can put on the body. So a lot of people think that you need like thousands of tuning forks. All you need is C and G and then one body tuner. But that being said, I'm like my teacher. He says he's a sound hoarder. I am too. I did buy every single tuning fork out there. But I just want people to know you don't you don't have to make this huge investment. You can do everything like with your voice and 3 tuning forks. Oh, and I should have shown this. This is my other favorite thing. This is called a crystal tuner. When you hit your tuning fork on the crystal, it also activates the crystal, so you get energy from that as well. Can you hear that?
Yeah.
And this one's actually, this is a planetary one. This is Jupiter. This one,
Jupiter's for expansion.
Yeah. And I just, like I said, like the other ones are all you need, but these are just so much fun. and then
Doris Akoli is saying, my throat chakra loves you.
Oh, I love you.
And
too.
then Day is saying, thank you, Susie. I teach beings how to be in happiness more easily and consistently as well. So that's
beautiful.
Cool. She's an
and
alignment
guys,
teacher.
I'd love to have you join my community. I want to spread happiness. And I have that complimentary CD for you. Actually, it's not a CD. We do downloads now. You can tell how old I am. I'm still talking about CDs. And yeah.
Yeah, so people will get your, they'll text you, and I'll, again, for people just tuning in, there'll be a PDF that I'll be sending to everyone who's signed up and registered, so that it'll be a PDF of all the speakers, all of their free offers, all of their special offers, and also the contact information. So be sure that you sign in or log in to the register for this event, and that way you'll be on the mailing list. All right. Well, thank you, Susie. That was wonderful as usual. I love that, I'm always looking for different tips to raise our vibration. I do that on my weekly podcast, the tip of the week. And your humming one with the eyes, the humming.
I love that. It's still my favorite.
Oh, so good. So good. It really works. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
And we will talk to you soon. Happy National Good Vibes Day.
Thank you for doing this. This is so beautiful. I love what you're doing. I love you. Thank you.
Thank you. Love you too. All right. So that was Susie Finley, and you can tell she's got a lot of beautiful energy, and it's just, this is wonderful. My vibration is rising, as we go through and learn from all of these beautiful speakers. So are you ready for our next speaker? If you are, say so in the comments, because I can see those. So my next speaker is a dear friend of mine and a mentor. Yes, her name is Reverend Carolyn Dolly, and she spent many years on her spiritual journey in search of how to have peace on earth. Following the inner guidance of spirit, she moved from Colorado to Syracuse, New York, and spent years learning from the Iroquois people at the Onondaga Nation, where she was mentored by Chief Leon Shenandoah and embraced the teaching of the Great Law of Peace in the Thanksgiving Day address. She attended the United Nations Cry of the Earth Summit in 1993, where she heard the ancient prophecies of the four directions from the First Peoples Nation. She is an author and a shamanic healer based out of Clearwater, Florida. Please welcome to the stage Reverend Carolyn Dolly.
Can you hear me all right? Thank you so much, Leslie, for inviting me to your wonderful summit. My energy is sky high, as you said. Just listening to these, listening to all these speakers just raises your vibration. And so I'm here today to thank Leslie for having this, because as we join together, we are part of the collective. We are all one. So we help to raise the vibration of the whole earth. And my journey has been a long journey in search of peace. And as Leslie said, I did travel on a spiritual journey from Colorado to Syracuse in search of peace. And it took 2 years for me to actually come in front of Chief Leon Shenandoah and listen to his words in the Great Law of Peace. And also his words on teaching how to heal the collective and sustain the earth by coming together and giving thanks for every living thing under the sun, including the sun. And so the Iroquois believed that by saying this Thanksgiving dress before every meeting, every council, giving thanks to everything on the earth helps to sustain the earth. So I just wanted to share that, but I want to set the intention today, just heal myself, heal the earth. And that was an Algonquin prophecy for the earth that I heard at the United Nations. I did attend that with the Iroquois delegation and had an opportunity to listen to the prophecies of what is happening on the earth. And it absolutely changed my life to be aware of how connected all things are and the interrelationship of all things. So I learned so much from that it did change my life. And I made a commitment to myself that I would share many of the teachings. And one of them is about the medicine wheel. I taught medicine wheel teachings for each moon cycle for about 20 years here in Florida. And we also did drum circles. And the intention for this was to raise the vibration, but a very high tune teaching, high vibration teaching, followed by a meditation that helped everyone raise their vibration and become one. So our intention at this was to become one harmonic accord and of one mind, with the intention for peace on earth and sustainability and helping ourselves heal. I'd like to backtrack a little. As Leslie introduced me, I was ordained in a healing ministry. And it was because I believe in healing. And I have had personal experiences that I'd like to speak a little bit about, because when we trust, we set the intention, we carry the high vibration of belief, of trust, of speaking the words that we want to come true, be fruitful in our life, and keeping a positive attitude. So that's what I wanted to say, that at one time when I was quite young, I had migraines every day, 24/7 for 7 years. And I I finally turned to God and said, if you're real, please help me. And so it was all very spiritual and synchronistic. A little paper came along and I happened to open it and see that there was a clinic for people who had pain, and that a little spiritual healer was there just helping people. And I jumped in my car and drove 3 hours to the clinic because I believed in what I heard. I believed healing was possible. So he prayed for me, and I was immediately healed for the first time in 7 years. I didn't have that pain. And it changed my life. Once again, I turned to him and said, I hope that one day I'll be able to help people and heal the suffering of humanity. So this has been my passion, and it's taken different directions as I'm weaving together Christianity, Native American spirituality, and metaphysical understanding and quantum physics. And at this time, I'm working with the golden light force. When I was young, I was handed a book. It was a red book, and it had a gold label on it that said the golden force. And I read it, and it was all about how we think and our vibration, and that as we think thoughts of a high vibration, I don't know, I had an energy spiral. I kind of wanted to show that our thoughts are either positive and we are going upward toward eternity and peace and love, or our thoughts are negative and going downward in the spiral toward entropy and decay and disease. So after knowing that healing was possible because I believed in it, another example is my little dog was run over by a car and the bumper was completely bent. And as she lay in the road, I went to her and I put my hands on her and said that I did a prayer for her, and I did Reiki on her, and she just calmed down so I could get her in my car and take her to the veterinary hospital in Largo. It was an emergency nighttime clinic. And so when they looked at her, they didn't know if she would live through the night, and that she probably would have to have wheels, that her spine was damaged, her legs were out of the sockets, they were all crumbled. And I just loved her so much. I just said to her, if you want to live, I'll help you. I'll do everything that I can. And so she made it through the night. And then a few days later, I was sitting in the waiting room waiting, and I just started praying and sending Reiki. And I was asking the question, God, can you see the little white dog? And I saw an eye, and I heard the eye of God sees the little dog. And then I just started sending energy and praying for her. And suddenly I saw what looked like the veil or the train that Jesus had that went from heaven to earth. And I knew just touch the train and she will be healed. But then I saw an x-ray, and it said there's a new x-ray, and I looked, and her legs were in the sockets, her body was straight, she was laying down, but everything looked good. So I was crying because I knew that my vibration and energy of love moved the universe to heal my little dog. So when I went in, she was laying down, but she was straight. Everything was good. And so I went home, and in the morning, I got a call from the clinic that I should come right in. The vet wanted to see me. And he came running in with a new x-ray, and he said, look, we don't have to do surgery. She can go home. So it took some time for all of the healing to take place, and Reiki, and just working on her spine, but her legs were in the sockets. And the last thing to heal were her paws, the nerves at the end. So that was another miracle. And that came from a high vibration of integrating myself with the divine. And so today I'd like to talk also about, at the Shaman Conference in 1983 in Europe, they came to a consensus is that if man does not heal while he's here on the earth, he will not be able to graduate and evolve. And so they sent out the call, and it was called the Cry of the Earth. And this prophecy of heal yourself, heal the earth was born from that seed. And then the tribes from around the nation came together to give their prophecies on what they thought could be done to help heal man and the earth. So it started bringing my awareness to working with the whole person, the whole of everything that is integrated, so that we begin to see that there's much more, there's more, there's more, there's more than just what we can see in third dimension. And so when we learn to, alchemy is about raising the vibration of the lower human nature to the higher divine nature. And when we can do that, when we can raise our vibration to the higher divine nature, then we become one with God, we become one with the universe and all that is, and we become one with our soul. So this leads me to talk about soul retrieval and how, working with the medicine wheel, I began to get, the way I learn and the way I've always been instructed is the direct link. And Spirit will give me downloads or automatic writing, and that's how I've been educated and instructed. And in my soul retrieval, when I'm working on a client, everything begins with creating sacred space. So even today, right now, I want to call in the direction of the north and the ancestors, and also the element earth. To the east, I want to call in the element air. I want to call in eagle, and it's a place of new beginnings. To the south is the place of the element fire, and it's also a place of brotherhood and unity. So the fire represents purification and burning away the old that we no longer need, and just purifying everything, which is what the golden light force does. It purifies everything, heals everything. And that can be found in the 8th dimension, and that's the place of the soul. Is when you go up the chakras, the 8th chakra is the soul chakra. So as shaman, my work has been to help a person get in touch with their feelings. And if they have pain in their body, or if they have trauma, or we're a victim, feel like a victim, have the mindset of a victim. If a person has a mindset of a victim, then we continue to create that reality, because the vibration is in that place of feeling unworthy. It's a low, dense vibration. And so my job is to help that person get in touch with the feeling. Why did you come to me? What is your mindset? What is your feeling? And as we begin, we go, we do the ceremony and bringing all the 4 directions together and creating that sacred space. And then the shaman goes in the center and can travel the dimensions to find out what the client needs. And also to find that part of the soul that fragmented when something happened that was traumatic. And if at any time, it can do an imprint on your DNA and on your energy system, and it can cause blocks. So mostly I work with people who don't remember things that happened when they were so young. They don't have a conscious memory of it. So the shaman goes into the 0 point in the center of the circle and can travel the different dimensions by adjusting our vibration to that dimension. We can step into that dimension. So working with the client, I go down into the unconscious mind, down into Mother Earth's Garden of Eden, where all the roots of things are found, but it's also in the heart. It's the heart of your mindset. It's the heart of your being. And so we go, I am the guide and you follow me. And we go and we hear the story of what happened to you. And then I ask you to, and then you understand how that affects you today. What is the feeling? And I have you locate that feeling on your body and give it a color. And the color can have vibration. The feeling has a vibration. We can locate the feeling, maybe of being abandoned, maybe sexual abuse as a young child, feeling like a victim, unworthy, unloved, unlovable. And so, see, these are roots that I have to pull out, and sometimes they're deep. But as the person feels these things, and I work on them with a golden light energy, the things and sound, I use the rattle, and so it loosens these roots, and I cut the cords. I cut the cords that feed this shadow of a person. There's cords just like umbilical cords that feed this mindset that is negative, that is downward flowing in entropy and disease. So what is not dealt with consciously becomes illness in the body, and psychologists are supporting this hypothesis that when we don't heal, when we don't feel, when things become stuck, the vibration just cannot rise. It just continues down and goes into the physical body where you actually become ill. So when the client can locate the pain or the feeling and give it a color and bring it to conscious thought, that's the beginning of the healing process. And then I use the golden light, and I use cutting cords to undo these umbilical cords that are feeding the illusion and that are feeding the shadow. And when I blast the golden light force, which is really the energy of the soul, the golden light, everything is healed. All the past cell memory is healed. Our vibration together rises to at least the 8th dimension. And so when we vibrate that high, everything gets healed. Everything is healed. So much of what I'm talking about is that healing is possible, but that now we are being asked at this time to take steps to heal ourselves, to learn how to raise our vibration, to learn how to treat our whole body. And as we begin to integrate ourselves and become whole, we raise our vibration and we come to the awareness that we are one. Dr. Samuel Lee said that when we can integrate at that level with our soul, then we can graduate this 3rd dimension lower vibration. And we can go past the fourth dimension also, which is still not eternal life. It's an astral field. So to get to the fifth dimension, we have to graduate from this third dimension and the fourth dimension into the fifth dimension. And that's where we have the awareness of oneness consciousness. Excuse me. And as we integrate, as we heal the whole. We heal everything. And that's what ascension, that's what our intention is. Heal myself, heal the earth, heal the whole, so that we can all ascend to the fifth dimension. And that is the dimension of heaven on earth. And it's the law of oneness consciousness. So I think I'm running. Okay. I think I need to
Thank you so much, Carolyn. I know you have so much knowledge and wisdom that,
it's hard to
I know you just want to give it to everybody. But so if someone wants to reach you, I did put the your Blogspot website on there, but can they also text you? Is it okay to text you?
That would be great. Yes, I love text messages.
Here we go. So there's your
I want to thank you so much for having this, Leslie. And really, my energy is so high just from listening.
That's awesome. And we're only probably halfway through.
I know. So thank you. This is wonderful. I just appreciate your work so much and bringing everyone together. You really bring everyone together. And I think that's your special gift.
Thank you.
One of your special gifts.
Thank you, Carolyn. And I appreciate you. I've known you for so many years and I've learned so much from you. And, you really have that wisdom and the healing. I've done the soul retrieval work with you and it's really been awesome. So thank you so much. And happy Good Vibes Day.
Thank you.
And we will see you soon. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
So that was Carolyn Dolly, and Doris Akali says, thank you, Carolyn. That's exactly what the collective needs. Yes, so grateful for your work, because all the shamans that are doing the work, or people that are spiritual, that are sending energy, thoughts, prayers, intentions to the planet, it works. It's real. Vibration is real. We are a vibration, and this is real. Dave Pagano says, this is amazing. Thank you so much, Carolyn. So powerful. So powerful. All right. Okay, so let's move on to our next speaker. And let me see here. I just have to find my notes. Our next speaker is someone that has a connection to the indigenous people regarding his work. So his name is Ron Moorhead, and he's been known for decades for his worldwide research into the Bigfoot and Sasquatch phenomenon. He's an author, a researcher, a lecturer, experiencer, and producer of the Sierra Sounds, which are Bigfoot recordings that have been scientifically studied, time-tested, and accredited as genuine. To date, he has come closer than any other researcher to having a complete body of evidence. And so I welcomed to the stage Ron Moorhead.
Hi, Leslie. Thank you very much for inviting me to this awesome event you're putting on here. It's all about vibration. And first got into this, I encountered these Bigfoot creatures actually in the Sierra Nevada mountain, California. That was in 1971, and we couldn't answer the enigmas we had with classical science. So I finally got into modern science, which seems to answer a lot of the questions that I had, and a lot of people have even today. It's still over 100 years old, and it's called quantum science. And according to Dr. Christopher Brer at West Texas A&M, everything from the atom through the cosmos works through the laws of quantum physics, the rules of quantum physics, I should say, which is mathematical. We live in a third density environment, but everything is really energy, frequency, and vibration. And the topic today is vibration, because it seems as though if you can get the right vibration of anything, you can change its matter, according to Einstein and according to Dr. Paul Dirac, who won the Nobel Prize in 1933 for antimatter. Because if you can change matter into energy. And so that may be how these things are staying so elusive, at least some of them, the ones we dealt with up there in the Sierra Nevada mountains. It's been quite a journey for me, and really quantum science is what I love, and I think anybody can get their head around it. A lot of people say, well, that's too deep for me. Well, no, it's not too deep for people. Everything is energy, frequency, and vibration. It's energy vibrating at a frequency. And you got to find that frequency and learn how to manipulate if you can, which we haven't learned how to do that in our third density here, but you learn how to manipulate frequency into a higher tone or whatever you want to call it. You can manipulate matter. I think that's how a lot of our religions do their miracles, supposedly. And if you can find the frequency, there you are, and that's a vibration. And so everything is vibration. I just got to emphasize that because this is a good vibe day, right? So including us, we have to learn how to raise our personal vibration. And I get into a lot of Tesla stuff and stuff like that in my books, and Einstein, and I quote a lot of professionals, and it's just been quite a run for me. I've been doing this since the 1950s when I encountered these beings of the Sierra Nevada, California, but they seemed to step ahead of us all the time, and never could quite figure that out at the time, and we underestimated what they were. We thought they were just a big ape in the woods, but they're more than that. What we ran into were, I'm not sure, in fact, I'm quite sure they're not all the same. I've been all around the world now looking at these things, looking for them, I should say, getting reports from other people from around the countries. And anyway, they are different, and that's because I get into the ethereal part of our being, the two parts that we're made of. Our embodiment is our embodiment, our biological body, but we have the ethereal part, our spirit, our consciousness, which cannot die according to physics. It just goes on and on. So how does that make sense? Well, our body has to give out. Everybody's body's going to give out, but then so what? It's just a body, and we're really not that. We are a spiritual being inside of a body, experiencing things, and that's what life to me is all about: is experiences. And why I had, and me, the other guys in the hunting camp, remote area of Sierras, had all these experiences up there has always been a question people ask. Well, I don't know, unless we had the right vibration and we were the right people that these things wanted to deal with. But they did, and we recorded them. All of us were. So we had a lot of redundancy in recordings over the years. And it started in 71 and went all the way through to 76 with the close-up stuff. The Enigma stuff kept going on. In fact, I've had several things happen up there that just we couldn't answer. So anyway, the quantum physics is not the woo, it's not the paranormal, it's the scientific answers to those woo-woo things that you want to call them. The Chinese word woo-woo, but it's just quantum science. Now, all you got to do is get a book. You can get your head around it. It's not a big deal. It's just something you can't see with your two eyes because we're in a third density environment. So you got to learn how to really get yourself tuned in to this new rule. It's modern science and it's real. And really, when you do that, you learn how to meditate, you learn how to clear your head. Because we've all been trained with our brain has been trained since the time of birth to believe this, not believe that, speak this language, not that language, da-da-da-da-da, it goes on and on. Everybody's been, I don't want to say it, brainwashed. And we got to learn that our heart has not been that way. Our heart receives, I believe, from the pineal gland, which is a receptor from the universe. And that's the thing, the oneness that we're all part of that we haven't realized yet. But we're all are part of the oneness that's there. And you get deep into your heart and let it vibrate with your brain that's sitting on your shoulders, and let it get out of that box and listen to your heart. A lot of times we've been so conditioned in our brain that we just don't listen to our heart. And that's really the thing that's lead us into a higher vibration. And we are energy vibrating at a frequency. So you really want to get vibrating and get where we're supposed to go in the universe, which is another realm. We live in the third. There's several others. According to science, we only see what we can see with our two eyes in this environment. and that's between 430 and 770 terahertz. There's so many other frequencies out there, and they're all there. Science has established that they're there. We just don't see them with these two eyes, which are limited by light. And the third eye inside, the pineal gland, which I mentioned, doesn't depend on light. It can receive without light. It just receives from the oneness. You learn that it does connect to the heart. The heart has to get in coherence with the brain. So the brain has to step out of that conditioned box and listen to what's going on and go by your heart feeling so much. Now, that doesn't mean you're supposed to erase common sense, but still, you got to learn that oneness that you want to be part of can be done through meditation and just calming yourself each day, which I do. I try to, and people that understand me do it too. And I just hope that people understand this, that quantum science is not the woo. It's not something you can't understand. It is something you can get your head around. And I believe it answered a lot of the enigmas we had going on with these beings called Bigfoot up there in the Sierras. We've seen lights that didn't make sense. We've seen orbs. We saw heard sounds that it was not language, just weird sounds. And it had to be done through a massive intellect and also a very unique vocal mechanism. And it's been established now by science that these sounds were representative of an animal 8 foot tall, over 8 foot tall. Excuse me. And anyway, and also by cryptolinguists trained by the Navy, a 2-time graduate of the foreign languages in Monterey, California, which had him vetted very well, and he has a very high rating, and he established that this is a language after you listen to our sounds by the human definition of language. It's a morpheme stream of words, and you get into that and you find out that doctor from Brown University, Philip Lieberman, who passed away recently, he says only humans have the vocal mechanism for articulated language like we're doing right now. And that's really something, because if you take that along with the other two elements I got, Dr. Curlin at the University of Wyoming, who studied the sounds for a year, and an electrical engineer, high rated, written over 100 papers, a very authentic person, and a cryptolinguist, Scott Nelson, and then you brought Dr. Lieberman, Brown University, puts the human element in it. These things have a language, at least what we deal with. I'm not saying they all do, because I believe a lot of them be different. A lot of them are crossbred from indigenous people all over the world. And I've been in Nepal, I've been to Russia, I've been into Siberia, I've been into, several places researching and stuff. And basically the South America thing was a real eye opener too, because you see things that just don't make sense to us as in regular Newtonian physics, I should say, how they put some of these boulders together with like a jigsaw puzzle. But it's all through vibration, I believe. If you find the vibration, even Tibetan monks can move boulders now with sound vibration, and they do that, and that's a matter of a record. So how do they do that? They got these big horns. They got a method of doing that, which I write about in one of my books. And it's just really fun. It's not just interesting in how important we are as human beings on this planet. We've been given dominion on this planet, but we're supposed to learn from it. Everything on the planet is an experience, and we have to go through this experience in our biological body. But we're supposed to learn through our etherical body, which is the spirit. We're supposed to learn through this consciousness that's going to pass on. It's going to have to reincarnate, or it's going to have to go to another dimension, another third dimension somewhere else. But we are designed to get up out of this dimension. We were made by very high frequential beings. I want to get into the Anunnaki, but I do that in my book too. Anyway, we are made to be ninth dimensional beings, in my opinion. But from here, the ethereal body goes into a learning stage, which is the 6th dimension, if you've conquered all your experiences. And what I mean by conquering them is love and compassion. If we can learn to respond to everything without being a victim, just love and compassion, everything that happens to you, you got to learn to respond to it properly. And when we do that, we are on our way to another place when we do pass on. And we're all going to pass on. You want to believe that or not, you are going to die. Or I shouldn't say die. Nothing dies according to physics. It only changes form. So we're going to change form. If you're religious, you're going to go to heaven, you hope. If you're a physicist, you're just going to change forms. And that's according to physicists all around the world. That's what happens. Our ethereal body cannot die. So there, I've kind of said it all really quick. Have any questions, ronmoorhead.com can reach me. I'm available. I do this stuff. This is all I do now. Is I want the word to get out of what I think is important to humanity. We're in the last stages of this environment. I think it's going to transition. Hopefully, maybe in my lifetime. I don't know, but we got to know who we are as humans, how important we are as humans, how very, very important we are as humans, and to learn to respond to our experiences with positivity. Learn to get your life at positivity. You won't get sick anymore. You're going to be just fine. You're going to be better off. You're going to attract through vibration. You're going to attract other people with high vibration. You're going to not dismiss, but you're going to not let negativity be part of your life. And that's very, very important. I want to thank Leslie for allowing me to be on, and I hope all of you have received something from this. This is all I care about, is if other people can receive something from this. Thank you, Leslie.
So that was Ron Moorhead. What a wonderful man. I mean, you want to talk about a real Indiana Jones? That's who he reminds me of, because he's been all over the world searching after Bigfoot, and he's an experiencer. He had encounters with them. So you've got to check out his books, go to his website. You can hear the Sierra sounds, the sounds of Bigfoot talking. I mean, it's amazing. So let's see if we have some comments here. And Day Pagano says, I love it. I'm aware, Ron. And Day also says, thank you, Ron. You are right on point. And she says that I know all about that. So yeah, Bigfoot has been around, like you said, since before indigenous times. And it's just a mystery that so many people are wanting to find out, just like we're wanting to find out about ETs, and disclosure is upon us as far as that. And there's an understanding that Bigfoot may be an ET, a type of ET, or at least they do cross through dimensions, come from other dimensions. So it's very interesting stuff. It's all about vibrations. And I want to thank you, Ron, for gracing us with your presence, because, you are a legend. So thank you. Day also says everything is energy, and we are much more than meets the eye, for sure. So much more, she says. Okay. So we are getting back on track. And for those of you who looked at the schedule, Sherry Leopold will be coming a little bit later. I had to mix things around. So anyway, just letting you know that she'll be coming up soon. But for right now, my next speaker is Elasa Tiernan. She is here to assist the New Earth builders launch many new creations, and to further understand how to navigate as an eternal soul, utilizing quantum mechanics to create the best reality possible every now moment. Elasa will share, when we remember we are creating our reality, we can affect our communities and our world at large. Coming to us from Florida, please welcome Elasa Tiernan.
Hello, everyone. Greetings. I'm Elasa, and I'm here at R3 Miracles in downtown Palm Harbor. And we've reopened R3 Miracles. It used to be Solterra, if you're familiar with the area. And it's got all sorts of assistance on what we just brought up, the New Earth builders, especially our Friday Soul School, where we drop in as a community, as builders, as New Earth Awakening. And we share quantum mechanics, real life practices that can help you rise to the occasion, whether you watch the replay on YouTube or you come to the center and be with community, because it's really important that we actually be together and be together in the presence. So we also have here, before I jump into this conversation about what I want to share with you, we also have the Therafied Plasma Med Bed. This is also a quantum technology that helps you fill with light so that you can truly remember and line up to who you are, why you are, with a little bit of boost, a little bit of help of our friends from Dan Winter and Paul Harris. So I want to share with you, New Earth builders. You are creator, and when you remember who you are, why you are, just as Ron just shared, have the potential to drop in or to embody and remember who you are as a sixth dimensional being, as a ninth dimensional being. You're going to keep unveiling and opening, blooming the light body that you are. And so as you meet your lessons, as you balance your left and right, your polarities, you balance checks and balances of your lessons of life, and you respond with love and compassion to each now moment, knowing that sometimes you're going to rise to new occasions as you're stepping into who you are. You know who you are. You've been doing this self-help for 20 years. Maybe you're just jumping on right now and you're realizing, oh my God, I'm creating my reality. And as you keep rising into these higher versions of yourself, remembering who you are as an eternal soul, you're going to find these thresholds where cycles are ready to burn up. And these cycles that come up could be biblical, they could be written books, they could be, things of dates and time. Just like we had Hurricane Helene, in 1958, Hurricane Helene, the same category, went through the same, trail. And so when we have these cycles in the ether that are memorized in the Akash, and you as an eternal soul come up to a cycle to burn through that imprint and to handle it with love and compassion. Maybe another timeline when you were 7, you're having the same experience with guardian or authority, and you're 47 now, but yet when you were 7 you had a challenge with your father or authority. You're going to keep coming up to these cycles, these imprints, until you rise to the occasion at the heart and realize this is simply a memorized imprint in the ether, in the Akash, and you can choose to balance those checks and balances of duality and come into neutrality, and with love and witness and compassion, go ahead and burn through these different thresholds from other people and experiences, even events like hurricanes. But also within yourself, you're going to find thresholds where the old version you, literally, as you go to rise into, let's say you're creating your best life, that you are here to be an author or a public speaker, or to give your gift around, heart coherence, whatever you're lining up into. You have such a strong desire. When you come to drop in or embody this next version you, the true you, the eternal you that came here to do a certain thing, you may come up to these old versions that are memorized in the ether and also memorized in the fascia of the skin, in the body, and that subconscious mind. And so these thresholds, whether it's outside of you or inside of you, like feelings of fear, or I can't do this, you start dropping into the old version and second guessing or doubting that you can actually be a public speaker. When you find these threshold moments, my gift to today, or for today, is to remind you to multitask and lift out and be the higher self, be the oversoul, and witness that you're in a threshold. Witness that you're in a moment that as a new earth leader, you're here to burn through the inner and the seemingly outer experience. And some of those outer experiences might be people, telling, oh, you can't do this, or a family member hanging on to the old version of you, or a friend, bringing negativity to you, where you used to engage and banter and argue. You're going to multitask and just witness. You're going to multitask and hold space with love and compassion, knowing that this is a memorized imprint in the ether, in the big ether field of the plane of existence, but also within your 6-foot aura. It's memorized, and in the fascia of the body, it's memorized. You've had so many experiences possibly with this friend who gives you that negative. So all that memorized material in the subconscious mind is always projecting back to you until you burn through it and you embody who you are, who you know yourself to be as the eternal soul, who's loving, who's compassionate, and who remembers themselves as creator. So you get the keys back. I'm handing back the keys to the kingdom that says whatever you put into the subconscious mind is. So your goal is to start telling yourself you love yourself, to tell yourself that everybody loves you, for the new earth to build and to rise into these higher dimensional layouts that are already there. Seems like we're building them, but they're already there. For us to rise to the occasion and be this light being and have others be with us, not being alone on an island. We've got to tell ourselves in the rising and in the setting, when we're drowsy, when we're, getting in an alpha theta state, I love myself. Everyone loves me. Everyone loves being here. What an amazing earth. Everyone's going to have like amazing opportunities today of rebuilding their homes. Whatever you're wanting to see in the new earth, we have got to come back into alignment in the fascia, in the subconscious mind, and in the remembrance of what can be. And so it's a reprogramming. And for some of you, you'll have spontaneous awakenings. You avatars out there, you won't really need to do a lot of this subconscious reprogramming, because maybe you've been doing this a while and you've already done your reprogramming. But for those of you who are still finding yourself butting heads with the reality of duality and of the lower world that is crumbling, my invitation is to you to take this key and start telling yourself amazing 10 statements. Make them be the same statement. Make an audio of it and play it for yourself, or say it to yourself on every idle moment. And play it for yourself and say it to yourself in the rising and setting, so that that can be what biofeedbacks and literally projects back to you. And so we start crystallizing a new world together. So that's my gift for today. Otherwise, I'm ready to work with creators for beings who are ready to fully embody their avatar, fully embody the highest version, and build big. So not only your personal life, but I'm ready to work with builders who are ready to like put the massive infrastructure in of huge layouts. And again, it's not that we're even building them. They're already there. And so when you drop in and you come into the full embodiment, the full worth, the full self-love, the full knowing of what I'm talking about on the big Monty, we will see the Bigfoots. We will see everything materialize in front of us. It will come out and into phase, because we have the eye and the heart to see. It will bloom. The blueprint is already in the heart of the greater I am that we be for eternity, of the one in the higher realms, 4, 5, 6, and 7. And so these higher realms are going to unfurl as these massive builders come together and do the embodiment practice and remember the blueprints. Allow them to come out of their heart. Implement them together. Work together. I see these creators that I'm working with, Samantha and I, in the Crystalline Creator and Creatrix programs for 2025. I see not only these individual creators, but I see these creators coming together to work together, like big projects. So I am just like over the moon and into the sun, as the sun, ready, and just like super excited. Like Ron said, I love Ron, your talk. This is my life. I so enjoy every minute. I eat, breathe, sleep it. I dream the future. I'm a lucid dreamer. We do lucid dreaming also groups at the center. If you're not local in Florida, Palm Harbor, you can always jump in other ways. So, please reach out. I've written a bunch of books. If you want to check out my books, my most recent or most thorough around the quantum, I would say, are the Quantum Interstellar, Starship and Medbed Aura, and Quantum Soul Awakens. I highly suggest you check those out. Also, I would also suggest you download the Akashic Soul Pro app. It is free for Android phones. It helps you navigate the Akash, not only just to, understand 23 lenses of reality of who, what, when, where, why, but also to navigate and literally use that cosmic currency. Because as soon as you understand why something is happening in front of you, you find your hand in it, you find the Akash conception point of where it began in an incarnation or this one. When you find that beginning point, you then, all your cosmic soul essence, your photonic light comes home. It comes back negentropic, centripetal to midline, so that the star that you are comes back online. So you literally start to glow. You are a star. I'm not just saying that metaphorically. You are a star, and then a supernova, etc. And so you come back online and you use the Akashic Soul Pro app for cosmic currency to bring yourself back to full remembrance. And then to push the button, it's got a clear button and an activate button to help you literally use technologies like we've used in other timelines, Lemurian timelines, to make best use and use this amazing tapestry and this amazing field for best use. So I am so thrilled that you put this together, Leslie. I am, eternally grateful for you to gather together all of us. Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. Thank you, Elasa. I have my little Tensor ring. Let me show you. I usually have it on, but I've been switching it
Awesome.
back and forth. This is, like you said, it's the white light goes through it. Explain this one. It's a
So
cubit.
so you take a sacred measure, cubit length, and you take copper, because copper will conduct electricity. When you fold it on itself at that sacred measure, then you snip the end and solder it together. You got to twist it too with a drill. When you solder it together, it's running equal and opposite energy. So it's scalar wave technology, and it's eternal, right? Because it's you're fused it together. So it's infinitely going. And when you do that, equal and opposite, that scalar technology creates a big column of white light and heavenly light, perfected. And so wherever you put it, you can take your ring, or your bracelet. I like to put it on my top knot when I'm walking into stores, or if I'm, like going into a meeting or whatnot. It really keeps that column straight down my central channel. But you can also lay with it over your energy centers when you're going to bed. It's such a yummy gift. So, yeah.
Yeah, I've been wearing it as a necklace over my heart and feel
Yay!
like
And I love that, right?
putting light. But I didn't want to wear it right now.
Yeah.
And it's still with me though.
Isn't it? Can't you feel it? It's so powerful.
Yes, I love it.
Yeah.
So I understand you have a complimentary gift for living our best life in full embodiment. And so I took your long URL, I made a short one, a tiny URL /capital GVD Elasa. And people, tell us a little bit about that complimentary gift.
So it has 3 embodiment practices, because when we embody who we really are from your eternal soul, which is most loving, most wealthy, most healthy, when you step in and remember who you are and you're in the embodiment, everything starts happening for you, through you, in a more positive manner. So it's powerful in doing embodiment practices. So there's 3 on there, and they're super simple, but they will change your life.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for that.
You're welcome.
Right. And again, I'll have a PDF with all of the speakers and all of their special offers and gifts on a PDF that if people register, they will get an email in the next day or so with all that information. Plus, it'll be in the description of the YouTube channel, because this summit will live on all the social medias and the YouTube channel. So Elasa, thank you so much. And yeah, your Therify bed, the plasma bed, oh, I loved it. So powerful. So yeah, definitely if you're in Palm Harbor, check it out, and you can learn more about Elasa and her center going to r3miracles.com. So again, Elasa, thank you so much for being part of this. Really,
many blessings. Thank you.
Many blessings to you. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Wow, what a day so far. And we still have some more speakers. So let me know what you think so far. Put it in the comments. I can see them, put them on the screen. Okay, so we are ready for our next speaker. And our next speaker is Jill Lublin. Like I said before, it was her. She inspired me to actually create this summit, because she's an expert in publicity. And she talked about this National Calendar Day. So there's some sites that have different calendar days. And I found out that someone did claim October 30th as National Good Vibes Day. So I had to run with it. And, because I am the host of Good Vibes TV, and was able to bring these wonderful 20 speakers today to share their knowledge and help us raise our vibrations. So as we heal ourselves, as we raise our vibration, we're helping everybody do it. This is the point, we are the center point of, this is our point of power, is working on ourselves, not everybody else. You work here and then it expands out. So let me tell you about Jill Lublin. She is a 25-year plus media magnet. She's She is a world-renowned publicity expert, international speaker, 4 times best-selling author, Jill has made stage appearances along celebrities such as Tony Robbins, Barbara Corcoran, Jack Canfield, to name a few. She has worked with over 100,000 clients, implementing her signature formula for getting media attention, creating next-level visibility in the marketplace that results in boosted sales. These lead and profit-generating formulas are included in her signature program, the Media Mastery Intensive, and her monthly kindness circles. So, coming to us from the San Francisco Bay Area, here is Jill Lublin.
Right place to create that, I'll call it flip the switch, right? Flip the switch. You like my little, this literally came off my walls, but just saying, I don't know that my husband was happy about it, but I want you to flip the switch. Who's ready to do that about your publicity game? Yes? Give me a thumbs up if you're ready. Yes, yes? Beautiful. Good. Thank you. Thank you, Sandy. I saw that. I appreciate that. You know, the thing about getting out there and creating visibility is that it's really learning how to, check it out, blow your own horn, even when you feel like it's a kazoo, right? Because the reality is you've got to still get out there, create visibility, and guess what you're all doing no matter what? Publicity, my friends. You're always doing publicity. Here in the Zoom rooms, out in the streets, at the Starbucks and wherever else you have coffee, you're always doing publicity. So with that in mind, I want you to be aware of the power of connecting so that your visibility gets out there quickly. Ready, set, go? Come on, give me a thumbs up. Yes, beautiful, thank you. So, you know, I'll tell you what I did. I brought you flowers. See the pretty flowers? I like sunflowers. So I brought you sunflowers from San Francisco so that you can plant your publicity garden. And I want you to plant your publicity garden for now, for 30 days, for 60 days, for 90 days, and keep that visibility factor going. Because the power of what publicity does is that we want to seed right now, right now, and we want to keep going for the future. And I want you to, well, plant your publicity garden because you need to know that it's evolutionary. In other words, you're promoting something right now, and then perhaps you're going to launch something later, right? Like in my case, every time I have a new book, there's the new publicity campaign, right? And for you, whatever you're launching, whatever your product and service is, there are different seasons. So we grow your publicity garden completely. The power of what publicity does is that it gives you influence and impact, right? And that what it's doing is connecting you right now to your clients and your prospects. Let me just ask you, put in the chat, what do you think publicity does for you? Let me see it. Let me see it. What does publicity do for you? You put it in the chat. Let me see what you think it does, because that's important too. But I'll tell you, one of the things while you're writing that it does is gives you influence, right? And trust in the marketplace, because people know you, see you, connect to you. And frankly, that's a key and important for your visibility building. And just, you know, I think that's a key for all of you to say that people know you more, connect to you more. And they see your energy, right? They see who you are and what you care about and how you communicate. And I think that that's really important. So you want to connect to your influence and be that powerful publicity, high ROI that it brings to you. And by the way, does anybody like M&Ms? Let me see my M&M lovers. Come on, be honest, be honest. Yes, thank you. Do you like peanut M&Ms? Yes? I mean, so. Okay, that's some of my favorites. And I don't care what color they are, and I don't eat them a lot, just saying. But what I love about the power of publicity is that it is, we're at the holiday season, a gift that keeps on giving. Yes, it's a gift that keeps on giving. What do I mean by that? Think about M&Ms, yes? Well, I've got the 3 M's for you. And that is monetize you, magnetize you, and multiply you. And yes, Sandy, publicity does give you credibility and visibility, absolutely. And what it also does is it gives you the 3 M's, which is to magnetize you, to multiply you, and to monetize you. So we love that, right? And so with that, I want to show you how to put together a great and powerful message. And that is a message that will impact others and give the media something to talk about, right? And so what I mean by that is you want to be the voice of influence. You want to be the person, the resource. Think about this. The media calls the people they interview sources. So that would be you, a source, an expert. And what publicity does is gives your message meaning, right? And gives you a foundation to stand on. So if you look at the first two letters of message, what is it? Me. Exactly, you. And if you look at the last four letters of message, what's it spell? Sage. In the word message is me, sage. Ha ha. Yes, in the word message is me, sage. In the word message is also mess. That's what I want you to avoid, your mess, a mess, and actually get your message right. So the way to do that is to do this. Fill in this blank. The problem today is, and what would that be? What would that be? What's the problem out there? Okay, so write that down. What's the problem out there? I didn't say, what do you do? And this, my friends, is something you really have to get off of. Stop saying what you do and start talking about what's the problem today. Ooh, big shift, big implication of getting you into media. What's the problem today, okay? And then I want you to give 3 solutions. Why 3? Because people can remember in 3s, and when you're being interviewed, you typically only have like 4 minutes on a big station. You got to get to the point, you got to punch it, and then you got to get out, okay? So I want you to just understand that. Punch it, get out, and connect it so that you can create that visibility quickly, okay? And that'll be really, really helpful for you. Now, one thing you can do is to use your, what I like to call, ooh, ah factor. Yes, use your ooh, ah factor. I even wrote it out on the screen so you can spell it properly. And that is to create your visibility factor by using everything you've got. Now, this is a really hot topic that enables most people to shift quickly. And I think that that's important. And when you're doing that, you want to use everything you've got by, for instance, your ethnicity, your religion, your being a woman for International Women's Day, being Christian for Christian media, being African American for Black History Month, being Hispanic for Hispanic media. How can you use everything you've got? And I want you just right now to be thinking about that. What can you be doing to use everything you've got? And I think that that's really important. So with that, I think what I want to take you, where I want to take you next is some hot topics, my friends. So what do I mean by that? I mean, look at the screen, take a photo of these. These are really good for you to get into right now. Health and mental health, mindset, transformation, activism, right? Well, AI and ChatGPT, we've got a lot. And by the way, do not rely on that for your publicity. Every client I've had who've looked up their bio, for instance, guess what's wrong? Their bio, just saying. So be careful of that. And by the way, as you're looking at this, write in the chat, what would you, hot topic, perhaps be connected to on this? Go ahead and write it in the chat if you've got a moment to do that. That would be great. And while you're doing that, about which hot topic fits you, I want to give you some visibility building activities, right? And these are completely free. Take a screenshot of this. This is the kind of thing you want to know. And I want you to, for instance, network in your community. Follow reporters on social media. Whatever you're into, there's reporters there. Karen, great on health and coaching and mindset. Excellent. Thank you. I want you to sign up for Google Alerts, and Mary Beth's going to put in the chat the link to take you to Google Alerts, which will be very helpful for you to list your name in. And that way, when the media talks about you, notice I said when, not if, when the media talks about you, you will know. And on top of that, my friends, let me just suggest to you that you can also, what I would do is connect to like one phrase, for instance. So for instance, when my book, Profit of Kindness, came out, I put in the word kindness. And that way I discovered that, well, did you know that November 13th is World Kindness Day? Neither did I until I actually registered for Google Alerts. Or when Guerrilla Publicity came out, 3rd edition, I put in the word publicity and saw when the media is talking about publicity. So this is a really good strategy to help you quickly. I love nationaldaycalendar.com. And remember those topics we talked about earlier? You can look up under nationaldaycalendar.com and see when are they talking about your topic. That's a really super great thing. Now, I want you to go to iTunes and look up podcasts that are particular to your arena. And that will also really be helpful. Again, one phrase, one word, that's all that you need, and see who's talking about you. I love Blog Talk Radio. It's increased their format. It's all these wonderful talk show hosts. And you know what they need? Guests. Guests just like you. And helperreporter.com is a wonderful resource, completely free, for the opportunity to get your visibility out there. Now, my friends, here's what else. I want to show you how we did this. Some of these actual principles I'm talking about with the Profit of Kindness. Again, this is book number 4 for me. Super excited. And I'm going to tell you, look at all that media we got. Yes, the bottom third of the slide is literally only a third of some of the media we got. And the reason we got this much, including 7, count them, 7 Fox News interviews, Fox News in the first 30 days, not because Jill's got a book. Most of my clients who I do publicity with, they're in all sorts of industries. Many of them don't have books. It's about pushing the right button and finding the right message. And in this case, it was the divided states of America. And in fact, to be honest, for international, it's the divided world. I mean, we've got all kinds of issues going on, and that is worth something talking about. Now, and you know, now we've been in Inc. magazine twice, and and as well as Forbes magazine twice, right? And so one of my inspirations was that I wanted to do a kindness circle and keep conscious kindness going. So we are now spreading kindness, and I'm going to invite you, please join us. It's completely free. It's in the chat. Once a month we do kindness circles, and just register, and then you'll get it. If for whatever reason you can't attend this one, you'll get recurring notices. And please join us for an hour of kindness, great networking. We do great networking in 2 circles, and we often have like a 10-minute amazing inspirational speaker. And most importantly, the opportunity to spread conscious kindness in a group, in networking, and together. So we love it. And I invite you to join us. Again, it's completely free. We are spreading kindness around the globe. If you look on the left side of the screen, this is the Profit of Kindness in India. It's with the largest publisher in India. They publish Brian Tracy and Deepak Chopra, Keith Ferrazzi, and now me. So that's a blessing. And on the right side is the book in Russian. And as we know, we need lots more kindness in Russia. So we are spreading kindness around the globe, and come join us monthly. It'll be great to have you. 3rd Wednesday of every month. Just put it in your calendar, 10 a.m. I want to show you what, that's 10 a.m. Pacific, by the way. I want to show you, when I wrote Guerrilla Publicity, this is the 3rd edition, as I mentioned, I was able to talk to the editor, and I interviewed great people for Guerrilla Publicity. One of them was the editor of Entrepreneur Magazine. Now, remember in the beginning, I said to you for the, you know, about the planting your seeds, because look at what she said. For the June issue, the writer's deadline is January. What is that? 6 months ahead. And you got to be starting preparation to talk to them 9 months ahead, right? And you notice their June issue is done in March. So I think that's a really good thing for you to be aware of and conscious about and connected to, so that you all understand the power of setting yourself up well and right for getting your publicity out there. Who's with me? Is this making sense? Give me a thumbs up. Give me a thumbs up. Let me see it. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you. Now, my friends, here's the thing I want to say that's important too, and that is the power of saying yes, right? In publicity, I made a sign for you, see? I made a sign for you. You must say yes. And that's really important for the opportunity of getting yourself out there. And so what I mean by that is saying continuously, yes, I would love to talk about that. Absolutely, I can be a guest for that. And so when we're looking at that, the power of yes is what extends to everybody saying yes to you. Okay, so I think that's a key for all of your success. And you take good care. We'll see you again. Ciao, everyone.
So that was Jill Lublin, and she has her publicity action guide that you can get using this tiny URL /capital GVD publicity. So you can download that. And, this is for anyone who's an entrepreneur or an author, anything that you want to publicize. She is the expert in this. And as you can see, she inspired me, and that's how this whole summit came about. So I want to thank Jill so much for presenting today. She's a wonderful lady, and I would recommend that you get to know her, and because she's all about the kindness circles, and I love going to those. It's great networking opportunities. So check it out. Go to get her action guide, and go to her kindness circles, because I will see you there. Okay, now let's go to our next speaker. Are you having fun today? Has it been exciting? Have you learned things? I know my vibration has been raised by all these wonderful speakers from all different walks of life, but there's a beautiful common thread that we have about good vibrations and our energy, right? So speaking of energy, you're going to love this speaker. Marla Press is the founder of Speakers on Fire Academy. She's a public speaking, She is a public speaking coach, a life coach, and an art of presence trainer. She coaches you to wow every room so that you magnetically attract clients and wealth. Marla's mission is to help you speak so that people listen. She shows you how to entertain so that you can grab attention, connect so that you can build trust, and inspire your audience so you create action. When Marla isn't speaking or coaching, you can find her hiking the trails near Boulder, Colorado, or dancing or traveling. So please welcome to the stage, Marla Press.
Oh my gosh, I love this, Leslie. Thank you so much for putting this together. Isn't this amazing? Oh my gosh, we need good vibes, especially now, right? We need them all the time, but especially now. A lot of people are having a little trouble with their vibration and keeping their positivity. So this is fantastic. I'm so glad to be here. And what a group of amazing, inspirational speakers too. This has been fantastic. So, oh my gosh, Good Vibes Day. Who knew that this timing would be so perfect for National Good Vibes Day? And we all have vibrations. You've heard some other speakers talk about this. We are vibrations. Everything has vibration. So whether it's your body, your face, your voice, everything that is around you has vibration too. Money has vibration. Stages have vibration. Friends, everything that you see in your environment has its own vibration. And it's how do we interact with that and bring the energy that we want to bring that's as pure as possible, the essence of who we are, to this vibration. So let's talk about it. All right. So my talk is about presence. And as you heard, I'm an art of presence trainer. I've studied the art of presence for years. And it's funny because it's kind of an overused word, right? There's some buzzwords that in certain circles you hear all the time, but do we really know what it means? So let's dive into it. Most people think of presence as mindfulness. It's not thinking about the past, not thinking about how what's happening now is going to affect your future. Oh my gosh, consequences, what's going to happen? It's not thinking about anything but what's happening right now, which is a great practice. It's so important to practice mindfulness. But I like to take it a step further into presence. Presence, it's best described by giving you an example. Because intellectually, we don't know most of this stuff. Intellectually, we don't really grasp it. We grasp it experientially. So let's say one person walks into a room and, they just seem like they're not really present and the energy doesn't shift. Sometimes you don't remember that person is there. You don't even notice that person. And someone else walks into a room, any room, could be a Zoom room, could be a grocery store, could be a stage, and the energy shifts. Everyone perks up and just kind of notices that person. You're magnetically drawn into that person. You're curious. You want to know more. You're attracted. And you can't always explain that in words. That is presence. And a lot of it is about getting out of our cluttered minds and into our full body. We're not used to that anymore, right? We're so bombarded with information. It's our to-do list, and it's all this information coming from the internet or from the news or from your environment around you. There's so much information you're bombarded with, and there's so many thoughts. We're just in our heads. But when we drop in to our bodies, we not only have this presence, but when we communicate from this place, it's like magic. Everything changes. When we communicate from head to head, it's not the same. We almost can't take that in. It doesn't feel authentic. But from this place, which I call home space. So you've heard of speaking from the heart. And yes, we want to speak from the heart, not just the head. But can you speak from your full body presence? So this home space, which I'm referring to, what it is it's this collective consciousness. It's all knowing. It's something, this energy we share with the universe. It's also the essence of who you are. It's not your identity. It's not all the things you've done, even the good things you've done. It's the essence of who you are. And it's this place where everything is birthed from. This is your resourcefulness place where everything that you create comes from here. And then your heart space is more than your physical heart. It is this place of self-love and self-acceptance, and love and acceptance of others. And whether you're communicating one-on-one with your spouse or your kids or your partner, your business partner, communicating from this place will change everything. The content tends to change. It tends to be more about the other person or your audience and less about you, what you want to tell people, what you want to show people that this is who you are. Yeah, great. But it's also this connecting energy that's so powerful. And it's it's sometimes hard to open it up and really be open because we've had some pain or we've had some things that happen that make our heart close just a little bit or sometimes a lot. So being able to communicate from an open heart and from this home space too, it's so powerful. So I teach public speaking. I teach speakers on everything. It's the content, it's the strategy, it's how to get speaking gigs, it's making an offer, it's your call to action. But I focus a lot on the energy of it because you can have the greatest message. And if you don't have the energy behind it that resonates with people, that's pure and authentic, then it doesn't matter as much what your message is. It's not going to land as well. So I teach this and I invite you. I normally do a very long exercise that's really involved in this so you can really, really feel what it's like to be in this place. But let's do a 2-minute version just so we can all together at the same time see if we can allow ourselves to get into this place. And I use the word allow a lot because we resist, right? Our bodies have memories and they have a lot of resistance in there. And some stuck energy sometimes. And so allow yourself, give yourself permission to just sink into this place and see what it feels like. Can you do that with me? Yes, let's try it. So I'm going to ask you for just a moment to either close your eyes or look down towards your belly. And then imagine you have roots that come up from the earth into your legs and into your lower belly and a little to the back of your body. And bring all your attention there into this place, this home space, this place of resourcefulness and collective knowing. It's so special. And feel the energy move back and forth and back and forth. And if you feel like you need to come out of there, just imagine you have an elevator and it's going down and down and down into this place. And then connect it with your heart. Imagine there's this energy that goes between them, this movement of energy that goes between your home space and your heart. And just feel the joy of that for another moment. Feel what it feels like to be inside your body and to just be. You're not doing, you're being. It's the essence of who you are. And then slowly come back to the room. And just notice, do you feel calmer? Do you feel more alive? Do you feel the chi moving? Do you feel like this would be a great place to communicate from? So I encourage you to just practice this on your own time. Practice it. Take a little more time with it. Normally, there's even more that I can guide you through. If you want to meet with me to do that, I'd love to share this exercise with you on a deeper level. But just try it. Get inside your body. Get out of that cluttered head and see what it feels like. And see if you can raise your vibes and your positivity when you communicate with others. Because we need this. We really, really need this. And if you are a speaker, and I think anyone who has a business is a speaker. Anyone who has an inspirational message is a speaker. And I encourage you to speak up. As Leslie said, I love to help people speak so people listen. Because a lot of people are not being heard. They're speaking and they're not being heard. So my mission is to help you be heard and make a bigger impact with your message and be heard in your relationships. This communication helps in every area of your life. But if you are a business person and you want to promote yourself, then learning these energy skills and presence skills will make a huge difference in how you're received by your audience, how you build trust, how you connect to people. And this will make a big difference, because you can write these vibes, these vibrations affect other people. And so when you're in this place, you give other people the permission to go there also and be in this grounded place. So it spreads, and it's going to help so many people, including yourself. And there's a lot of other ways to become a great speaker. This is where I usually start. It's with the energy, but there's so many ways to have your message be heard. And these days, there's so many people that need you. They need what you have to offer. They need your gifts. They need you, uniquely you. And you've heard some people talk today also about, bring out all of your personality and all of your quirkiness and be interesting that way, because you are unique. And too many people, either they think they're afraid to be too much. You're rarely too much. We need much. Or they just think that they're not good enough. So I help people unhook from that also energetically. And these are exercises that are really practical, easy, practical, just like what we just did to get grounded. It's not some difficult woo-woo thing, but for some people, it takes a little more practice than others. And this is what you want to do to really connect with people. And that's what we crave. We all crave this connection, right, Leslie?
Oh, yes, definitely. So you have a special offer, hot or not speaker evaluation. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yes. So I invite you, if you want to. This is a private one-on-one call with me. We'll meet on Zoom, so we meet face-to-face and exchange the energy. And you can bring any part of your story, your marketing message, or if you don't have one, we'll create one. And then if you want to go further into these exercises, we can also do that. So it can be about content. It can be about the energy, whatever is going to best serve you. I'm here to support you.
Thank you so much, Marla. It was wonderful. I always learn so much from you when you speak, and I have a lot of work to do myself. So I need to connect with you some more and take more of your classes and things, because you have wonderful. Your whole world of teaching is really it's an academy, right? Your
Yes. Thank you so much. Yeah, I appreciate you so much, Leslie. You're amazing.
Oh, thank you. You are amazing. Thank you so much, Marla. And happy Good Vibes Day.
Happy Good Vibes Day, everyone.
Take care.
Thank you.
So that was Marla Press. And again, I have a PDF that will have all of the speakers' information and their links to their special offers that will be sent out. You just got to make sure that you register for this webinar so you'll get on our email list. Okay, we are winding down. Our next speaker is Darshan. She is the founder of Darshan Sacred Jewelry. Her love for Vedic astrology, healing crystals, and spiritual growth inspired her to create this brand. Each piece she crafts is designed with intention and love, offering you a way to connect with ancient Vedic astrology and transform your life through the power of sacred gemstones. Coming to us from California, here is Darshan. Well, she was here, but I lost her. Okay. Let's see. I have a comment. Okay. Well, she was here and I lost her. So, but that's okay. I've been juggling a little bit behind the scenes. So let's see, find my other person. Let's see. Just a second. So have you been enjoying the day so far? Have you been feeling inspired put it in the chat so I can get some feedback from you guys. And my next person, where is she? Where is her? Here we go. I found it. Okay. So my next speaker is Sherry Leopold. She is a mentor and a leader of the Stop Self-Bullying movement. She's also a founder of the Wow Warrior platform, publisher of the Wow Warrior magazine, and host of the shows Wow Warrior and Wow, Look Who's Here. So please welcome to the stage, Sherry Leopold.
Hey, everybody. So happy to be here today at the Good Vibes Summit. Oh my gosh, what an incredible day. Friends, I want to remind you that we win or lose by the words we choose. So what are the words that you're choosing to create your world? You know, my friend Carla always says, your words create your world. And I ask you to think about, what words are you choosing today to create your world? And I want to share a few things today about how powerful the words we say to ourselves truly are. And I want to remind you that your brain is always listening and that words matter. Your actions will follow your thoughts. And we want to make sure that we're speaking good words to ourselves. I want to talk really quickly about Dr. Masaru Emoto, a Japanese researcher who explored the effect of words, emotions, and environmental influences on the molecular structure of water. In these experiments, he used water samples and exposed them to different types of stimuli, such as spoken words, written phrases, music, before being frozen. And then he photographed them under a microscope. It's very fascinating. In one part of the experiment, Emoto exposed the water to hateful or negative words like I hate you or you fool before freezing it. And the resulting ice crystals displayed a very chaotic and distorted pattern with irregular asymmetrical structures. In contrast, however, the water exposed to the positive words like love or thank you formed beautiful, symmetrical, well-organized crystals. And Emoto's experiment suggested that energy, spoken words, or emotions can affect the molecular structure of water, influencing how it crystallizes when frozen. Now, the scientific community remains divided on his findings due to the lack of reproducibility, right, under controlled conditions. But nevertheless, the experiment has sparked discussions about the potential impact of words and emotions on physical matter. Friends, we are the physical matter. And these words are the words that we're going to use to navigate where we go in life. So it's important to choose wisely. Are you aware that our brain doesn't really differentiate between what we imagine and what is real? It actually reacts to our thoughts as if they are our reality. So whatever you believe is happening and whatever you believe to be true, your brain responds to it as if it is your reality. And this is why it's so important to have your self-talk remain positive, because regardless of what circulates in your brain will execute it, whether there's any truth in it or not. You have worrying thoughts, your brain executes things. Let's make it correct, right? It doesn't sort out whether it's true or false. It just computes. So we want to make sure that because it doesn't differentiate between fact or fiction, that we're very, very aware of the thoughts that we allow to roll through our mind. Allow yourself the space to create a life that you love and relationships that you want by believing you deserve them and that you already have them. I love learning from Marissa Peer, and she is a renowned therapist. She emphasizes the concept of I am enough, or I am more than enough. I love that she says that I am a more than enough. She believes that many of our negative thoughts stem from that deep-seated belief that we're not enough. And by changing that self-talk to affirmations like I am enough, We can rewire our brain to believe in our own worthiness, which in turn changes our own behavior and our outcomes. For instance, if you constantly tell yourself, I'm not good enough for this job, I'm not smart enough, you might unconsciously sabotage your efforts, confirming that belief because your brain's in execution mode, right? But if you start saying, I'm more than capable of succeeding, you're going to approach those tasks with confidence, improving your performance and outcomes. Because remember that your brain will execute anything you allow to run through it. You can control it if you choose to. One of the other teachers that I love is Wayne Dyer, and I love his perspective on positive thinking. And one of my favorite sayings by Wayne Dyer, who was clearly a pioneer in the self-help movement, died way too soon. But if you change the way you look at things, the things you look at change. This means our perceptions are what shape our reality. And if we perceive ourselves as capable and worthy, our actions will align with that perception. Conversely, if we view ourselves as failures, our actions will reflect in that belief as well, leading to the self-fulfilling prophecies, right? Our brain wants and desires congruence, regardless of what that congruence is. And the important part is that you control whether it's positive or negative reality. You get to choose, right? And I'm very well known for saying choices create change. When you change your choices change. Why? Because your brain is like a computer, but it's your hands at the keyboard giving commands. You could sit all day at the computer, and if you don't push a button, nothing's going to happen, right? This is the same as your brain. Your brain will execute whatever your thoughts are. So, hashtag make good choices. That's what I say all the time. And I want to give you 7 practical tools today for creating better thinking, to change that stinking thinking that we often talk about to a life filled with joy, because that's what you deserve. So I want to talk to you today about first I'm a very practical person, so I want to give you actually practical tools. Okay. The first one is just truly is awareness. And the first step is becoming aware of your self-talk, this self-language, that ticker tape running in your mind. Pay attention to the words you use when you think about yourself, when you speak about yourself to yourself, especially when you speak to yourself, because that is what I call self-bullying, because your voice is the loudest voice you will ever hear, and it's right here. It's not even heard out loud, but you hear it very loud in here. The second is to challenge your negative thoughts. Dr. Daniel Amen suggests that writing down your negative thoughts and questioning them. Ask yourself, is this thought true? Just take that moment of pause and say, is it true? Is it helpful? And ask yourself, is this going to enhance my life? Because often our negative thoughts are based on our fears and insecurities, not actually reality. We have to challenge those thoughts. And by the way, this is your reminder right now that everything you think is not true. That is something that is a very important point. If you remember nothing I said today, remember that everything you think is not true. Number 3 is using affirmations, replacing those negative thoughts with positive affirmations. That's one of the things I love about Marissa Peer when she talks about repeating affirmations like I am enough or I am more than enough. Over time, these positive statements, they reshape your beliefs and they change that inner dialogue. That's the self-bullying. That's the self-talk, right? I do have a 20 gift you can have of 20 positive affirmations for self-worth to get in that cycle of rewiring that language that you use in your head. So I encourage you to get started today, training your mind to always see the best in yourself. Number 4 is visualizing success. And Dr. Joe Dispenza, who's amazing, suggests visualizing your success as if it's already happened, right? I learned it as playing the video forward, seeing yourself as if you already have had everything that you so desire is already yours. It's already happened. It's creating that mental image of your desired income, making it more achievable. It will be familiar when you get there, like because it's already yours. Number 5 is practicing gratitude. Focusing on what you're grateful for can shift your mindset from lack to abundance. This simple practice can enhance your overall outlook and improve your self-talk. On days when you question yourself, I encourage you to do what my mentor, Danelle Delgado, does. She says, if you have a day where you're having like a poor me or a, oh, I suck day, you actually sit down and write 100 things that you are grateful for. You will literally not be able to be steeped in anxiety or depression or any of those negative feelings because your joy cup will be overflowing, because it will remind you of how blessed you truly are. The two cannot coexist at the same time. Gratitude will always rise above and be louder. Spend that time, handwrite those 100 things you're grateful for, and it will change your vibration immediately. Number 6 is meditation and mindfulness. And this is a really personal one, I think. And I think it's different for all people. But think about incorporating meditation and mindfulness practices to calm your mind and really focus on these positive thoughts. Dr. Joe Dispenza emphasizes the power of meditation and reprogramming the mind, but it helps to create that new reality, that better reality, that place you want to be. You are the boss, applesauce, and you get to choose. And whether it's journaling, whether it's actually going through a guided meditation, I love the Balance app. If you have not used that before, I encourage that. You can get a whole year for free. Just go to your app store and look up the Balance app. Some amazing ones, especially if you're a beginner in that. Don't be daunted by that if you are. So I encourage you to do that. Number 7 is surrounding yourself with positivity. Spend time with people who uplift and support you. Positive social interactions can reinforce positive self-talk, but it's going to help you maintain that healthy, positive mindset as well. I encourage you to connect with every speaker in the summit today. Connect with the other participants. These are your people, right? These are the people who are where you want to be. These are the people that you want to learn how to think like they think. Connect with them, follow them, learn from them. These are the people who will lift you when you've had a temporary defeat. By the way, all defeats are temporary. Now, as I conclude, I want to just say that the power of your words cannot be overstated. By practicing positive self-talk, we can shape our reality in very profound ways. Improving our business success and personal relationships, they're so important. And as we are learning from the incredible speakers today, I encourage you also to dive into the teachings of Marissa Peer, Dr. Joe Dispenza, Wayne Dyer, Dr. Daniel Amen, and me, and all the rest of the speakers from today. You have the power to change your life right now by changing your thoughts. Start today by being mindful of your self-talk, consciously choosing words that uplift and empower you. How do I know that you're already equipped to do this? I know this because you are a one-of-a-kind snowflake, if you will. You are so unique that your DNA is not repeated anywhere in this entire world of 8 billion people. That makes you a literal one-of-a-kind, unrepeatable miracle. And I want to thank you for your time today. And I hope you leave with a renewed sense of power that your words and thoughts will create your reality. I'm just going to encourage you to make it a good show and enjoy every single moment of creating it, because I want to remind you that it is your time right now to stand up and stand out as that unrepeatable miracle that you are. Thank you.
Thank you, Sherry. That was awesome. Yes, and
hey, everybody. So happy to be here.
And Sherry has her 20 affirmations of self-worth. And here is the bit.ly for that. Bit.ly bit.ly/20 affirmations of self-worth, all spelt out. So check that out. Get that great gift from Sherry. Um, and yes, she's a wonderful person, and she has, all of what she's just said kind of wrapped up a lot of the talks that we had, a lot of the information that was put out today by all of our wonderful speakers. So let me take that off the screen and get you ready for, let's see, I have a comment. So yes, Tamisa says, love Sherry, and send Sherry some good vibes because she had a transition in her family. Her father-in-law passed away, and she's in the middle of a funeral right now. So send her some good vibes, send her some prayers for her and her family as they go through this difficult time. She's such a beautiful soul, and anyone who knows her loves her. So that's for sure. Okay, my friends, let's see. Now, my next speaker is, there we go. My next speaker is Nefertiti San Miguel, aka the Floral Therapy Queen. She is the creative mind behind Neurobana, which is a combination of behavioral neuroscience, and Ikebana, which is Japanese floral artistry, and it's used for stress management. Nefertiti is a 4-time Amazon #1 bestselling author and co-author of the book Global Conscious Entrepreneurs with Dame Marie Diamond. Their work has been endorsed by the Zen millionaire Ken Honda. Nefertiti has been recognized for her mission to positively impact millions of people's mental health with her Neurobana framework, and has received the prestigious Speakers Are Leaders Award in London. So coming to us from Massachusetts, here is Nefertiti.
Good afternoon. So thrilled to be here. Leslie, you are glowing, and the string of pearls that you are wearing, it just matches the pearls of wisdoms that you have been dropping the entire day throughout the event. And before we get going, I want to shower with love and appreciation all my fellow speakers. I feel right at home because I have shared the spotlight with many of them, and we have become friends over times. And it's such a delight to have the opportunity to share these. Well, it's supposed to be national, but I'm going to go ambitious and claim it's an international Good Vibes Day. And my topic is, how do you make every day a good vibe day by applying Neurobana as a lifestyle? And before I get into that, I want to quickly review what Neurobana means. That is my gift to the world. It's the solution to my own troubles. And I have all the faith that even more compressed time can be delivered to other people, and the results can be even greater than what I experienced in the past 4 years by applying these different techniques. I was chronically depressed, and that's how I healed myself without any traditional methods. And I started to use behavioral neuroscience as a daily practice, and I found a lot of functional things that I could transfer into my art practice. And I start intertwining these tricks and hacks to center myself, to be more productive, to have a more calm presence throughout my day. And it has been just miracle after miracle. Then Ikebana have been around Japanese culture for hundreds of years, and it started as a devotional practice that evolved over the years into not only part of the cultural landscape, but it's considered one of the 3 main arts of refinement, and it's very important key in the diplomatic efforts in the Japanese culture. So when you put all those things together and you transfer those knowledge and pearls of wisdom into your daily practice, then it becomes a good vibe day. I consider it and I claim it as my holy grail, because if I'm having a great time, I celebrate myself with flowers. If I'm having a not such a great time, I make things better by surrounding myself with biophilic art and enhancing my environment with floral design. And it's proven that you are very susceptible to your environment. And I am living proof of that, because I was chronically depressed most of my life. And that was due to toxic environments. Now that I curate that and I treat it as my life is a masterpiece and I want to showcase it at a museum, things have changed for the better in a very dramatic way. So putting all those things together, what can you do right here, right now, to make your environment good vibes, and how you raise up your vibration for inner peace? Because that's very important. There was a part in my life that it was missing. I was collecting a lot of accomplishments, but something was missing, and the missing part was the inner peace. Once I conquer that, there's no limit to what's coming next. And I start and end my day with beautiful things, fresh material. I constantly change the floral design that I have in my space. And I take the opportunity to debunk the belief in a lot of people that, oh, flowers are a luxury, or flowers are only allowed for you to have it on special occasions. Flowers are a necessity, because you can express yourself through floral design. You can show appreciation and gratitude through floral work, because you show up to visit a friend and you gift a beautiful arrangement that you made yourself, and not only it's a way of self-expression, but also you are building up a connection with the recipient of that beautiful arrangement. If you want to brighten up somebody's day, there's no better way to do it than using flowers. And that's one of the many reasons why I call it my holy grail. And it's a beautiful thing because you can do it anytime, anywhere, with very little resources, and I would say very boldly, with no budget, if you have the right tools, tricks, and hacks. So the excuse of that expensive or that is a luxury, it wouldn't apply anymore in my landscape. And I'm happy to show you how to do beautiful things with zero budget. If you, for instance, wait for that perfect occasion to allow a third party to give you the flowers, well, we don't have a contract saying when is the expiration date for us to leave this planet. So what about if you don't make it to the special occasion? There have been multiple times in my life where I had close calls with the death. And not only was it scary, but it was also a wake-up time to become the holiday and don't wait for the special occasion to be set on a commercial calendar. I make the holiday and I make the special occasion. So I'm always in the festive mode. When you bring those elements into your daily life and you always have something to celebrate, you are not only giving yourself the assurance that you are getting success, but also you are celebrating yourself ahead of time, because you are so sure of that success and that glorious day that it's going to go the way that you want it. And if it doesn't, it's okay. Give yourself some grace, give yourself some flowers anyways, and make yourself better. Feel more whole and enjoy those beautiful flowers on your tabletop, your nightstand, have a Zen moment, and just decompress and relax. And there are so many different benefits to practicing Neurobana. I campaign for it to do it as a lifestyle, because we get into this mode of, okay, I need to learn this and I'm taking another class and there's so much information going, internet, free information, free resources. That's all great. But if you don't apply any of that into a structure and apply it as a daily lifestyle, then you are just doing edutainment, and it doesn't quite fulfill the purpose of having better living if you are missing out on the application of all those beautiful pieces of pearls of wisdom and golden nuggets. And last but not least, when you have a passion and you share that passion with the world, and you find that way of self-expression, it doesn't have to be in Neurobana, it can be something else. It could be a sport, or it could be a hobby. But when you find that thing that lights up your soul and you turn that into a way of self-expression, there is no room for negativity. There is no room for going down the sewer cycle, because you have a way of self-expression that is going to be very present and very strong on all your endeavors. So I want to leave all these sparks of curiosity to the audience and my fellow speakers to try something different. And please do not say, oh, I am not artsy, or I am not artistic, or I have a black thumb. That is all false reality. You give me 2 hours of your time and I'm going to make you look like a rock star, and you're going to be so confident on your skills for floral artistry that you are going to be adding to my beautiful repertoire of thank you notes, which is ongoing, growing. And I take great pride of that, because also I took it upon myself to bring the changes in the world that I want to see, that I needed to experience. I was subject to a lot of mediocre teachers and a kind of questionable educational system. So when I put my time into sharing my knowledge with somebody new or somebody who is already familiar with my work, I make sure that the time is not only meaningful, but it's also dynamic and memorable, because you are not going to take any of those pieces of wisdom home if you don't have that relatable sense, if you don't have that connection with the moment, or if you don't have that sense of, wow, I want to get rubbed with the same enthusiasm, or I want to experience the same point of view as this person is showing me, and let me try a different lens. And that's when you come with the curiosity of a child and you foster the inner kid in you, and all the transformations and the possibilities are not only infinite, but they are very rewarding. So I want to invite all of you to be creative, to be curious, to get a little bit experimental, and put it on your wish list to end the year strong and find what is that new endeavor that is going to enhance your quality of life. And I will be delighted to be that choice and show you what Neurobana could do for you, your environment, your well-being, your relationships, and even your business, because you will be surprised how much you get to bond with other people when you present as a gift something that you have done with your own hands, with your own creativity. Then you become the conversation piece, and people appreciate more the handcrafted vibes than what you could get mass produced at a store. And again, you can look like a rock star with very little budget, and I will love to show you all the tricks and hacks that I have under my belt. So you get to experience Neurobana and share it with the world. That way we make every day a good vibes day by sharing floral artistry and behavioral neuroscience. Lastly, I'm sending you my love, my appreciation. I am so thrilled to be here, world class. The level of information is off the charts. Everybody's very gifted in something very unique to themselves, nothing that you are going to see on the mainstream. And I am so delighted to be part of the program. Thank you so much for the invite. And not only happy Good Vibes Day, but happy pre-Halloween day. As you can see, I am dressed up as the floral witch. I have all my floral prints. I have my little magical hat. And I'm going to go tonight and flower the world and make it a better place.
Awesome. That's beautiful, Nefertiti. And thank you so much for being part of this. I love your floral arrangements, and you'll send me pictures, online. So these gifts that you give people don't necessarily have to be physical. It can be a picture of the beautiful um, arrangement, and then because everything's energy. So when you see flowers, naturally have a very high vibration, just like essential oils that are coming, or floral flower essences and things like that. They're naturally so high vibing, and so then when you create a beautiful piece of art, just like we heard from Dr. Yana Nirvana. Art, creating art is putting our energy into that space. So it's so important. Now, I know that you have a complimentary. Let's see. I want to acknowledge that Tammy Forward says thank you, and but you have a complimentary introduction to Neurobana workshop that's valued at $197. And so what's the best way for people to access that?
Via email, yes, I can receive a little note with Good Vibes Day on the subject line, and then we can coordinate the dates, because I'm planning on doing a couple of different sessions for people that they have different availability throughout the week. So I'm planning for something during weekdays and one over the weekend. So then we can coordinate what it will be a best match for your schedule. And on the note of virtual reality, I want to share with you real quick that 2 years ago, I had a friend of mine, sadly, she died from cancer, and she was in Canada. And the little bit of, let's say, comfort that I had is that I was able to send her picture of my designs virtually, and she will receive the flowers, and it was a virtual arrangement. And because she had a solid background in Japanese art, she definitely appreciated what I was sending her way. But all that to say is that the possibilities to share your artwork and make it available to other people, it can go beyond the physical realm. You can send it through a virtual photo. You can turn those into prints and mail them the old-fashioned way. And there's no limits of what you can do with your artwork and at what level you want to take it. And who knows, maybe you end up being the next artist with a Etsy shop. So all the possibilities are there with Neurobana for you.
Beautiful. All right. So thank you so much. Vito, I love I love you. So thank you so much for being part of this and sharing all of your gifts with our audience on this, impactful day. So let's get ready to meditate.
Much love. Until we meet.
Much love. Thank you. All right. So it is time to get things going for our meditation. So let me do this. I have a little file to put up here. There we go. And I'm going to bring on Annette, so we can get ready for our global group meditation. Okay, so Annette, here we go. Have
Hi,
you been?
everyone.
Have you enjoyed the day?
Very, very wonderful. Thank you very much for having a good vibes day for all of us. It's so needed. So good afternoon to most of you. It's good. It's an evening for me, but I'm excited to have a meditation with you. And please all open your Global Coherence apps.
Okay. Time to app up, right?
Yes. And if you have already connected with the National Good Vibes Day app, if you already have downloaded everything, you can open that now. If you haven't, you can still click on join a new group and then type in the orange fire 66, or just join the global group. That's fine too if it's a difficult. I think the orange is in capital O and capital F for fire.
Okay.
So join a group if you haven't done that already.
So capital O and capital F.
Yes, 66.
There we go.
That way we can all be in the National Good Vibes Day.
Yes.
And so whoever is already in the app, you can now tap on your phone's join session. Select a sensor. I am selecting the camera sensor, put my finger on the camera.
And I did have a question regarding the quantum physics of this as people are apping up. This summit is going to be available as a replay. So someone who watches it and they're to this part, and if they go ahead and go to the app and do the meditation that we're going to do right now, how does that impact the field?
Well, if we are a large amount of people, the Global Coherence, the Global Consciousness Project that I mentioned earlier, for example, can measure an impact in global consciousness. If we are smaller groups, often we cannot measure it that way, but it does not mean that there is no impact. Practicing coherence will always benefit your health positively, your health and well-being. It will also impact people around you. And so it's important to put good vibes out. So if there's a large meditation, we can always ask the Heart Math team to look if there was an impact during that time frame in the global
because it measures like after I do a session, it shows like my coherence and then the coherence of the group for that day. So
correct. And so if for example with this Global Coherence app, if you would measure your coherence and the group coherence before the event, after the event, for example, you could see if the coherence went up. So that would still be a very good measure to have.
Okay.
And eventually we also want to use the Coherence app together with all of our other tools like the Global Consciousness Project.
Wonderful. Okay. So I'm all ready to go here, and I'm sure you are too, and hopefully our audience is as well.
All right, I hope you're all online. You'll see my camera. I'm holding my phone with the camera up for this practice. So there's a little light, bright on this side. On the other side, you should already see like your pulse. And on the app, just participate in the meditation.
Okay. I'm playing some crystal. I'm playing some crystal bowls from Diane Alexander in the background. So let me know if it's too loud. I can always lower it.
I think that's beautiful. Thank you very much. So please all get seated very comfortably, sitting upright and relaxed. If you like, you can close your eyes. And start focusing your attention on the area of your heart. Imagine your breath is flowing in and out of your heart and chest area. Breathing a little slower and deeper than usual. Let your breath find a natural rhythm, becoming slower and deeper with each cycle. You're breathing through your heart area. Activate a genuine feeling of care, compassion and gratitude, or connectedness with all the other people on this call. Gratitude for Leslie for putting on this wonderful day. As you breathe, imagine each inhale draws love into your heart center. Each exhale radiates out love to others on this Good Vibes day. Breathe in love and get still in your heart. As you breathe out, radiate love to your body, mind, and your environment. See your heart, brain, and nervous system aligning in coherence and harmony. Allow yourself to connect with feelings of love, compassion, or gratitude. If it's difficult to summon those feelings, try to recall a memory or thought that makes you feel loved or loving. As you inhale, feel this loving energy filling your whole chest. With each exhale, let the energy radiate outward, extending through your entire body. Feel warmth and compassion spreading until love completely surrounds you. Now visualize someone you care deeply for, picturing them clearly in your mind. Imagine sending them love and compassion from your heart. Picture this energy connecting with their heart, filling them with warmth and joy. Now extend this loving energy to everybody participating in the Good Vibes Day. Imagine expanding this love to your friends, to your loved ones, your community, and expand this love to the whole world. Inhaling love, good vibes into your heart. Exhaling love to the whole world. Continue to radiate our collective love and compassionate care to all on this planet. Feel the interconnectedness of all hearts beating as one. Now slowly bring back your attention to your own heart. Take a few more deep breaths. Feeling gratitude for yourself and this time you spend in meditation. Allow the feelings of love and warmth to settle into your heart. knowing you can return to the space anytime you'd like to. Now gently bring your awareness back to your surroundings. Feeling the ground beneath your feet. And whenever you're ready, you can gently open your eyes with a smile on your face. Thank you very much for joining the Good Vibes Day and this global app practice and meditation. If you're on this app, you can stop the session now. You will see your personal coherence, group coherence, and the global coherence, like 3 scores.
So I had a question about the app. So I see the 3 scores. Then when I exit the session, I see some other scores. What is the difference between the two?
There is your personal coherence, the group coherence, which is a National Good Vibes Day. And then there's the global coherence, which is the global group. There's the option when you enter the app to join the global group at the very top. And most people meditate in the global group. And so you see a comparison to all people who put coherence into that global group.
Okay.
And this is
At the
usually,
bottom?
yeah, it's usually 24-hour time period that those scores. And on top of those scores, you see an all-time coherence of how much coherence has been accumulated over all the times of people using the apps and practicing. A lot of people might choose to get in a coherent space without using the app, but it's still very nice to see how much coherence has been contributed by this group and by yourself.
So when I exit out of that, I see 3 daily totals, my coherence, which is 204, the group coherence, which is 401, and then the global coherence, which is 180,000. So, so the group coherence was double what my individual one was.
Yes, so that was basically the everybody here in the group contributing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Awesome. Well, I want to, keep this going as far as the meditation. And so I had an idea that we use the Global Meditation app every Sunday to keep the good vibes going of the summit. And the reason I picked Sundays at 2:00 Eastern Time, and just for 15 minutes, is because Pam Gregory, who's an astrologer online, she's from England, she started a, just very informal meditation group, just saying for everyone, 2:00 every Sunday, for everyone to just send peace and love to the planet, or however they want, to meditate. But I thought it would be great to use the app because then we can kind of measure it. So I want to offer that to our audience to download the app and then, set your timer or Alexa or whatever, at 2:00 every Sunday, just to meditate for 15 minutes. And let's just see what we can do, and we can measure that coherence. So I wanted to share that so we can keep the summit going, keep the momentum happening. And then I also wanted to share that if you go to good-vibes.tv, that's where you can sign up for the newsletter, get to the YouTube channel. So this whole summit will be replayed on the YouTube channel. So people can watch different parts and this kind of thing. So I just wanted to offer that. Annette, thank you so much for being here today. I know it's late there in Germany, and you've been with us from the beginning to the end and have been so helpful. And I just really appreciate you and the HeartMath Institute for the work that you're doing, because it really is so important to, especially now these days, to get people to meditate. And I think that the Global Coherence app is an excellent tool to help us kind of measure that, because what we measure, we know what's going on. And as a scientist yourself, measuring things is so important to know where, to see if there's a difference or how things improve and that kind of thing. So I want to thank you so much for all that you did today. And like I said, at the HeartMath Institute. So thank you from my heart.
Thank you very much, Leslie, and thank you very much for creating this group. I think that's a wonderful offer.
So we will keep the good vibes going. Right. Thank you so much. And with that, I'm going to close our event today. It's just been wonderful. We've had 20 different speakers talk. Here we have a comment. Let's see. Tammy Forward, thank you. Yes, let's go back to the comments. If you're watching from wherever you're watching, go ahead and throw a comment on there. I will share it. Tammy Forward says, thank you. Wonderful Good Vibes Day. Yes, it's been wonderful. So many people showed up and just loved, when I intended this, here we go. Cheryl Chow says, thank you so much. Really appreciate this. And remember, you can come back to this and watch different snippets from, different parts or rewatch things. Because every time, we go back and learn something, watch a video or read a book, you get more from it. And Bridget is saying, thank you for doing this, Leslie. Great idea. Many blessings, and many blessings to you, my sister Bridget. So I want to thank everyone again for attending. I hope that you enjoyed it. And remember to register to get the PDF with all the contact information, but I will also put it on our YouTube channel where this will be in the description. But give me like at least 24 hours or so to get that to you. Okay, my friends. Again, thank you. Some more comments. Yeah, comment before I go. So Susan Christini says, thank you. Looking forward to the replay. Yes, please feel free, digest, redigest. There was so much good information here and so many wonderful offers from all the different speakers. Carolyn Dolly says, everything was wonderful. As a collective, we are raising the consciousness of the earth. Thank you. Yes. And Tamisa Leiden says, great day. Yes, it was. Yes, so thank you. Like I said, this was a project that started back in January, and I couldn't believe this morning that it was finally here. And I'm so grateful to everyone who attended. Your vibration, your energy. When we collectively come together, we create an even bigger. It's bigger than the sum of the parts, and this is how even the minority of people can still make a big impact on the world. So know that this is true. And again, thank you so much. I think those are all, yeah. And my only ask, if you want to continue learning about good vibes from me, just go to good-vibes.tv and kudos to you, Leslie. Great job. Thank you, Tamisa. So wonderful. I really had a good time, but I'm sure I'm in the middle of it, so I haven't processed everything yet. But I'm just so grateful for everyone who attended, both the participants and the speakers, and just knowing that this is going to keep going, keep rippling out and making an impact as people learn. So make sure to share this with your friends if you think that they can get some things, or share different parts of the summit. There's so many great speakers that spoke today, and get people to get into this Global Coherence app. We have apps for everything, so we might as well do this. This is a way to kind of fight the power, the powers that be. We are impactful and we can make a difference. And so that's my message to you. Thanks again. Happy Good Vibes Day. And I will see you next time. Actually, tomorrow's the regular Good Vibes Lifestyle live stream, and we'll be recapping the day's events and celebrating Halloween, because that's tomorrow. So blessings, everyone, and take care. I will see you next time.
I'm getting them good vibes. I'm living this good life. I'm breathing on God's time, and I ain't gonna waste one breath. I'm soaking it all up. I got me a full cup, and there ain't nothing gonna steal it, nothing gonna kill it. Waving them words goodbye. I'm feeling them good vibes. I ain't trying to hear the negative, I'm just trying to change the